All right, so in order to address the CPU problems I was having yesterday, I'm going to be streaming in 24 frames per second. And we're going to see how much of an impact does this have on my CPU usage. In fact, we can even pull up this thing right now. All right, so yesterday, I want to say this was somewhere between 20 and 25%. And I was at 30 frames per second. Now, I don't think the FPS of a coding stream really matters that much. In fact, if I coded at 5 frames per second, it'd probably still be followable. So let's see. All right. Yeah. Now, the only thing I didn't do yesterday was file these nodes. I filed the rest of them. That took about an hour, I want to say. I don't know. All right, let's think of what's going on today. So make everything secure, read the below and fix it. Make sure the game server has the ability to wipe out pre-beta accounts. Did I do this? Huh. I don't remember if I did that. And at some point I should write the REST test. Start a new VM with a REST server and database on it. Configure everything to use this VM. Oh yeah, that's another good thing to do. Wow. So much good stuff. All right, make sure database wrapper is gone from the connection manager. That's something I think we can start to work on. Database wrapper. So the only place it still exists is in wipe pre-beta accounts. So I can pretty much get rid of this. While I put this under here. Hey Lulong, why are you not sleeping? Didn't you just finish your 24-hour stream? Man, got a steel constitution. Okay, re-get token automatically when it says your token expired. This is not something I can really do yet. And something, okay. I should design how this works so that I'm not storing. You just slept for 8 hours? I'm not a doctor, but I think you should probably sleep a little more than that. Need to figure out how creating users in bot bays will work. Okay, so I'm going to say other considerations here. And apparently not do that. I shouldn't do anything CPU intensive on a central server. That's pretty important. And then the second thing is I shouldn't even require an inventory at first. Just make bot bays work end-to-end. It's going to be an interesting change. All right, so make game server aware of database server. Design UI, I don't know about that. That kind of goes up to here. Make a new VM. Yeah. Hey, Deck Attack. It's enough for me, and it's 6 o'clock here, so it's almost sleep time again. Yes, I look forward to sleep time every night. Actually, let me just sit up straight. Stop shuffling around. Alright, so not using password everywhere. That's pretty important. So the Super Token API, let's go, well wait, first, before I do anything, let's make sure I don't have anything uncommitted. Yeah, good. Alright. So I have this Super Token route, and the way that this works right now is that we check for the password to be literally password. So let's go fix this. So I believe Central Server has a main. Now hopefully this is being used. So let's do blce watch blce run without run2. Hey Judge Bacon. Well no, usually I look forward to sleep time as soon as I wake up because I didn't get enough sleep. Last night was almost enough. Except for Never mind. Yeah, it's like freezing in the bedroom and I need to turn the heat up. Fine. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. See, by not talking about it, it makes it sound like it's more embarrassing than it is. But it's really just that the heater's set too low. Now it sounds like there's a scandal going on. Alright, so this watch is going to finish eventually. And one of the things I'll need to do... Yeah, here we go. So this is finishing up. So one of the things I'll need to do is check... Do I have the super token password set? So you know what might be a good idea is something like ensure environment variables are set. This dot... In fact, this isn't even something that should be done here. It should be done here. Yeah, there. Okay, so this dot ensure envars are set. Okay, good. EEVAS. Alright, so we're going to put all of this stuff into just one function for right now. That way we have all of our configuration. So first there's the database set of variables. Then there is now the super token password equals process.m.super token password. And that needs to be a string. Yeah. Set up donations so we can pay your bills and you can get a warmer wake up. Yeah, someday. It'd be funny if I opened donations and just like more money than I ever expected poured in, and then I just never do any real work in my life again. This is weird. Why is this lowercase? Real work. This is real work. Okay, so we got the super token password. Now, unfortunately, we're not doing anything with this, and we're not saving any of this off either. So any transformations that are done here, I need to take care of. Yeah, so let's do this then. This dot transformed, this dot, what do I say, like finalized environment variables? Final env vars equals this. We'll say this dot final envars dot database user. That way we're not, okay, so I'm going to write this down. This is our own copy of process.env that has been validated. So I'll say keys are strings just like any other object, and values are star. Yeah. Alright, so database user, database name, and then password and password. Good. So now when I go to use this stuff, I need to use it this way. We have host user password name. Where's host? Oh, I missed host. Okay, so now when we want to go use this stuff, we can do this. Also, quackle empty duck. Lever says, what's up, Adam? I'll be joining you today for the next 10 hours of coding for my personal project. Oh, cool. What's your personal project? And Decatech says, yeah, time to learn sockets for me. Yeah, nice. Nice, and if you guys want any help, just feel free to ask. Alright, so the only thing I'm missing now is somewhere to put the super token password. This is something... When was the last time I tried running this game? How does this even work? I don't know if I've done this in a while. How does single player work with the rest? Is it even trying to fetch anything? Like where should this go? Okay, how about this? Let's go into BLCL watch. And I wonder if this watch can be made better. This one takes a very long time. Hey, Wraithy. Okay, so client main, save this off. This is going to trigger everything. And e-commerce for a customer, he's sharing equity if I build him a brand new site, so I spent my whole vacation on that. Well, sharing equity is a pretty good reason to spend a whole vacation on something. Actually, that makes it sound like I'm all about that cash. I'm not, but still, equity is a pretty important thing. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, hopefully you can get some music going while you're also listening to the stream. That's something I actually kind of miss and need to figure out how I can incorporate again. Not on the stream, of course. I don't want to broadcast the music. I just want to still listen to it. Okay. So this token needs to make it over to... Well, let me... Yeah, okay. So this token needs to make it to the REST client, I believe. And... yeah, fetch super token. You know what I could do? I could make it so that only the REST client can use this. Is this intended to be used by the client? This is a client to a REST server. It'll wrap the APIs in a straightforward way, concealing any REST-specific logic from consumers of this class. So who makes a REST client? You got a smooth voice like radio guy. Thank you. The connection manager does, and game server's main. Okay, that's perfect. So answer, it doesn't. The REST client is something that only the game server and connection manager make use of. I need to figure out how single player is going to work in the world where bot bays are given to you by the central server. Yeah, so this part goes into, it goes into this. Make game server aware of database server, design UI. Yeah. Yeah, so that, and this will probably need to change at some point. I will probably need to make the client, well, I need to make the client able to talk to the central server directly so that you can fetch bot bays for single player. Usually people talking is distracting me if I'm coding, and even more if they talk about code, but I'm the only one that can make me turn the music off and listen to people coding without bothering me at all. Well, that's nice. And what I'd expect, and I haven't tried to do this before, is that if you still had music playing, you'd be able to listen to both. Although maybe that'd get distracting, I don't know. But I'm glad. There were certain ideas I had when I started the stream, and one of them was I'm not going to broadcast music. And actually the bigger reason for that is legal reasons. But then the second biggest reason is you guys probably don't like the same music as me, so why should I force you to listen to what I'm listening to? Actually, maybe they're tied for even. God bless Adam. Here's Birdman. Okay, so for now, here's what we can do. We can pass this in to... Oh, I just realized. Oh, so it's this server that has password set. Yes, okay. So this still needs to be done here. The problem is we don't... Where do we have a server here? REST server. Ah, perfect. Okay, so what we need to pass in here is the super user token password. Super user token password. Done. Okay, and let's separate this onto 2 lines so it looks a little bit neater. Next, in the server, now that we're taking the password, database wrapper, super, what am I calling this? Super token password. So this is a string. All right, and actually this is something I can't have out there also, the JWT secret. Change the password from chickens, change the JWT secret from bots. Oh, Monadic Bind says, I usually listen to music and use it at the same time. Hey again, Monadic Bind. Oh, I see. Music and stream when you're not coding. All right, that makes sense. So in the server, I now have the super token password. Let's save that off. And then when I check for the word password, we instead check for the super token password. So there we go. Invalid password. We're not going to say what it needs to be anymore. The whole point of this is getting things set up. So it's totally fine to have a password, but yeah, now it's no longer fine. All right. So I believe the only password left in here is the JWT secret, which actually should be a private key and not just a secret. Yeah, but for right now, let's just take it in as another password. So we'll say JWT secret and ensure that that's a string, and then save it off into here. So yeah, there we go. So I'm going to pass this in as well. We're going to say, all right, there, I've got the JWT secret now. So this goes here, this gets changed to that, this gets saved off. I'm going to say, this is the password you need for obtain a super token. And then this is the secret that each JWT is signed with. This is actually perhaps more important than the super token password. So I'm going to put another to-do item here. To do, this needs to be changed to a certificate instead of a secret key. Which is really, a certificate is just a longer password. I mean, both are just strings of characters. But it's a much, much longer password. And it's not something that you could see on screen and be like, oh, BOTS, I've got the whole thing. I need to actually load a file up and show the whole contents of it. And eventually, I'm not going to be streaming all of the configuration that I'm doing. We'll have to see how that works. And your Sublime setup changed my workflow a lot as well. You made me switch from Vim, man, that's like huge. I think, so I haven't actually seen a lot of Vim users. And the ones I have seen in real life are what I'd call casual users of Vim. And I mean, no, I don't know. There's nothing negative when I say that. What I mean by that is it's how most people use really any editor that they have. They know some shortcuts. They don't know all the shortcuts. They're not the power users. They click sometimes and they're changing things. They don't use the most efficient way necessarily. So I haven't actually seen like a hyper efficient Vim user in real life. I'm sure they exist out there. With that said, my point that I was going to make is that I'm sure you could be as efficient as you can in Sublime, maybe more efficient because of how certain motions work in that program. Although you can get Vim-like actions in Sublime as well. So anyway, both are configurable. I think they're both fine, but either way, I've converted someone from Vim. Ha ha ha, Spurt, man. Vim's pretty nice, but a little on the hardcore side. I personally use PHP Storm. Pretty awesome. Yeah, that costs money. Actually, they changed it to a subscription. Yeah, oh, you mentioned that. Okay, good. Vim. Hey, folk. Even though I'll probably start hating the mouse again when I go back to my desktop. That's why you gotta buy a mouse like this one. Never not have a keyboard on your fingers. And foot pedals. Don't forget foot pedals. Okay. So we have the JWT secret now. Next we need to use it. I am passing it in. We will make use of it here. And I'm going to put this to-do item here too. Here we go. Clever says, I work with a woman that uses a no GUI distribution of Linux. It's pretty impressive how she can pull it off. I think that's cool. I think that's sort of just like an SSH interface, right? Which is, well, I don't know, maybe there's some difference there. One can't be converted to Vim. One should come to it themselves. Wise words. Whereas I can convert people to Sublime if I want. Alright. So we got the JWT secret. I think for now this is good. At the very least I made it a variable. That part's good. So we're pretty much done from that, I think. Okay, so let's test this out. I'm going to run, no, I don't need to do that. I can just run the this thing and then Postman. That didn't even work though. Cannot find module? Oh, I changed the folder where these things got built, didn't I? Dist deploy central server bin www. So I believe the deploy part is missing from this. Dist deploy, so yeah, it is. Alright, so run without PM2 needs to be changed. So this is now dist deploy. In fact, this should just be run and not run without PM2. And these things are all going to need to be changed too. So set JWT secret equals bots and set super token password equals password. Actually, no, we got to test this. We got to say like bots 2 and password 2. Have you had the time to look at that CTF video? Yes, and that was a very misleading segmentation, by the way. Part 1 was 10 minutes, part 2 was about 10 minutes, and then part 3, for some reason, was an hour. And so I was watching part 1, I'm skimming through it a little bit, I'm like, okay, where's the discovery going to come in? I watch a little bit of part 2, and then I get to part 3 and I'm like, this entire journey was like 80 or 90 minutes. So I just totally skipped to the end of this, and I listened to his conclusions and everything. That was pretty interesting. It sounds like a fun idea. And I think, here's what I took from this. And this is, so I think it'd be fun. I think a lot of what this person did had to do with using other tools that exist. And yeah, a lot of it has to do with know-how as well. But for example, he was using, I don't remember the name of it. It started with an H, but a disassembler. That particular disassembler provided a lot of features in it, which seemed to help, although he did later say that that was a wild goose chase and that he should have just tested out the program a little bit more. Anyway, I wonder how much of this is, if I tried to do this, I would just be like thrashing against the problem until I finally realized, oh, there's a tool that'll do all this for me. I don't need to go disassemble something myself. It's probably pretty intuitive that you'd need to do stuff like that. When I was introduced to Vim, I fell in love with it, and I still do. A modern editor came with impressive built-in features like refactoring. Just impossible to replicate with Vim plugin. Yeah, and what I would pretty much still assert is that the Vim motions are, I think, some of the best ways to actually navigate around text, like you said. So for text editing, I think Vim might be the best, but for coding, I think there are a lot of other things you might want. And even some things that I'm missing because I'm using Sublime. I mean, Sublime is not a fully fledged IDE. Hey, Wheatley. Hopper, yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, thanks, Folk. Yeah, so I like that, and I like how people can share these things, and I like the awareness it brings. Because the way they set this up, their capture the flag is a set of games. But the way people structure this in real life is not a game. Capture the flag becomes, let's get a whole database full of passwords and leak them to the world, which I understand the reasons behind that too. It's sometimes the only way you can get to improve a company's security, and sometimes you want to use that company's product. And it's kind of unfortunate, the security landscape we live in. A lot of projects, people just don't care about it until it becomes a problem. And even me, I care about it, but for the sake of pre-beta, I'm saying there is no such thing as a problem. I could leak all of the data, and I don't care if that happens because there's no personal data and there's no persistent data. Once that changes, yeah, there becomes an issue. Okay, so we have this thing set up now. I need to be able to run this. Oh, and that's where I left off, is there was another run command I gotta change now, which is this. So this needs to change to deploy. I never even used that though. Okay, so now we have this set up. So let's try this out. If I say get super token, this is going to fail. Well, that should have failed. So if that did not fail, oh, password is still set. What happened here? Oh yeah, I didn't use that to run this. Run without PM2. So we need to change run.cmd to have this as well, but I'm not using run, right? So what is JWT? It's bots too. How did this even work? Set super password 2. Yeah, something's wrong here, or something didn't get rebuilt maybe. That's peculiar. Server.j. Let's just print this. JWT secret, JWT secret. Yeah, all right, there. So what is the secret here? I didn't even print. What? Okay, I'm doing something that's wrong. I don't know what's wrong about this. Oh no. Okay, yeah, it's that I'm running things out of the deploy directory. That was the problem. This needs to be, instead of deploy, this needs to be the staging directory. So then run.cmd changes to the same thing. All right, well, there we go. So let's try that. Now it should print out. Yeah, there we go. Secret bots 2. Okay, good. So now when I hit the send button, yeah, it says internal error. Super token password is not defined. What? No, that's not correct. Well, it should be this dot super token password. There we go. All right. So Crash says, I think a lot more people would be open to using an IDE if they weren't so heavyweight. JetBrains stuff is a non-starter. The requirement of Java alone is huge. Yeah, actually, what was it that I ever used? I had some friends complaining that Visual Studio startup time is so long. Actually, I kind of had that experience sometimes, where sometimes I just wanted to edit text and I'd open up Sublime for that reason. Okay, I think this should be working now. So now when I hit send, it just says password invalid. So if I pass the correct password, password 2, and I hit send, it does give me a token correctly. Now this token, so here's the interesting part. Well, I take that back. This is not interesting. But here's the next part of what I was going to say, which is that this token is now signed differently. So if I say that my secret is bots, and then I paste in a token, it says invalid signature. If I say it's bots 2, it says signature verified. So yeah, this is working. By the way, those who have come to the stream a lot, do you notice any difference between the 24 FPS and 30 FPS? I was mentioning before people were really in the channel that I don't think it really matters too much for a coding stream, and if it lowers my CPU use, then I'm probably going to stick with this. Yeah, this is at least like somewhere between 4 and 10% better than it used to be, which is just enough to make my computer usable. And I'm like super thirsty this morning. Okay, I think all this is set up. And I think we can change this back to bots and password. So central server run, we change these twos, got rid of it. Hey Shoecraft. What am I developing currently? So this, what I'm doing right now, actually, you just reminded me, I should change my my today helper thingy. But what I'm working on currently is fixing up some of the, so I just blatantly hard coded the word password everywhere because I wanted to get things up for testing. But now that it's up, I need to change all of that. So I'm making it so that I can pass in environment variables for my passwords, which locally will still just be set to password and some secret that's really short. On my actual server, I'm going to change these things so that they're much more complex. When playing CTF, the tools you use don't matter at all. It's just like coding. It doesn't matter which editor you use. Hopper just takes a binary and converts it to assembly like IDA does. The only difference might be the time you get to a solution. So, Folk, I guess what I'm getting at is, let's say I sat down a totally, this sounds like a bad analogy, but like bear with me for a second. So if I sat down a totally new computer user and I said, okay, start coding, they might not even know that they need a text editor. So in that sense, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is that let's say you don't realize you need a disassembler and you try writing that functionality yourself. That would be a huge waste of time. So I guess what I'm getting at is there are some de facto tools you might use, and me, not having been part of this, wouldn't even know what they are to use. And I think there are, so for example, there was something that a library this guy was using called the Pwn library at Pwn Tools. Here it is. I don't know. Yeah, this is the CTF framework used by Gallup SLED. Anyway, I don't know what this is, but it sounds like there's some useful stuff in here. And knowing about that tool will definitely help you. So I do generally agree with what you're saying. Once you at least know about the tools, there's no difference between disassembler A and disassembler B. But knowing that you need a disassembler, that's the part I was getting at. Judge Bacon says, has anyone tried Visual Studio Code? It's similar to Sublime. I tried it for one day. It was the first day it was publicly released, and it was so slow that I could never use it, but I haven't given it another shot. It's just like I haven't given Atom, the editor, ATOM, another shot. And hey, XUnique. Okay, so, yeah, Shoe Crab had asked what I was working on, and I kind of like deviated from that. So that's the immediate thing that I'm working on. The video that I linked earlier, the Botland video, that is the overall game that I'm working on. So yeah, I wasn't sure exactly which answer you wanted there, so I gave you both. If you want me to go into more detail, I will be happy to do that. Okay, so this thing's set up. I think I need to check this in, and then we need to work on the next component of this whole security thing. So let's see. I'm now, yeah, I had broken the run scripts before, in fact. So fix the central. Actually, now that I think about this, that means that the game server's run script is broken as well. Yeah, this is trying to launch out of dist game server, which I don't think exists. Dist? Yeah, it doesn't. It's staging in the game server. So staging. Now the ideal way to do this, and I'm not going to do this, is to check in just the change where I fixed this bug and then check in the additional things afterward, but it's just such a minor change. So fixed the server's run.cmd files and run without PM2 so that they pulled code from the staging folder instead of just dist. I should say dist/staging. And then, oh, why do I have so many things changed in here? Oh yeah, and I never did that. Okay, so let's do this. Ensures that the expected environment variables are set and that they're the correct types. This saves the variables into a member variable so that we don't need to consult process.env later. All right, return nothing. Nothing. In fact, you know what might be better is saving this thing off on the caller side, like this, get mvars. I don't think I'm going to do that for right now, though. What did I miss in chat? Oh. Okay, so that part's done. Commented it, added the things we needed here. Yeah, I think this is fine. And then made use of these, which this, I didn't actually test a couple of things. Let's do this. Let's rerun this. So the server's going to start. Oops, that's another thing that can't be done. Oh, and now the mouse broke. Oh, and now, okay, great. Well, everything just went wrong. So apparently it thinks the Windows key is held down, so if I press E, no, that's weird. That's very weird. Well, narrator somehow started. Now I gotta turn that off. Okay, there. That was annoying. Yeah, so printing out the secret, that can no longer happen. That was just for testing this. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at the code now. So this I'm fine with. I added in 2 new environment variables and changed how things were wrapped. And then this is now taking in 2 new variables. You know, in the in an effort to make this diff look as similar as it was to the old one, I'm going to just move database wrapper down here so that this doesn't notice it even changed. So there we go. That's so it's slightly better, cleaner commit, I think. Yeah, good. All right, cool. So the JWT secret and the super token password are now taken in via environment variables instead of being hard-coded to bots and password respectively. There we go. VS Code seems to be fairly stable. I've only been using it for a few days, haven't had any issues. Yeah, to be fair, I tried it on a very large JavaScript project. So this is back when I was working in a different job, and I just loaded up our code base, and it was very slow to navigate. It might have gotten better since then. And like I said, I haven't given it another chance, and probably won't for a while. Right now I'm subscribing to the if it's not broke, don't fix it philosophy of text editors, which is Sublime is working for me, so I'm just going to use that. All right. So change password away from chickens. I'm pretty sure this is something that I never committed. Like if I look at, where was it? This? Yeah. So this is set to random. I wonder if I should just set this to, like, this should be a test thing. No, this doesn't matter at all. Pre-beta auth password. Because I don't validate. No, this is something different. Never mind. Assert in the code is for compile time testing or runtime. So right now it's runtime testing, and actually I don't know if there's a tool that'll just strip them out for me. I have to look into that eventually. I think I have this written. I have a long-term to-do list, and so there are things that I'm just not concerned with right now. And when I'm not concerned with something, but I know it'll be a problem, yeah, I have this written down. I have make sure asserts have been silenced. At the time of writing this, September 28th, the only way to silence them is to convert them all to the null function. So maybe I can have an ES6-like step pull them out of the code. Or maybe I want them to be there and just be a null function. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. And you don't have to check screen out. Yeah, if you use Tmux and screen are the same thing in that they're terminal multiplexers. I have only used screen because, so this is one of those things I mentioned earlier. Sometimes you don't realize the tools that you need. When I had started using VMs in the cloud and not on my own machine, I ran into the problem where when I connected on one day, I started some session, and then the next day I connected again and that was all gone. And so screen, Tmux, those are ways you can retrieve that by attaching back to the screen that you had. So I didn't even know I needed that until a lot of Googling. Okay. So make sure the database has real passwords in it. I'm using password everywhere. That's a no-no. I should explicitly check for the word password. Make sure I'm not using development scripts. That's actually a really good idea, that second part. I'm going to have to do that. I'm not using that much. Default configuration is pretty uncomfortable. Danthus says, another auth question for you, Adam. How do you explicitly add, for example, an auth route before hitting an endpoint that requires a JWT? So how did you implement the auth middleware? So I didn't implement it as middleware. The way that I did this was, in order for you to contact anything on my server right now, let's say you have to get a user. So if I try hitting this URL, here's what it's going to say. It's something around JWT token not existing. Yeah. So I'll zoom in on that. You do not have an auth token in your header. So what needs to happen is I need to go into the header and I need to pass in the token for every single request that I have. So that's how things are working for me right now. And then inside the route where I verify this stuff, so let's take a look at get user. The first thing I do is I get the auth token from your header, and then I make sure that you're authorized to do this action. So for example, to get user 1, you need user 1's auth token. If you have user 2's auth token, then you cannot get this. This will not work. So yeah, that's what this function does. So this is like middleware. I just implemented it as a promise for right now. Hey, Walshy. What else am I missing here? Hey, Quantum KO. Yeah, all right. Okay, so checking for passwords. Table.text password. This part is the only part where password can actually exist in plain text because it's describing a column name. So that part's okay. This part is bad. And this part is actually fine. This is a test file. So this is the only thing that needs to be changed. Fetch super token. So this is in the REST client. We need to change this. So the REST client is instantiated by the game server. So the game server, we need to say set super token password. Why did I not capitalize these things? Did I capitalize these things? Huh, I didn't. That's kind of weird. I'm using two different conventions. Well, anyway, let's set this to password. And then let's make sure that this is getting used. So in the game server's main, I believe we check for environment variables here. Yeah, set up REST client. So I'm going to change this to be sort of like how the central server's main works. So we're going to have an ensure m variables are set. And I'm going to put this pretty much right away. And then we're going to make this function. In fact, let's just copy paste this whole thing because there's a comment I want to keep too. Yeah. All right. So this goes here. Now, this stuff's all good. The contents of this is going to change. That part's fine. But then the part that I need to address is these things are being used twice now. So set up REST client. I have pre-beta REST server host, pre-beta REST server port, pre-beta auth password. All right, let's get rid of this. Or let's, I don't know how I want to do this exactly, but ensure m vars are set. I'm going to put some of this stuff into here. In fact, let's just put it all into here. Let me get rid of this. All right, so now we have this set up. All right. Got it. So this gets set and this gets set. We delete all these things. Next up, we make use of these in the thing that I forgot to remember the name of. That's 2 layers of forgetting. You heard it here first. So we're going to say, actually I could just define it here, that's fine. We'll say this dot final vars. Yep, that looks good. All right, and then same thing for here. And then we can delete all of this. So now setup REST client requires these things to have been set, which is why it's a good idea to just verify that these are the correct types in here, which we do, but then I don't do it on the game server, so I need to do that. So let's go to server.js and just verify that these are the right types. Otherwise, we've screwed everything up. So I don't have assert in here, and now I do. So there's assert. Let's do this stuff. So assert underscore dot is string super token password. I'm not even gonna write a message here. I might as well. Fine. Super token password needs to be a string, and then same thing with JWT secret. There. All right. What did I miss in? Walshy says, "Can we play again today while it's not 1 a.m.?" Yeah, you can. Your account information from yesterday actually still works. So I never got around to deleting it. I was very busy last night. Okay, so when you hit connect, yeah, you can just connect right now and start playing if you want. If you have an account from yesterday. If you don't have an account from yesterday, well, it turns out it's still free to play today. So you can just sign up for an account. Oh yeah, the whole today thing. I forgot to fix that. Sorry, Super. Fix today. Yeah, that was old information, which is why I put an updated time on there. Okay, yeah, and hey, Super. Okay, so let me go fix that, which is what I'd started to do. I got sidetracked a couple times there. Okay, so today, Adam is, what am I doing today? What am I doing today? Well, let's take a look at the list. guess we're working on... See, there's a lot of different things here. REST server flow. Yeah, Adam is working on the final touches on the REST server and then switching over to Botbase, hopefully. Then we can say last updated there. Okay, so today has been fixed. I can whisper password to Botland bot, right? Yeah, you should be able to. Let me actually test this out myself before I say this stuff. Can I have a token for lights, please? Yeah, sure. Did he uncomment that password reminder at the end? Huh. Okay, hang on a second. Let me take a look at this off here. Gotta whisper today. Or password. I don't think this is working. This isn't good. Okay, let me try one other thing before I continue on here. Yeah, something's wrong. Okay, well, we're gonna need to look into this too, I think. Let me... Alright, so here we go. Screen-rd. Let's take a look at the game server. Someone tried calling get user pre-beta password, but did not have the right password. Oh, darn it. It was set to chickens. I never... Stupid chickens. Okay, no one can sign up for the game until I fix this, because I'm stupid. Or I fix this on the server. Actually, let's do that. Let's change... Is anyone connected? No, no one's connected. Okay, I'm going to take down the server and fix this over there, which means I got to turn this off because I'm pretty sure I'm going to use a real password right now. Yeah, let me verify this for just a sec, guys. I got to do this off screen because this is pre-stream. What just happened? Okay, Phantom bot, light control chatbot, start chatbot. Okay. Okay, so I just got to set this over here, and then, oh, what's this called? Pre-beta auth password? Okay, I gotta look at the code for this. So it's the game server main, and this takes in a pre-beta auth password. Yes, there it is. Okay, so I need to set this. All right, now I gotta clear the screen, restart, and then try again. Okay, there. Now I can start this up again too. Okay, so let's try this out. Maybe this will work now. I don't know if Botland bot is being slow or if it was just this lack of passwords matching. It might be slow. So let's see. Hitting URL, got a token. Found a user with name equals Adam. Man, the whole got a token thing. Alright, yeah, that's got to change too. Adam, can you just grab my password and whisper it to me? Yeah, I can do that. Let me write all this stuff down. So... I shouldn't be able to start the server without a valid pre-beta auth password. Check to make sure it's not password. So let me get this right. If I go to Botland, your web server routes, but when I go to play.bot.land, it routes me to the game server, which is a complete other node instance. Yeah, that is correct. So this is DNS settings that are doing that. Bot.land is set to route to, yeah, server A, and play.bot.land routes to server B. Okay, and then whisper Walshy the password. How do I even get this? Oh, right, I have a MySQL database over here. I am so wise. Select star from users where name equals I don't know what your name is. I've been calling you Walshy, but it's really BWFC Walshy Dev. Okay, I got your password. All right, we gotta fix this though, because this is not scalable. I can't just whisper people passwords. So then the other thing I need to do is figure out why my bot isn't getting passwords correctly. Why am I even writing this here? Let me just write this here. All right. Botland bot password. Okay, but then the other problem is need to stop printing tokens. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta fix this. I don't know what's going on exactly here. When I whispered this bot, it whispered botlad password, which should have been this bot getting password. Generic pre-beta game server error. Huh, interesting. Okay, so let me try this one more time. The user already exists, password hidden. Wait, so I got a password then. This thing... Alright, let me try something. App. Yeah, so something's going wrong here, and that's this part. It says the pre-beta user already exists. Where does that? The pre-beta user already... Here it is. Exists pre-beta. Oh, okay, that's a problem. I don't actually whisper them the password at that point. No, that's stupid. So wclient.whisper. Username, you already have access. And I'll just put this. And then this thing needs to appear here too. So we put that there, and we put this here. Okay, so that part now works. Now what about this whispering password? This apparently does nothing. How is that possible? Private message Adam password. Okay, let's take a look at PhantomBot. That must be where this thing is failing. Password. No, it whispers. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so then what does my thing do with this? It says password is not defined. This is a problem in the server, server.js, get user pre-beta password. Oh, where is this coming from? Last client? What? Connection manager then, get user pre-beta password. Yeah, it says password is not defined. What does that mean? It means I have the... Oh, wow. Yeah, that is the problem. This should have been dbuser.password. Well. We just found a bug. So I've got to fix all this stuff now. So this part's not going to work. Well, she says, where do I click for the menu thing again so I can use the blocks or JavaScript? Oh, press B or press J. All right, so here's what I got to do. I got to restart this, and I got to do node app, and then now the bot should work. Sorry, I know I've been testing a lot of this stuff off screen, but it's the password related stuff, and this is an important bug to have fixed. Okay, cool. So I think this should have worked. Let me try whispering botland bot the word game right now and see what happens. I should get a whisper back in the next like 20 or 30 seconds. Yeah, perfect. It worked. Okay, so then for now, here's what we gotta say. Figure out why this isn't getting passwords correctly. So that's done. And I'm going to say the reason is because the server had a problem. It was trying to return password instead of dbuser.password. This will be fixed the next time I deploy the central server. Or I manually fix it on the server right now. So do I manually fix it? No, I don't. So, okay, then here's the general advice that I have for people who want to get their passwords and don't already know it. Normally, you do this. And now a workaround is to do this. So here's the difference. If you don't have an account, this won't purchase one for you. Whereas this one, the workaround for right now, if you don't have an account, it will purchase one for you. However, it costs 0. So right now, this is actually just totally fine. If you have an account, then this will tell you your password. If you don't have an account, then this will give you one for free. I'm going to point out main differences between Gulp and Grunt. So Gulp is a stream-based build runner, like a task runner, and Grunt is like just a set of steps that it'll go through. So you'll typically see in the Gulp files that I have. Oh, and by the way, the consequence of that is that Gulp is usually faster at what it does because it doesn't have to keep reopening files to mess with things. So, for example, this is how I build my code. I load up all the code by doing gulp.source, and then it streams it directly into all of the other things that I do here. So first it plums out for any errors. Then if I do something certain here, it goes through watch. Then I initialize source maps. I pipe all of that source code through Babel. I write it all to a destination, etc. Started using Grunt because of a book I'm reading about Node, but Gulp seems to do the same things, just different flavors. Seems Gulp have more plugins. Grunt has 2 times the downloads. Yeah, so Grunt was, if I recall correctly, Grunt came out before Gulp. So it had a chance to get bigger before Gulp even existed. But I think both are pretty popular right now. And hey, Trump. Also, what's my CPU usage at? All right, it's just beginning to go about as high as it went yesterday. So are people connected? Oh, wait, am I even connected? I think I restarted the server and I never restarted my client. Okay, yeah, Walshy and Silver are connected. So let me just load up whatever bot I have here. What is this? Yeah, all right, whatever, let's deploy this. That way you guys at least have something to play against here. My bots aren't very smart though. Actually, they're not bad. They try using shield and they try using melee. Okay. Alright, so I gotta check in that bug fix, and just that bug fix for right now. Can I do that, or do I have more in there? Connection manager. Yeah. So let's just check in connection manager. Fixed a bug where, let me get the name of this API. Get user pre-beta password. Was attempting to use an undefined variable. So users couldn't whisper botland bot to discover their pre-beta passwords. Hey, Wouter. Talking about download rates. Anyway, I got the differences. It might be worth looking into next time I start a project. Thanks. Yeah, and I think, okay, so Gulp has had a lot of, for me, there have been a lot of quirks that I've had to work around. I don't know if I would have run into them with Grunt. I feel like maybe that's another difference, is that Gulp is a different paradigm, which, yeah, could be faster in the end, but is harder to get to that point. Is it 61 days of streaming? It's 61 days of streaming, yeah. So I've actually I started streaming on September 8th. So it's been almost, what is that? Number of days since 9/8/15. Let's tell you exactly how many days it's been. What engine am I using? So I'm not using a game engine per se. I'm writing a lot of this stuff myself. Yeah, it's been 112 days. So I guess, yeah. 3 months and 21 days. So Mystique, if you want, in the info section on Twitch, I've got some of the libraries I'm using, but yeah, I'm not using something like Unity or Unreal Engine or anything. And if you want to find out more about the game, I really need to add that to, yeah, let me write that down somewhere up here. And let's put this in Notepad like I wrote in my notes. That didn't work. There we go. All right, so that's done. Now, put the Botland video prominently on Twitch somewhere. And yeah, no problem. All right, so what's up next? Wall spot. Yeah, so silver is destroying me because I'm not trying to change my strategy at all. So again, for the people who haven't kind of seen this, first of all, I suggest you watch the video because I'm not going to talk about exactly what the game is here, but I will talk a little bit about the strategy, which is you can see, like I as a human can see, my bot can't see this, but I as a human can see that silver is using Zapper, that's what this electricity field is here, lasers, that's what these green squares are, and, well actually, it looks like that might be it. So what I should do is I should deploy a bot with Reflect, and then stay far away from silver because that would counter silver's strategy pretty well. I'm not doing that, so I'm getting punished for it by having a KDR of like 0.6. So yeah, there is strategy to the game. I'm just not employing it because I'm not playing the game right now. And do you do any work when you don't stream? Yes, I do a lot of work when I don't stream. It's just not coding work. So there's usually a lot of stuff. So for example, one of the things that I do almost every day, so I keep a notepad file, you guys have seen this, I keep a notepad file open with things that I want to do that night, that particular night, so this never generates more stuff. Now last night was a little bit too busy for things not related to Botland. So at the very least I go through all of this and I file things. So I will show you the product of last night. I made, where is this? Yeah, I made this note. So I put in a whole lot of coroutine knowledge, examples, notes about it, so that if I ever need to use this again, hopefully I understand things a little bit more. This alone took, I don't know, maybe half an hour to write, so it wasn't too bad. Usually there's more stuff than that to do. And hey, CH Velocity, I checked out your channel yesterday, and I obviously didn't catch you live. I mean, you signed off, that's why you hosted me. But I watched parts of your last VOD. So that's the other stuff I do. That actually files in with the notepad stuff. That's the RD Artillery pre-made script. Wait a second, that's not true. RD Artillery doesn't have Zapper, does it? No. No. Alright. So, that stuff's fixed. So then let's go back to the to-do list that I had here. Shouldn't be able to start the server without a valid pre-beta auth password. So this fits into the whole make sure I'm never supplying password. So I'm going to put this on its own to-do item here. And then cancel this. This is now part of another to-do item. Okay, need to stop printing tokens on the command line. Yes, that is totally true. Actually, I'm not happy about this. Oh yeah, CH Velocity, I wanted to ask, are you coding this stuff after work? Like, I didn't get a good grip on what exactly the project was. Like I said, I only skimmed through the video. I didn't spend a whole lot of time last night doing non-real life things. What was I going to look at? Oh yeah, the game server. So, got a token. That's what I got to search for. Also, what should I check in what I already did? I don't remember what I've coded. So server changed with assert, yeah. And the super token password. Okay, so then the game server's main. Do I use process.env anywhere else? No. Alright, so I think I'm fine there. I think this should work. So we've got to test that. I've got to go into the game server and make sure that it works fine. All development done in evenings. Okay, got it. Avionics apprentice at a Norwegian airliner. Oh, cool. Decatech says, so it's 61 days of actual development. That's impressive. I wish I had this efficiency. I'm going to stop bothering you for a while. I need to cook and stuff. No, you're not bothering me. And I don't know how efficient I'm actually being. Oh, here, let me deploy a bot. I'll deploy, let's get rid of this thing. Let's deploy Ultra Killer. So I'm going to put missiles, cloaking, and reflect. And we're going to say to move right. There. Go blue team. Yeah, 61 days of actual development. Like I said, I don't know how efficient I'm being. You guys always have the recap videos and you can see how much stuff has been done. But it's 61 days times roughly, I mean, the stream is up for 8 hours a day, but I eat lunch and I take bathroom breaks and stuff. So it's maybe 7 hours of actual time at the computer. And of that time, it's not like it's all coding. Sometimes I interact with chat like I'm doing now. I'm not coding right now. And sometimes I was actually just playing Botland. And sometimes I was just working out problems that I never figured out. So it's not always smooth development time. But yeah, I still appreciate the sentiment. Roger says, yesterday I saw the Planet Coaster trailers. What is Planet Coaster? Oh, I heard of this. And by heard of it, I mean I saw an article on Reddit and did not read the article. So I only know that this... Okay, I'm going to watch this after the stream. Yeah, I bet Planet Coaster has a bigger budget than this game does. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to start up the game server. So I believe I have... No, I don't. Oh, man. Okay, fine. So BLGA watch, BLGA run. All right, so I got to wait for this thing to finish. And I've got a client running too. Planet Coaster is basically Roller Coaster Tycoon 4, except for Atari is no longer involved. Yeah, that's the extent of what I know about it right now. And actually, I didn't even know the Atari part until you just said that. So now we have the super token password. So I should be able to set this to something that is not this, and then everything should stop working. Well, it's a good test, but it's not something I want to continue to do, of course. And I should be able to use the REST server host import. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So here are my tests that I'm going to do. Test, try changing this, where is it? Pre-beta server host. Try changing port, try changing the last one. Whatever that was. Game server run. No, that's not it. This. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's what I got to do. Now I've got to make sure that this thing actually finishes. So got to wait for that. My blood pressure rose when the dev was terraforming and the land would raise on the other side of a wall. No sort of snap to wall or path. Is it close to even done? There we go, my guys kill people now. Oh, by the way, Walsheet, something I never commented on. If you type /kill into chat without the quotation marks, you'll kill all of your own bots. Or if you hit Control K, the same thing will happen. That's only a debug function for right now. Isn't there anything such as automated tests on JavaScript? Yeah, there are. And these are not tests that I want to automate because they're really just testing like a Windows-specific environment variable setting. And so I meant what I said literally, but it could be taken two ways. What I mean is I'm going to be testing the setting of it, which is the set command. And just make sure that this stuff works the way I expect it to. I do have a suite of automated tests, and I'm trying to add to them as much as I can. So the most recent one, I wrote the framework for REST testing, but I have not written the test for it yet. I've been keeping track of this. I have it all commented out right now. And yeah, so I've got about 300 something tests, but they're not all for every aspect of the code. And yeah, sorry, Walshy. Yeah, I kind of just expect people will ask these questions because, yes, there's a lot of information right now, and you could probably actually get that information by going to wiki.bot.land, but I don't know where this is displayed. Hang on, let me see something for a second. Yeah, okay. So, botland commands, maybe? Yeah, Control K, kill all bots. So, it's there on the wiki somewhere, but good luck ever finding it. That stuff will all be fixed eventually. So this is now working. Let's do this. We'll run this. This should be able to connect just fine. But this is connecting to my own computer. So why is this not starting up? There it goes. Okay, created a REST client whose root URL is localhost 8080. Okay, so now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the localhost part of this into localhost 2, and then I'm going to start this again. Now it should fail. In fact, I shouldn't have to press anything. It should just exit. Yeah, good. Good, and it exited. Okay, good. So now we change this back to localhost, and now we change the port to something that's not 8080. So let's change that to 8081. And same thing here. When I try starting this up, it should fail. It should say E not found just like before, but instead of saying localhost 2, it should say something about the port maybe. Okay, connection refused. Actually, that's what it should have said. Okay, then the final thing I have to do is the super token password. So right now, if I start this up, it should connect, it should work fine, and I should be able to query something. I don't know what exactly. Let's find out. How about this? Has pre-beta access. Does user have pre-beta? Yeah, so let's call this. It takes a password and a username. So this dot connection manager dot does user have pre-beta. It takes a password, which I believe is the word password, and a username. Adam? Someone tried calling this but does not have the right password. Oh, what's the password? I don't know what the right password even is. Oh, this is the random number that's set. Okay, console.log. we're gonna trick this thing. We're gonna go into game server main. What is this called? Pre-beta auth password. Aha! So we got this random number here, and now I should be able to call into this by using that number. Done. Got it. Got a token. REST server return 404. Okay, that's fine. So then, how does this work? We do get user from the REST client. The REST client is what has this password. Fetch super token. We need to try that out. Okay, let's try that. This.rest client.fetch super token. Got an object back. That's not helpful. What is this? Oh, it's a promise. Oh, the fetch super token dot then resp console.log resp. Unexpected token. I need to make this a proper function apparently. Alright, what happened? We got a token. resp.body.token. Perfect. Alright, so that part worked. Now we need to take exactly that line, and I need to do this. I need to say set super token password equals nope, and then rerun this. And now this should screw up because I don't have the right password. That did not screw up. Okay, well, let's find out why it's not screwing up. Oh, password is hard-coded the password. Oh, well. Why is that? Probably because I never made use of this thing. All right, game server run. I take the super token password. I go into game server main. Ensure environment variables are set. I need to set this one too. So const process.m.that. Assert that it not only exists, but I guess that it's a string. Do I have Lodash? Yeah, I do. So this is totally wrong. This should be just is string. And then host, yeah, that needs to exist. And we need to ensure that it's a number. So to do, make sure this is a valid number. Probably. Maybe it doesn't need to exist. So yeah, the host needs to be set too. Is string. I don't know. This is iffy. Is string the password. Alright, then if that is set, we save it off here, and then we pass it into our REST client that we make somewhere. REST client, setup REST client, setup REST client. Here. Alright, then finally, and I'm going to read chat in a second here. This is the super token password. We need to make sure that that's set. So is string super token password. Actually, that is already done. where did I just write that to do item? Here. So note the final consumer of this will ensure that it's a valid number. All right, so then in what file do I need to go to? REST client, we do this. Number is string, and this, we're not even gonna say what that is. Okay, great, so then we save this off. And then instead of specifying password, we specify this dot super token password. And then I test all of that stuff again. Great. All right, well, at least this should go much faster. So we take this, we rerun the game, and then I should not see a token print out this time. Yeah, bad request. Perfect. Well, kind of perfect. Anyway, I'll look at that in a sec. What are people saying in chat? Any idea why my bots don't shield and cloak? I have level 2, and I have an if checking if I can. Yeah, let me take a look. If Willers hit, yep. If, oh yeah, here's the problem. So this is something I've gotten some flack for this already, but the way that coding in Botland works is all of these are called terminators. So anything that results in an action in the arena. So firing a laser, that's a terminator. Moving, that's a terminator. Will lasers hit? Not a terminator, because you're not actually affecting the arena. You're only gathering information about it. So every terminator you can imagine has an implicit return before it. So your code really looks like this. And I know that's not explicit, and that's why I've gotten some flack about this right now. So basically, your if else here is never going to get beyond this. Like, this code might as well just not exist. So what you want to have is your move probably at the end of the code. By the way, there's another thing you might want to change to this API too. So it looks like what you're testing is, if my lasers can hit, I know there's an enemy, so I'm going to cloak. But there are two things wrong with this. One is that if your lasers can hit, then you run into this problem, which is that you would have shot your lasers because you're returning up here. And then the second thing is, this is not the best way to detect if there's an enemy. You could do something like if exists, find closest enemy bot. And then you can do things like if can cloak, cloak, if can shield, then shield. Yeah, so you could do something like this. And so I'd probably get rid of this stuff too. So this is what I'd change your code to. And by the way, I know I'm not reading chat as much as I should be right now. Very unusual for me. I wanted to finish coding the thing that I was coding. I will upload this, and we'll say JavaScript here, paste expiration 1 week, unlisted, create. There. So I'll paste this into chat, although perhaps for all I know, someone's already talked about this. So let's see the rest of this. The right password. Yeah, you've been able to get a super token from Play.bot.online. Yeah. So it's like trivially easy to get one for right now because the passwords are all set to password. I just now saw the wiki's homepage had the paths in the link table and not names. Fixed it. Thank you, Walter. Shooting and moving are terminators. There's an implicit return in those situations. Yep. Okay, good. And hey, Void Dreamer. Okay, cool. So caught up, and now we need to figure out why this thing just crashed everything. So it said bad request. That likely means that this is what's broken. Like password doesn't have anything set. That doesn't make any sense though. Let's just do this. Console.log super token password, this dot super token password. All right, let's try that out. Okay, did it print? Yes, it printed. It printed nope. And it's unhandled rejection, uncaught exception, bad request. Okay, what's the central server saying here? Successfully generated a super token. That was a while ago, right? It's not actually doing that now, is it? Let's just restart this. Okay, so it's listening. Now we ran that, and yeah, this apparently did not even get a request. So then, what's failing here? Okay, well, let's try this out in Postman and see what's happening. So we say get super token, and we passed in a password of the word nope. We hit send. It just said password invalid. So that's, what's the, oh, 400. Oh, bad request is the name of an HTTP response code. Oh my God. Oh, I should really learn these things. All right, fine. So that means that when we call into this, we need a catch. So does this ever happen in reality? Like set user pre-beta details. There's a catch here. So basically everywhere that we have a fetch super token, we need a catch. This is an implicit catch in that it is here. It's actually not implicit. So we just can't call this directly if our password's bad, or I just need to put a catch around it. So the part of the problem here is this came from here. It came from this post or possibly this send. Maybe it was this send really. But anyway, it came from one of these lines of code. And I don't have that stack trace here. So I wonder if I can get that unhandled exception. That's coming from here, unhandled promise rejection, throw new error, reason.message. Yeah, reason actually has its own stack trace though. No, I need to do this. I need to say, I need to have this code here. Now I think this will work. Bad Request is a great band name. Are you a fan of Dave Barry, Void Dreamer? Alright, does this print out now? Error, bad request, oh my God. Fine, reason.stack. There. You happy, code? Are you happy? Now the other thing I want to do here, this is something that I never really totally cared about, but I want to change these to double ampersands because I find myself copy pasting these a lot, and then in Linux it does something totally different. So run without PM2. Alright, what do we have now? Is this working? Do we have this finally printing out? Request.callback. This is coming from index. Oh, this isn't really any more readable, is it? Oh, because this is promise code. You know what I could do? Here's what I could do. This is probably a smarter way of doing this. What if we did this? Dot catch error logger dot error fetching super token error throw error. Okay. Yeah. This will work much better, I think. In fact, maybe this is how I should construct all of my APIs. Alright, so now we should have this printing out up here. Error fetching super token, error bad request. Yeah, and that should probably have the stack trace, huh? Error.stack. Okay, almost there. Alright, what do we have now? Error fetching super token, error bad request. This actually still doesn't have a better stack, which I'm kind of surprised about. I wonder if this is better. What if we just said new error.stack? Like, I think I've gotten into the realm of stupidity, but I still want to try it. So now it says error fetching, and now it comes from the exact line of code, line 95. which is the transpiled code, which is something that looks totally different, and I can't even click it. Try catcher. Yeah, I don't know if this helps at all. Yeah, let's just get rid of it. So then the other thing I gotta do is in game server main, get rid of the stack trace here, because that's this stack. I don't think that's helpful, but I think the only thing that's really helpful here is bad request. Yeah, so get rid of this. Okay, so also note that reason does not really contain any valuable information other than the message. The stack looks something like this. I should probably just copy paste this into there. Looks something like this. There. And I probably need to get rid of this stuff here. Let me just, whatever, that's fine. Hey, Sweek. Is it Sweek or is it Sweat 3000? What do you prefer? Okay. So what did I learn here? Somebody tell me what I learned. This error message is really all I can rely on here. Maybe I could say something more descriptive here, but I don't think it's worthwhile. Having bad request is probably fine. And then throwing the error again. Yeah, how about this? That's even better. So catch this error before throwing it so that we can get occurred. Yeah. And that way something else can install their own catch on top of it. So really all we're doing here, we're just doing this for logging. I think I solved whatever problem I was setting out to solve. I don't even know. Well, let's just look through the code. Okay, so some of this stuff is changing single ampersand to double ampersand. That should not get checked in right now. This is some parameter checking, setting super token password. So it's the super token password stuff that I cared about the most. This I'm going to check in on its own. Just the server, the central server now checks some parameters to make sure that they're the correct type that originate as environment variables. That way if the environment variable didn't exist, I catch the if I change when environment variables are loaded in, I can catch errors that result from them being undefined in the server. Yeah. Whoa. Pronounce what? Svetric? Svetric? Tra. Oh, because that's probably 3. Is tra, I'm assuming. It's probably pronounced differently from whatever I'm butchering. But I will write that down. We're gonna try to get this correct. It means sweatshirt. Okay. I will call you Svetric. So I'll use my American accent on it, but I'll try to get as close as I can. All right. Did I just check in? I don't remember pressing OK. Oh yeah. No, I didn't check in this code. I checked in. Okay, got it. I'm going crazy. So a couple of these things were, yeah, I'm gonna check in just these things. So let's get rid of this, save, refresh, close out of those things. So started using double ampersands instead of single ones for Windows shell scripts so that I don't accidentally copy / paste the single ampersand onto a Linux machine where it means something different from on Windows. Okay, so that part's done. Now we need to go into server run and put the thing that I just took out of there back in, and then check that in too. All right. So the game server now keeps track of the super token password in an environment from an environment variable, which means, yeah, I changed how environment variables were taken in, and I caught an error here. So this thing needs to be done away with. All right, so fetch super token now has its own catch on it so that if it fails, I can tell why I'm getting a bad request HTTP 400 error. Right, did I just do that right? HTTP 400. Let's put this over here. List of HTTP status code. Bad request. Yeah, that's fine. No super. I'm not doing this. Wouter tried playing this game earlier, giving me Dutch words to pronounce. This is not what this stream is about. It's about Adam speaking English and possibly JavaScript. And Decatech, you're right that it's Portuguese. That's what I know about super so far. But it's Gadaeus? Czech language. Ah, Czech. We'll write that down too. Czech. Okay, so I think this stuff is fine now. Check that in. All right, and I'm gonna push as well. You won't get me, Wouter. It's just not even gonna respond to your message. I'll simply comment on it. Oops, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to hit close the ones to the right. Actually, that worked out fine. Okay, next up, need to stop printing tokens to the command line. So, got a token. That's what I gotta switch. I'm gonna go grab water as this thing's switching, because I'm thirsty. All right, so all this got a token nonsense, this needs to be done away with. All right, then this too, this is actually in the test, that's fine. So is that done? Have trouble pronouncing Wouter, the rest is fine, even though I understand half of it. Convert minutes to money? Simiko. Oh God. What is that word? Is that Polish? Or the name, I mean, that you just linked? Yeah. Okay. It is Polish. Okay, so I think this part's done. Let's try it out from end to end. So here's what I have to do. I need to run this the way I would normally run this, which is via the batch script that I wrote. And then same thing for here. I need to just say run. Next, what do I do here? What happens if I connect to this? Oh, also I'm still on the server, aren't I? Yeah, let's go to the local host version of this. Close out of these things. So, is this gonna work? Do I have, oh, web page unavailable. Oh, I'm not running the client. Oh, thank goodness. All right, I thought that was gonna be something a little bit more involved than just running the client. Okay, great. So here we go. Now it should work totally fine. All right, here, getting the pages. That means that this is gonna start rendering them. Good. All right, perfect. So now if we connect as Adam with a fake password, that works. That's fine. That's exactly what we expect. And this should not have contacted the REST server. It didn't. Okay, that's the part that's going to have to change. Maybe today. It's going to have to contact the REST server. Yeah, so that then hard code a bot bay for someone and then have the game server make use of it. Make sure it contacts the REST server when a user is connecting. That part's going to be hard. Making this flow async means I need to be careful about how. Well, means I need to be careful. I'll look into that some more later. Svetrix says, if you remember, I came there yesterday at the end of the stream. I told you some things about me and asked for some advice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, cool. I made some things in C and C Sharp, but I did things like calculators, so nothing big. So, okay, you know some things about coding. I would say, so my other question to you was, where do your interests lie? So what do you want to work on, or what do you want to know eventually? For example, are you interested in games? Are you interested in graphics, networking, AI? There's so many different areas of computers. And hey, Sebowitz. So yeah, and then based on that, I could give you a little bit more direction, but you have to understand too that what I'm giving you would be just my opinion of what I think is best. I have not done any research or seen, is this the best way to go about doing something? I think it's very subjective. Okay, so this, make sure the database has real passwords in it. So am I using password anywhere else in the code base? I think it appears in 3 spots. A column name, a comment, and a test. So those are the 3. Let's see if that's right. Column name, comment, test. Yes, good. So then that's fine. But then everywhere that I attempt to use a password, there should be some code to make sure that it's not password. I guess check the environment that I have. Sage Velocity says, want to see the web page I was creating yesterday that looks like now? Yeah, sure. Although I will probably look at it after the stream. Okay, so this is something I can't do unless I check the environment to make sure it's a production environment. This part's done. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. So central server main. Here's what I should do. Any passwords that are taken in, I should make sure that they're not password. So how do we check the environment in Node? If I just load up Node and I say process.m.environment, undefined. But then app.js usually has this, right? If just get env, app.getEnv is development. What does app.get do? env.m? Where's this thing set? Node env development. Node env. So they just use some arbitrary variable? Like, is there any convention here? Because this is undefined for all this stuff. Let me go check my other project that I'd had. I think in prototype.jade I did something like this. Render prod. Yeah, where does that come from? Let me see. Super says, thanks Adam for showing the powers of Node.js. I've been coding a small game and it's looking pretty cool. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'm glad. Oh, it's just a screenshot. Oh, sure, I can take a look at the screenshot then. And since you linked this to the whole stream, I will, I guess, show this on stream. So this is CH Velocity's website as of yesterday. Did I load the right link for that? Oh, no, that was the today link. And then here's the yesterday link. So it used to look like this yesterday. And then after, I think 3 or 4 hours of work, it now looks like that's pretty good. Undefined because you haven't set it. Usually you check the nodem and if it's set at default. Okay. And here, what did I do? In production environment, where did I set this stuff? Process.m.in production environment. Okay, well, yeah, so if it's not set, I would set it to something. I wonder what I should choose as a default for that. And where I should even take this in. And the other thing is, okay, so if I don't specify environment variables, what should I assume? Probably that I made a mistake and that I'm really running in production. Which means I should make these checks. I don't know. No, maybe I should, no, I should assume that I'm running in development because that's what NPM does. If you install and you don't specify anything, it assumes you're running in development mode. Yeah. So I'll assume production by default. So environment equals process.m.nodem. I guess what I'm wondering is, what do people use as the convention for their node environment? It looked like I didn't even use anything in my other project, which is strange. App.getEnv. I don't know, whatever. Fallback should be development. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. All right, so this. So we'll say or development. So then if environment is not equal to development, which should really be a constant somewhere, and I don't think I have access to any constants here yet. All right, that sucks. Let me go take a look. Shared. Yeah, I have no constants there. I mean, it's just the word development, but I do want to make sure that it's stored somewhere. I think for now this is fine. Because of, yeah. So if it's not equal to development, then this dot ensure passwords are secure. Yeah. So here's what we do. Ensure passwords are secure. We need to do this actually at the end of all of this. So these 3 passwords, we need to make sure that these are not the word password. So assert.not equal. Actually, we can do all these at once. So this dot to lowercase comma password. Password not secure in production environment. And I'll just say password not secure. Yeah. When running in a development environment, I specify the word password for everything. I need to make sure these passwords didn't accidentally creep into a production environment. That this function will throw an error if any configuration settings are off. All right, so not just password, but also the word bots, because that's what I've tended to use for that. Assert to chickens too. All right, how about this? Let's just do const passwords to check equals an array of these things. All right. and const bad, well, I'll say vars to check, and then const bad passwords equals password bots chickens. All right, so then we'll just loop over all these things. And bad passwords. Wait, whoops. Wait, delete all that. Yeah, all right, bad passwords. There. Okay, so let var equal var to check equals vars to check I, and then const bad password equals bad password j. I know this is an O of n squared algorithm, and I just totally don't care because it's not going to be bad for right now. So if assert dot not equal var to check dot to lowercase and bad password not secure. I'm not even going to link what it is because I don't want to print any of this stuff to the command line, but let's go take a look at whether this works. So this is part of the central server. So let's say I'd screwed this up and I close this out and I say where's run without PM2. So this is what we start. So I say set, oh actually, yeah, this is gonna be fine because I didn't set the environment to production. So yeah, that works totally fine. Now when I say set node env equals production, now it says password not secure. Yeah, great. All right. Convention I'm used to use set up a config and set up all your variables there for fallback environment vars and setup. Okay. Yeah, and this is something I've really got to make sure that I'm specifying. So I believe it was in these notes. They're not there anymore. They're here. Okay, so I believe it was in these notes right here where I said how to set up the REST server. So I think I also need to do this other stuff here. So set all environment variables, export node env equals production, and then this needs to be set up here too. Except for I don't do anything on the game server end of things right now. I need to do things. Which is why these things should share passwords. Hey, the Dutch on. Or this is why these things should share code. I wonder what I do for this. So I already have set up logging. I guess I could just put in another function here. What does this do? This exports a single function, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'll make a function here called ensure passwords valid. Yeah. So we'll take this function into here. Import logger. Put, yep, okay, yeah. This is what we need to do. All right, there. And then we just take in the strings to check here. And we change var into string everywhere. So got it. So strings to check, get that, check over all the bad passwords, assert. So we need assert here. All right, I think I'm done, right? Yeah, then I put a comment here. So, oh, I had a comment here. Aha. But now there's a param here. So at param array string strings to check. All right, good. So now I can import this if I need, and I do need. So I'll delete all of that. And we will import the where is this? Shared. It's game and central server. Yeah, game and central server. Ensure password's valid. I just want this part. Yeah. All right, there we go. Now the only weird thing is that this is called ensure passwords are secure, and this is ensure passwords are valid. So I guess let's rename the file. Ensure passwords are secure. .js. All right, good. Now let's delete that other file. Good. All right, done. So now the game server can make use of this as well. So when we say ensure passwords are secure, we need to say the 3 passwords that we had, which I just deleted, so I guess I gotta retype them in, which were what, these 3. Yeah, so let's put these here. Yep, and commas at the end of those. All right, there we go. Probably tab this back a bit. Hey, Versace. Is there a way to lint CSS sheets? Actually, I've never done that. I don't know. All right. So I need to do the same thing over in... Actually, do I need to do this? Maybe I should just copy this stuff in there too. No, I think that's fine. Okay, so I'll do this in the game server as well. Game server main. So we have ensure mvars are set. At the bottom of this, let's put this here and take just the super token password, which seems a bit strange. Didn't I write in my notes that I needed to set all of this stuff too? This isn't needed, right? Yeah, the game server doesn't need this stuff. It just needs this. Because when I launch a game server, I say, yeah, we need to copy all this stuff in here. All right, so we need export pre-beta auth password, do not validate equals false. Pre-beta rest server host, good, good. Then finally export super token password equals whatever password. And then node-env, yep, all right, good. And then the only other thing we need to make sure of here is that we did this before everything else, yeah. All right, we did, perfect. All right, just reading through chat. Okay, I think I can check this in now. Actually, before I do that, let me test one more thing. So let's set the environment back to nothing and run this. This should load totally fine, good. Next, we'll go into the game server and we'll do kind of the opposite there. We'll say set node-env equals production, and then I'll launch this. Whoops, I accidentally right-clicked that twice. What just happened? Undefined is not a function. Oh, I never incorporated that from, oh man. All right, this needs to be done in the game server's main as well. So let's put this here. Dot, 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 dot. Yep, that's correct. All right, and then try running that. What do we have? It should say password is not secure. Undefined is not a function. That's not good. Main on line 137. Well, where is this coming from? Ensure, oh, it's at this. Okay, yeah, that was stupid. This dot ensure passwords. Did I do this on the central server too? Ensure passwords are secure. I did do this here. So how was I testing anything then? Oh, because the environment wasn't set correctly. So now it should say password not secure. Just gotta wait. Password not secure. Perfect. Okay, that worked. So now when we set this back to production and run it, it should also say password not secure. Yeah, good. All right, that works. Hey, Skynet. Okay, so commit this stuff. These are pretty good changes. So now in when node env is not set, it will be set to, oh actually, no, yeah. So when node env is set to, well, is not set to development, then I now verify that passwords are not set to either password, bots, or chickens in both the central and game server codes, servers, I should say. This way, I don't accidentally start a server that is wide open for everyone to use, which is currently the case. So if you did try using my server, you'd have full access to pretty much everything because all the passwords are just a password. And I'm pretty sure someone in chat, I think it was Super, already said that they made their own Super token, which I totally expected that would happen. This is removing logging. That's something different. Okay, yeah, that part's done. Removed how, so tokens are no longer logged to the console. All right. So there we go. Get rid of these things, get rid of that. So make sure the database has real passwords in it. I'm using password everywhere. That's a no-no. Actually, so that part's done. The other thing that needs to be done is make sure a user's password is actually checked when creating a token for them. Right now, we check against the username. In fact, here's where REST client, connection manager, server.js, and then to do review, open files, project files. No, that was not good. All right, well, anyway, I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Just gotta wait for this thing to load up. All right, there. Yeah, be right back. All right, back. Gonna raise my desk. You know, I always wondered how hard would it be to convert a piano keyboard into a typing keyboard. Like if you set out to make that as good an interface as you could, like the best you could possibly make it, how close could you get to a good interface? Like, I don't think you can actually get to the point where it's good. No, maybe you could. Take a lot of practice. Can you imagine? Install a foot pedal and it just appears on your computer. All right, let's take a look at Connection Manager. So there were these. Pull from a different, what is this? Pull from a different shared constants file. Oh yeah, that's a minor thing. So perhaps flag this. Nope, don't need that yet. Change type of message to a server specific. Nope, don't care. Yeah, that's important. We're going to get to that eventually. Fetch world state, that's important too. So that stuff doesn't matter anymore. Okay, good. So then what else do we have here? Do we have the central server here at all? No. So I wanted to check 3 files. REST client. Can I search this file? REST client. Nope. And connection manager. Yeah, I already checked all of those. And then server.js. Yeah, no, all that stuff's fine. Okay, cool. So then I think that was done. All right, next up, in the server, when we get a user, we check their password is their username, because I didn't have passwords at the time I wrote that. Now we have passwords. So let's check it against that. So let's go look at routes. Where do I even do this? Tokens, I guess? Token. So there's verify token. There's create token. Yeah, here. This is not a real password for right now. Now it is a real password. Done. And now we need to check it against the correct thing. So here's where we check it. If user.password is not equal to password, password is not correct. All right, there. Now where else do we do this? In fact, we should be checking for name not equal to password in more places than that. So name.star_password. Does this ever show up? Once. And what about the opposite of that? Password.star_name. Never. Okay, well, I'm satisfied. Let's try this out now. Using a MIDI keyboard, you could just use a driver. No, that's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is, let's say, okay, so what I'm talking about is one level further than that. So here's what you could do. Let's take this for example. So the reason I chose this is because there are at least 26 keys. So let's say you decided I'm going to type with this as my keyboard. What you could do is you could map A to this, B to this, C to this, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, whatever. Go on through the alphabet, maybe put space and period on there somewhere, but that'd be a terrible interface, right? Because it's very linear. What I'm saying is, how would you make it the best so that, assuming you spent a month learning this, how could you essentially code on a musical keyboard? How could you make that interface as good as it could be? And so what you might come up with at some point is, okay, well, I don't want to move my hands very far, so yeah, maybe I end up using a pedal and it shifts all the keys from, like, you know, A, B, C, D, E up to Q, W, E, R, T or something like that. Or maybe pressing 2 keys at once does something different. Like, how would you do that? So I recognize that you can get something like MIDI to key, and you can, or Joy to key or whatever it's called, some MIDI version of that, and have this type out characters for you, but how would you make that interface nice? Corded keyboard. Actually, that's true. I guess the stenographer's keyboards are corded keyboard are even smaller than that, so it'd probably not be so bad. This did not return results I expected to see. I guess this is something I kind of expected. Interesting. It could work. No, I totally think it would be overcomplicated and inefficient. I was just wondering how you'd come up with something like that. Yeah, link syllables to chords. Yeah, I think that's how I'd end up doing things. I don't think it's a good way of typing. So I was never trying to assert that. I was just wondering how you'd do it. There was actually something a long time ago. it was a keyboard controller, but I don't think this is going to come up with what I wanted to come up with because I don't know what else to search for. It wasn't like this. It was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, well, whatever. I actually own this, by the way. I have used this. I have won many Super Smash Bros. Matches using this against my friends. The one beside that would invoke a machine learning program. Wait, Sir Crash, what is? Huh. Sustain pedal for caps. Type multiple characters, multiple key combos. Yeah. Alright. So I want to test this. We're going to launch the central server, but we're going to put this into development mode. And actually, this is something I should put into my scripts. I just realized. I should say set node env equals development. Yeah, let's put this everywhere. In fact, this script shouldn't even exist. Yeah, this is what shouldn't exist. I'm going to write another note to do that. So get rid of run.cmd and run without pm2.cmd and just put an argument into run.cmd. That is a much better way of doing things. So I have all of these things set, so that's good. Let's check that in first. Actually, it's all except for this one. So my CMD files now specify node env equal development. You gotta destroy people at Smash tournaments using that thing. I think I had a dream I was playing Smash last night. Except for every time, oh man, this is a weird dream to share. Every time I'm playing Smash in a dream, it's characters that don't exist in the real Smash. And like have weird movesets, and before using them, you don't even know, are they like trash tier or are they god tier? No clue. And that's more frustrating than actually playing the match. The stages are super weird. Maybe I should make Dream Smash sometime. So make the user's password get checked. I believe this is being done now. So let's try this out. So if I try creating a token for user Adam, what is user 1 on my machine? Title MySQL, MySQL-u root-p. Use botland, select star from users. There is no user. Okay. I don't know how that's possible though. Right? That's weird. I never created a user. Oh, I must have deleted the database yesterday at some point. Okay, fine. Let's get a super token then. And let's create a user. Create user. Okay, user ID 1. And what is the name is Adam, password is password. So now if I try creating a token for this user, this should fail now. Password is not correct. So the password has to be password. Send. And now we have a token. And now we can use this token to get the user. Yep. And if we tried getting user 2, we'd see not authorized. Perfect. All right. If you uninstall Sublime and tell the Vim devs what version of Node you have, Vim actually comes pre-installed with Smash. What? Oh, you mean like Cloud? Alright, so this part's done. We can check this in. A user's password is actually checked instead of treating their name as the password, which is what I was doing before passwords were a thing. Okay. I should explicitly check for the word password. That's done. Make sure there's a real password for the Super Tokens API. Yep, done. So all this stuff is done. And it's as secure as I want to make it right now. It's still password based. It's still not the best. I'm going to eventually switch to SSL. TLS, sorry. I've triggered Sir Crashed by saying SSL. You can't say those 3 letters, guys. You can't. You just can't do it. get rid of run.cmd, and yeah, so this is the next thing. Run.cmd and run without pm2.cmd. Let's take a look at how these are basically the same thing. So let's do diff with tab run.cmd. No, what? Wait a second. If you right click this and say diff with tab, oh my god, I think I finally understand. I've been using this plugin for like 2 years. I don't think I ever understood what happened when I did that. I thought when you right click a tab and you say diff, you're choosing that tab that you want to diff with something else. But it doesn't matter where you click on this bar. Right clicking and choosing diff with tab is always going to treat it with your active tab. That would have saved time. Okay, so the only difference is that this one has an echo, which is meaningless, and that there's PM2 start versus node. So since that's the only difference, let's get rid of run without PM2 entirely and change it to this. So we'll say if %1 equals PM2, then yeah, let's do this down here actually. Go to run with PM2. Okay, so run without PM2 is just start the server node. Go to EOF. Okay, run with PM2 is starting the server without PM2, starting the server with PM2. And then this is what, PM2 start, I believe? Yeah. Okay. All right, so now let's try that out. So now I can start the central server by just typing run, and it should say running without PM2. Spawning PM2. Oh, I screwed up, didn't I? This is not how you compare if things are equal. Okay, well, let's do PM2 kill and try that again. This time, making use of proper command checking. Let's do where's ccd.cmd. Yes, so more. That. Okay. So yeah, if you have PM2, then just go to this. Great. That should work now. All right, going back to here, if I say just run, this should run without PM2. Oh god. What am I doing wrong here? How did this work in whatever I was just showing over there? I checked if... Yeah, what? Weird. Alright, well, I'll look that up online. Alright, yeah, shows how much I remember about this stuff. Batch check if argument equals. Let's just look for that. I have a whole OneNote of this stuff, but it's probably easier to just search it. If string1 equals string2 command. Wait, what? But that's what I'm doing, right? Run. Oh, I'm just using the wrong label here that whole time. This was working for every step of the way. I just typed the wrong thing after it. Okay, so now if I do run, it runs without PM2. No, I'm still stupid. All right. Well, shows how much I know. Or am I doing something else wrong here? Where is this? %1 equals PM2, go to run without PM2. No, I had that right. What am I talking about? Oh god, I'm just being a total moron right now. Alright, we're gonna fix this. Whoa, Xpixel. A try-hack subscriber apparently. Yeah, they sometimes take a long time to load, those emotes. So, we just check if this equals PM2. Why is this not working the way I expect then? Let me just print this out beforehand. Echo %1 is %1. and then go to run without PM2. So yeah, I already have this stuff written down. So yeah, this is what I'm not so sure about. Oh, am I? Oh, I'm modifying the wrong. I'm stupid. Oh, I really wish I hadn't done that. That would have made me look like a much more competent person. There we go. Starting without PM2. Now when we say run PM2, starting with PM2. Okay, great. Yeah, everything works. All right, so let's delete this file. So run without PM2 is now gone. Delete. Remove. Okay, and it has been condensed into this. So if we say diff current file, we added that stuff. Yep, sounds good. Yeah. All right, check it in. That's all I need to do. So instead of having two nearly identical run.cmd scripts for the central server, I have consolidated them into one. The other thing is that I never even used run.cmd as soon as I forked it into run without pm2.cmd. So I will likely never specify the pm2 argument to run.cmd now. I'm going to put a quick comment here saying arguments. Well, if you specify pm2 as the first argument to this script, then you'll start the central server using pm2. That doesn't work. Okay, great. So the reason I'm never going to do that is because these are .cmd scripts for a reason. They're meant to be just for testing. I don't plan on using Windows in my production environment. So what that means is I'll probably never be using PM2 on Windows because that's kind of my production environment kind of thing. So yeah, it was a good thing I got rid of that. So we can mark this as done. All right. So read the below and then fix it. To do, this can't be the case because where is this coming from, first of all? Oh, it's not coming from anywhere. I removed it from the code because I put it into my to-do list. Yeah, okay. So locked out of connecting just because a username was specified with the wrong password, which anyone can do. However, it eventually won't be the case that players connect directly to a game server. Need to come up with a way to stop people from trying to connect twice. Maybe we just allow it, and then if one actually goes through, we stop the others. If we do that, then when a player comes online, first need to check if they're in the connecting state. Okay, so this is the problem that I have right now where you connect to a game server, and the game server doesn't know if your password is correct without confirming it with the REST server. So what does it do in the meantime? And yeah, I don't want to fix this now because this is going to change eventually, and I don't see this as being like a 10-minute change. I see it as being a longer change. So I'm gonna just delete this entirely. We're gonna put this into the connection manager where I have something that checks to see if their password's correct. Where does this stuff come from? Yeah, this. Where is this called from? Here. All right, so client logged in. This is not called when the client wants to set their chat name. This is called when a client connects. Note that their username, their credentials may be wrong. So we don't know for sure whether we're going to create a permanent player object for them. Get. Okay, so the problem is that I create a player no matter what. This is where I store whether they're connecting or not. And that's the issue. So that's where I've got to write this to-do comment for right now. So allow connection. I set this to false in, I think, one location here. Yep. So let's put that there. No, wait, what? I can't mark them as connecting. That's the part that needs to change. So no, we need to, no. Cut all this out. Sorry, I typed this just a wee bit wrong. All right, let's go back to this, copy this. This needs to go, where is it? Where do we set that they're connecting? Yeah. This is where this needs to get changed. All right, so now we format these comments there. It's not a huge issue, but it is an issue. And it'll be changed eventually. So I think for now, I'm just gonna add this into the code and say that this is done for now. So added a large to-do comment about how connections take place. This code is going to change in the future anyway, so I didn't want, so that's why I added a to-do comment instead of just fixing it now. All right. So test what happens when fetching an account from the game server just takes 10 seconds. Takes a really long time. This is something, I don't want to do this either, because again, this is something that's going to be different. Let's see what it would take to do that though. So I need to set it up so that I make use of a REST server here. How do I do this? What's the easiest way? Okay, I thought of a way. Oh wait, what? Script not found. Oh, I screwed up my whole run without PM2 thing. PM2 start disk staging central server. Oh, this needs to be .js. Oh man, seriously. Script already launched. Yeah. I screwed that up. Okay, so PM2 kill. Gotta fix that bug. Made a tiny mistake in run.cmd so that when trying to start with PM2, it would try accessing www instead of www.js, so PM2 would not start the process correctly. Nick D. Bush says, how many commits have you made? You seem to make them all the time. I'm not sure. I don't actually check. Let's find out. $854. So yeah, it's worked out to an average of nearly 15 a day, I guess. Does that sound right? That means I should see many days with more than 15, because as of late it's been fewer than 15. Yeah, on October 30th I made 33. Yeah, it's a lot of commits. Killer Ninja says, what's going on, Adam? Glad to be back watching the stream. Hey, Killer Ninja. Things are going well. If you want to find out what's been going on exactly, if you go to bot.land, on YouTube I've got all the recap videos, and I've been trying to be as consistent as possible recording these. The last one, there's no demo for it really, but all these recap videos are up there, so I don't know how long it's been since you've watched, but yeah, you can always catch up on everything that's happened. And I try to make these as short as possible. Alright, so that part's fixed. This is the part I want to test right now. So let's just do run here. And then let me run the game server as well. The game server needs to validate, what's the node environment set to? What is the node environment set to? Yeah, let's set it to nothing and then run this. What are these commits? These are commits to the code base that I do. So let's say I make lasers do 500 damage instead of 400 damage. what I would do is I'd go into the file where I changed that. So I'd go here and I'd say, okay, lasers are doing this much damage. I'm going to change it to 500. For this to end up in my repository, I need to commit it to the repository. So every time I commit, I've typically changed a feature, fixed a bug, added some new code, something like that. So they're usually significant changes. Sometimes it'll be adding a comment, fixing a really small bug like what I just did. So yeah, I guess I should say that they should usually be stepping stones of working code in my mind. So I try to make them incremental in that sense. Went on vacation for Christmas week. We'll catch up soon. Oh, cool. Yeah, I took a little bit of vacation last week. And it was very nice. So test what happens when connecting. So first thing I need to do is see if connecting is going to be verified. I don't think it is. Ow, my shoulder just like got this stabbing pain. Feels like I got bitten by an insect or something. That's weird. Yeah, so I think I can connect as any random password. So we got to turn that off for a second. So let's take this. What we need to do is set do not validate pre-beta access equals false. So we do want to validate it. So now if I try connecting again, this will fail. But doesn't it slow down development when you make a new commit for every comment? Oh, so I happen to just add a comment and make a commit. But the reason for that is because I had a to-do item here that was only being tracked in this text file right now. So I wanted to make sure it was being tracked in the code base. Does it slow down development to do something like that? Yes, a little bit, but I need to make sure things are being tracked, that I can eventually follow up on these things, and that issues are getting handled. So the amount of time I spent just writing that commit message, I don't think was like too long, but I think the benefits outweigh the disadvantages here. So if I connect, this shouldn't work. Yeah, so the password is wrong. I believe the password is set to password. So let's see if we at least have the correct password here. Yes, good. So then here's what I need to test, is what happens when you try to get an account and it just takes a really long time. So how do we do this? Well, we have this, connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This is a function that I wrote here. So here's what we can do. This is gonna be, all right, let's see if I understand this well enough to be able to code this. I think I can. So first we need to say this, var promise equals new promise function resolve reject, and then I want to do this, set timeout. God, I really should write I should just put a tattoo on my arm. It says what the set timeout arguments are. Function console.log hi 1000. Yeah, okay. So the number comes second. Yeah, great. So set timeout resolve for 10 seconds. Then here we do promise.then return this. Yeah, okay. Great. So that part's done. Here's what we should really change this to. No, we shouldn't. We should just say console.log waiting 10 seconds before resolving the promise. All right, so now if we try this out, I'm going to try exactly the same flow I just did, but this time it's going to take 10 seconds before it finally connects me to the server. Now, I don't know what's going to happen here. Well, let's just try it. I hit connect. Now it says waiting 10 seconds. I actually have a timer right here on the screen. That's pretty nice. So I think at like the 12:47 mark this should go through. Hey, it worked. Okay, well, that's good. So now what I need to do is try connecting in the meantime. And by the way, the reason the timer went back up is because in single player, I was counting down from 13 minutes at time X. And on the game server, I was counting down from 13 minutes at some later time Y. So that's why the timer went back up. Yeah, so next is to try connecting while that's happening. So here we go. We load up 2 tabs. All right, so I tried connecting over here. This this should trigger the 10-second wait. Now when I try connecting over here, it should just immediately fail. So let's see what happens. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, what's happening? Allow connection. So if the player's already connecting, we disallow the connection. So then, yeah, what happened here? And this user got nothing. There's no indication that, yeah, I can't deploy, I can't do anything. Test. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. So it should have said player is already defined. Oh wait, it says this right here. Player is still connecting from a previous session, disallowing this new connection. Wait, what? But then allow equals false. Yeah, what? And I emit something here too. And then I disconnect the socket. Oh, no. No. I think that's what's wrong. Disconnecting the socket sets them as offline, which is... Oh, that's not good. Yeah, look at this stupid comment. This socket's not associated with the player yet. Well, that's a lie because of this change that I made here. Okay, so here's what we can do. So we need to only set the socket here. Even though we haven't authenticated the player yet, we need to make sure that their socket is set so that their connection state can be saved. Sorry, I was seeing my chat was scrolling by so fast because everyone's checking the amount of time they've been in the channel for. So even though we haven't authenticated, so this part, this is the first thing I need to do to fix this. The second thing I need to do is see, does this get handled on the client? It should be. Yeah, it's right here. Disconnected because already connecting. Logger.error. We can't output to chat here since chat only starts after you've been... Oh, what? I should put an alert here then for right now. Yeah, window.alert. Alright, let's do this. Const error message equals this. So I should have seen that print over here then. If I had F12, I should see an error message in the console. And then I guess that means everything worked. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this again. Why did it say... Why did it try to resolve two promises though? Maybe I fixed this. Let's find out. The last order UK says, what game are you designing? Yeah, and then the video is linked in. So the game is a strategy game focusing on automation. And I'm like finally, after about a month, looping back around to the game development of this. I've been working on the back end of this for so long. Okay, so here's what I've got to do. I need to connect to the server. So I need to do the same thing I just tried. So I got to connect to the server from one of these and then connect from another one. This one should immediately fail. So we're going to connect on the right. It's going to wait 10 seconds. I connect over here. It says you're already connecting. Try again in a bit. It should not have kicked off a promise for them. And then after 10 seconds, this one should work. So I should see stuff appear. Perfect. That worked fine. So everything's good. So now if I try connecting from over here, it'll boot this player offline because this is what I'm testing right now. This is if, let's say I was logged in on my browser and I went over to my iPad and I said, okay, I want to play over here. Now it should boot this player. Oh, it takes 10 seconds because of that stupid hard-coded delay. Well, anyway, this player is, hey, I'm chatting, and then they're going to get kicked offline. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good. Player is already online, disconnecting their first session. That didn't happen though. This dot player connected twice. Tell them why we're disconnecting them and then disconnect them. Oh, I see what happened. The problem is that this is the same player object. Oh man. They had a socket associated. So, okay, something we know for sure. The game server hit this code, definitely. Player's already online, disconnecting their first session. So first, let's write this down as a bug. Bug when a player is already online and they try connecting again, their first session isn't closed. Okay, and by the way, for the people who have been following, you'll get a whisper from BotLad with a link. That link is to control my lights. So I know it looks like spam, but it's not. So when a player is already online and they try connecting, their first session isn't closed. So we can see that this is getting hit. They're already online, disconnecting their first session, which is this code. And then we call player connected twice, which should emit to them this thing. Now, I did not see something like that print out, did I? No. All right, so is something even happening here? We are subscribing here, socket.on, publish a topic, so it's here, disconnected because new session started. I'm guessing this is doing something. Store.dispatch, add chat message, you connected from another device. Maybe this is never even getting received. Oh, man, that would be frustrating. So, it's not being received if it never added a chat message. What does that mean? That means that this is sending it to the wrong person? Their socket wasn't set? Where not set socket. Huh. What is this? Oh, I've probably seen this. I'll check it after the stream. Don't you associate a new socket to the player as soon as it connects? So I associated a socket to the player as soon as they're allowed to connect. Up until that point, they won't. Yeah, this is an issue. I can't use the same thing here, right? No, maybe I can. I don't know. All right. Let me see. We emit this. This could actually be undefined. Because maybe I typed something wrong. No, but I searched for it. It could still be undefined. Let's just say emitting this. Okay, and let's take out that 10-second wait. Let's change it into just the 1-second wait. Or no wait whatsoever. We'll just call resolve immediately. Now let's just do this. Yeah, let's just turn it into a 1-second wait. Okay, so what did I even do? I'm just checking to see if the constant is defined correctly. This is like the least likely case, but I don't know. It'll at least give us some information. Oh, Wheatley. Someday it'll all make sense. Alright, so this is connected. Now this one connects, and it should say, yeah, emitting 11. So 11 is whatever I've defined that message to be. Oh, this time it said you just connected from another device. I didn't change any code, though. So now if I try chatting, yeah. Weird. Does it have to do with a 10-second thing, then? Oh, maybe this is a real bug, and the only way to find this is to do it this way. Let's try this again. Yeah, I have a feeling this has to do with a very strange set of states here. So I connect over here and I'm connected. Now I connect over here. It says I connected from another device. Okay, so what happens if I try interrupting the connection process? Connect really fast. Okay, good. So now I'm connected over here, test. Let me deploy a bot so that I can actually see what's going on. We'll just say move randomly. Deploy. Alright, so... Oh, what? I can't deploy bots. Cannot read property broadcast of null. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, this isn't good. Oh man. Okay, well, I wasn't hoping to tackle bugs like this right now, but let's see what's going on. So I'm going to try to follow this through. So what's the timeline that we've seen happen? So player one, well, Adam tries connecting from tab 1. So this is like time 0. Now time 1, Adam tries connecting from tab 2. Time 10, Adam from tab 1 connects finally. Server sees that Adam is already connecting and shuts down tab 2. So Adam from tab 1 connects finally. So that's the flow of things. Let's see what's going on now. So the problem is that it's the same player every single time. If not, utilize this player. Someone tried connecting with an invalid name. How does get or create player even work? How does this work? Oh, it just checks to see the ones I have stored. Okay, fine. So then I set something on the socket that said, oh, here. Oh, this is the problem. Oh. Okay, all right. So here's the issue. If you disconnect this just needs to go here. In fact, set socket should really be the thing that does this, because I never want these two things to be separate. When the socket disconnects, you can say that the player disconnects. Player disconnected. Oh man. Math.4, math.random times 2. Can that ever return the number 2? Can math.random ever return 1? Okay. This might be enough to fix this. Yeah, let's try this out. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh both these pages. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Just got to wait for all this stuff to load up. Good. All right, I hit connect. I connect over here. This one fails immediately. This one connects, and now we should be able to deploy a bot. So let's do this. Move randomly, deploy. Yeah, good. They're all my bots. And you probably can't see them because I think they're being blocked by my camera right now, which is also going very slowly. All right, so there are my bots. Now, if I connect over here, I'll see these all freeze. Let's try that out. Connect. These all froze. This finally connected. The bots are all here. Okay. That part's fine. So I think this is working. Yeah, because I can't chat here. And I can chat here. Okay. Yeah, I think this is finally good. And if I connect as a totally different player, it's probably going to say that the other player doesn't even exist. Which is, yeah, it doesn't. Alright, well, whatever. Thalidus says, what kind of game is this? It is a strategy game around automation. So for the people who are new to the stream and don't feel like going to watch that YouTube video, I'll show this off a little bit. So I'll play this single player mode for right now. And the people who have heard this a million times, at least you're hearing it about once per day now instead of like 10 times per day. So the way the botland works is you make bots over here. Here we go. So I'm going to make a zapper bot, and I'm going to give it teleport. And let's also give it, I guess, regen for a little bit. So this is not going to be a very good bot, but we'll try it out anyway. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if we can zap, then we want to zap. Then we're going to try to pursue an enemy. And if that doesn't work, we're going to move to the left because that's where the enemies are. So I'm going to deploy this. This is going to be called Zap V1. So let's deploy one of those. So there it is. He enabled Zapper, and then it's moving left. And when it sees an enemy, it's going to pursue it. This one's cloaked. So there we go. It pursues it, and then it zaps it to death. So that was the script I just wrote for this one. And you can see it's actually doing like decently well. That bot has melee, and it doesn't animate yet, but it has melee. So that's version 1. Now I'm going to make version 2 by actually jumping into JavaScript for a second here. So let's do this. I'll say if the enemy exists, if get distance to closest enemy is greater than 2 and can teleport, I gotta change the casing on that, and can teleport to the closest enemy, then teleport closest enemy. All right, so now this is going to be Zap V2. Let's deploy one of these. So now the difference between these two bots is that they both had teleport, but Zap 2 is actually making use of it. So it teleported up to here. Unfortunately, Zapper wore off as soon as it did that. And now teleport is on cooldown. So eventually, this thing is going to teleport back down to there. All right, what is the cooldown, like super long on this thing? Where'd Zap V2 go? Here it is. So that's how Botland works. It's a game to see, for right now, how many points can you get by the end of the match. And you get points by just getting kills. And so you need to react to what your enemies are doing. You need to change your strategies. It's a team-based game. So if you play online right now, you can already kind of try this out. Better not leave the keyboard, man. Yeah, it's like a coding strategy game. I'd say it's more like an automation strategy game because you don't need to code. And this, I mean, you saw I threw this together in like 3 or 4 seconds. This was not that long. But also, if I didn't even want to do this, there are pre-made scripts for you that already have some decent strategy set up. And later, these will be made better. But yeah, this is how this works for right now. So the game's been in development for about 3.5 months. It'll be another 14 or so months until it's released, and it's already playable right now. In fact, if you want to play it, just type this in chat, and you'll automatically get access. So just whisper Botland bot game. Grimonja says, in future, would it be possible to have interbot communication? It's already possible. So your bots have an update function which runs all of their logic every turn, but there's also an init function, and this runs once as soon as they've been deployed. And you have 5 special variables that are shared variables, shared A, B, C, D, and E. And these are accessible even through the UI. So are people online right now? Just Walshy is. Okay. Well, anyway, if you want, you can use these shared variables, and every one of your bots has the same value for all of these shared variables. So you can just make use of these if you want, interbot communication right now. What you can communicate is not completely there yet. You can share references to enemies or to allies or to positions, but how you get those is, like, the API is not totally done, that's all. Okay, so I think this bug is fixed, and thank goodness. It didn't take longer than it took. So we have fixed this. I'm going to say when the client can't connect because they're already connecting from another session, a window.alert is now popped up since they don't even have a chat box yet, since they haven't connected. So that's one standalone change. We're going to put just that there. Then I'm going to make another change for this other commit. Any ideas for C# API or JavaScript only? It'll be JavaScript only, at least for a very long time. The focus is less on coding and more on the automation part, which is why we have this interface here, and why we will probably also do something eventually. Oh, interesting. I'm disconnected from the server, so I can't actually pick a buff. And it's also why eventually you might be able to do something like this. You might be able to say, all right, I want a bot with lasers and melee, and oh god, this again, like I don't want to do this. And so maybe what we'll do is we'll just put a button here that says something like, just give me a script. Just come up with something. You know I have lasers and melee. You know probably what I want to do with that. So just come up with one for me. And it'll come up with a basic one for you. And will it be competitive? No, probably not. But will it at least do something so that you feel like, oh cool, I'm making an impact in the game. I'm having fun. Then yeah. So we want to focus on making this as accessible to people as possible. And if we say, oh, it's a coding game, that immediately raises the bar for a lot of people. Like, nope, I'm out. Like, I don't want to do that. And that would be a shame, because I think there's a lot to do here for people who don't know how to code. When I released the prototype for this game, it was a very private audience. And one of the people, I said, rate your coding on a scale of 1 to 10. And he said 0. And he was actually, this was the prototype, of course, but he was topping the leaderboards for number of kills because he used one of the pre-made scripts that were there, and it was just a good script. The game has changed pretty significantly in design since the prototype, although what you see here is not very different because I haven't implemented the design yet. So I don't know how possible that will be. We still want there to be a depth of strategy, and we've thought very heavily about this stuff, and it's an evolving design. So we still need to work on it more. Balance is not in the game yet. Yeah. I mean, that's why it's going to take another 14 months. A lot left to do. Do you plan on using more than just A, B, C, D, E? You have to use more than half of them just to broadcast an enemy in its position. I don't think so eventually. I think that's part of what we want to do, is constrain you to some extent. We might add more. And it's always something we'd be open to talking about. And hey, Jack HGTV, long time no see. And yeah, if you don't like JavaScript, okay, so there are a couple of things you can do. One is not use JavaScript. And so you could say, all right, let me just load up this pre-made script. And now, wait a second, missiles are firing first. I want missiles to fire second. So let's drag that to here and then put this all back. Okay, done. Or you might say, all right, well, I know how to code. I don't know JavaScript. I don't really want to figure out the API. So you can hit edit as JavaScript. It'll convert all this for you. And then there's one other thing I want to show you. This is for people who, well, let me just link the video. I already talked about it in the video. I don't know how far down I have to go to find this. Yeah, JavaScript coding. Here's something I've linked a lot before in chat. So one of the things I show off in this video is this is a prototype, by the way, so this is totally not complete. But if you want to code, take a look at how this works over here. By just hovering over these things in the video, it pastes it into chat automatically, and by clicking one of them, it tabs it in correctly for me. So you can form full JavaScript APIs without ever having to even touch your keyboard. You can just use the mouse completely. So if you watch that video, it'll go over how I make a script in this. I don't actually run the script because this was just the prototype that I was working on. So we're currently limited to scalars and arrays, maybe? No, that's not true. You can save references to bots, and you can share those if you want. And in fact, you could just use one shared variable if you want to do that. You could say something like shared A equals find closest enemy bot. And then now every bot has access to that. Of course, if this is your script, then every bot is also wiping it out every turn. So you would need something more there. OMG says, yeah, I'm not that much experience in coding with the Blockly environment's user-friendly enough to learn the game. Yeah, good. And also, hey, yeah. Okay, so I fixed this bug. And then this is something I want to leave in a debug fashion here. I know this sounds really stupid, but we'll call this the delay promise. So in a development environment, we can use this promise. Yeah. Let delay promise equals promise dot resolve. if, actually delayed promise equals this. So I'll just comment this out and I'll say this. If you want to add it, because I'm going to be testing this out later. So for now, what we have is, yes, there's the ever so minor impact of adding an extra promise to this. And that later I should really remove this. It's either got to be an if statement or it's got to be a function that just resolves immediately anyway. So yeah, if you want to add in a delay to the authentication process, then you can do so that a user is stuck in the connecting state for long enough to run tests. Then you can uncomment the code below. No, that's exactly what I wanted not to happen. There we go. In fact, this should probably be a utility function. Yeah, I should probably do that. References to bots are quite worthless because they could be out of view. For example, my bot broadcasts the position of a spotted enemy. That enemy may be out of view of my other bots, so my other bots will walk to that position until... Yeah, that's true, but Sir Crashed, I think you should also consider if a bot is out of view, that means it's more than 5 tiles away. So sure, your bots can run from the other side of the board to get there, but that means it takes at least 3-4 turns to get there if you have thrusters, if you have teleport. And in those 3 or 4 turns, the state of the game could change. So that's why things like this, I could totally see, hey, you only gave us 5 of these variables. Why not give us infinite? Why not give us 10, 15, something like that? And to that, I would just say, like, let's wait, see how the game plays out, because maybe it turns out that later the game changes so much over the course of 6 turns where it's just not helpful. Or maybe it turns out that it's just such a powerful mechanism that we do want to constrain it. So I'm not sure yet, but it's something that, like I said, it's a fluid game design. We're totally willing to reapproach those things. We just don't know enough about it yet. And I'd say by extension, I'd argue that no one can really know enough yet until we've coded enough of the game to figure out, yes, does this work or not? So yeah, I will take that into account. Oh, just you can move to that bot if it's out of range. Well, you can if you share the position. If you don't share the position, then you can't do that. Are the shared variables by default null? Don't code in JS, but I think this is right. Could I do, if it's not null, do action? Yeah, it's undefined by default. So what you would do is you'd have this code most likely. This is, you'd have something like this. If not exists shared A, then shared A equals 0. And then the typical example I give here is you could say something like this: my behavior equals shared A, %2. And so now in your code you can say if my behavior is 0, then do action type 1, and otherwise do action type 2. So now you have 2 bots that have exactly the same code, but they have 2 completely different behaviors as defined by your action types. And this is something that I don't expect people to really do in Blockly, but it is possible to do in Blockly. So this is something you'll probably use if you're a JavaScript coder, and it would give you maybe a minor advantage in the game. It all depends. It all depends on what other people are doing in the game too. Let's see. Sarcasm either as bad as I've used 3 out of 5 variables. In those 3 or 4 turns, those bots are still searching for enemies, but if they can currently see none, they'll walk toward. Yeah, and so yeah, Sir Crashed, we'll definitely take a look at this again in the future. It's not something I'm like definitely putting my foot down on for right now. For right now, all I'm saying is we'll come back to it later. XLS says, will there be flying bots? So you have to think of what flight means mechanically. So in RTSs, flight might mean that ground units can't hit them. It might mean that they can traverse terrain that ground units can't traverse. So in Botland, we don't have different terrain types. So flying wouldn't affect things in that way. And so maybe you say, I don't know, flying confers a movement bonus or something like that. There are things that confer that same movement bonus. For example, thrusters. Teleport lets you go through obstacles or enemies if you want. So in that sense, some of the mechanics of flight are in the game without being referred to as flight. So if that doesn't answer your question, let me know. All right, so yeah, this should be changed to a utility function. Actually, does Bluebird have this? I wonder if it would have a delayed promise. Oh, timer delay. Dot delay. Interesting. Didn't know you could do this. Huh, let's try this out. Let's go to botland node var promise equals require Bluebird. Can't find Bluebird. Okay, we need to go into the game server, I guess. Do we have Bluebird here? Yeah, good. Okay. So if we say promise.resolve.then function console.log hi dot delay 1000 dot then function console.log by. Oops. Oh, come on. Where did I scroll my parentheses? That right one. Oh, there. Yeah, so hi, bye. Okay, cool. That does work. Huh. And that's actually really easy to use. So I don't need any of this code. I should have just looked at the API for the promise. Oh, well. Yeah, so after 10 seconds now, this thing is going to say bye. So I want to go take a look at how they implemented this really fast. Just because I'm curious. I have a feeling that they did the same thing I did. They made a new promise and resolved after 10 seconds. But let's find out how they did it. Flying can't be meleeed. Yeah, I guess that's not done. Cloaking can't be meleeed. Well, yeah. No, actually cloaking... Actually, I'm not sure how that works. Do I have a test for that? Make sure there's a test for trying to melee a cloaked bot without bot via melee right or something like that. I don't know if that's even possible, to be honest. I'll take a quick look. Yeah, it takes a direction. I'll have to see. So Crash says a workaround would be encoding all sorts of state and data in strings, but then a parser couldn't return an object or array, so the parsing has to be inline. Yeah, Sir Crash, so still, like, I'm not sure because you haven't really addressed my response, but I hope it sounds okay to you that we'll just reapproach this later if it sounds like things aren't working out the way we want it to. And I've used this as an example before on stream. If, let's say, I don't know, 100 people play the game and 3 of them are clamoring for some new feature, it still doesn't mean I code the feature. Even if it's 3% of the player base, there is a lot to prioritize and a lot to think about here. You forget the key to answers about any game that's still in development, the word yet. Oh. Yeah. Well, yet implies that I'm going to do it. Yeah. Do we have a direct counter to melee already, i.e. reflect for lasers? The direct counter, no. Not yet, at least. You might have some kind of like thorns damage or something eventually. But right now, the soft counter to melee is any ranged ability. So if you have 3 bots standing around with missiles, a melee bot will probably not even be able to touch them. Like, they'll always die 100% of the time. Any way to change my team in the game? No, it's not possible right now, because that's not going to be something that's ever going to be possible. So it would just be for pre-beta that I code that, and I just haven't gotten around to doing something like that. I could put in like a scramble teams feature or something that you guys have access to just for now, but how long would it take to code that? And what's the payoff? Okay, so I can get rid of this code then, since the connection manager. So let's do this. If you want to add in a delay to the authentication process, then you can use Bluebird's delay function like this. Dot then promise dot delay 1000. Yeah, that's actually it. So we can get rid of this stuff entirely, and now we can change this code back to what it used to be, which is this. No, this. Oh, okay, so I want to save the comment, but I want all of this code to return to how it used to be. And now we put the comment back here. Good. All right, this we can get rid of. And the rest of this stuff is fine. So yeah, fixed bugs around Dodge Whale says you'd probably have to incorporate a voting system to scramble the teams. No, so if I were to do this just for the sake of the game right now, there wouldn't be a voting system or anything. It would be something where it's like, guys, just don't be jerks, because I can place enough trust in the users when they're on the stream, because I can also ban their accounts. So yeah, right now the problem is, yeah, so Programmer D is on the blue team, and I guess Programmer D doesn't have any bots, so Walsh has no one to play against, and I was joined on the red team, so if I do put bots down, it's not going to help anybody. So here's when a user would just run scramble and it would affect only a couple people. But I agree, if this were something that I actually put in the real game, yeah, you definitely want voting or something. Check if no players are on a team and then scramble. Check if no players are on a team. No, so that's not possible. The teams are scrambled every time the game ends. So only the players who are still online will get put onto different teams, and there will definitely, if there are at least 2 players in a game, there will be at least 2 teams in the game. So the problem becomes that there are no online players anymore. But even that doesn't really matter, because I could close, actually I did close Botland. If I go and reload it, check this out. My bots are still there. I'm not saying there's no solution to this problem. I'm saying I don't want to deal with the problem right now, since it won't be a problem once the game is released. So it would just be a stopgap. And actually, I think that's probably all I should say about this. Rob says, hey, I just joined. Could you tell me about the game you're working on? Yeah, so that video that XUnique linked is what you'd want to watch. Because I've been talking about this for actually a decent amount of time, and got to check in this code and eventually get lunch. So I'm going to move on with this. Let's see what is here now. So I fixed bugs around connecting using an account that is in the connecting or online state. I was managing sockets in such a way that the same player object that a player object socket was overwritten by the connecting player. Will there be a client download as an alternative to logging on through a browser? Probably. So I do expect there to be something like that at some point. There's a whole lot to do and a lot to consider. And so one of the things I wanted to avoid was making apps so that any in-app purchases, I don't lose the money from those. So I was thinking of having it just be the website at launch, but it's not super complex given a JavaScript or a web app to turn it into like an Android or iOS app. So I might spend however long it takes, a week or 2, to do something like that. And maybe just, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out. So fix bugs around connecting. Yeah, and I put the comment here about the .ben. So I've looked over this code a million times now. I think I'll check it in. We will close out of these things. This stuff is done. This I still want to save. I don't know why though. There's no point. I'll just close it. And so this is done too. So now we can close these things. So that's done. Bug. This bug is fixed. Make sure there's a test for trying to melee a cloaked bot. All right, yeah, let me take a look at this. So if I look at the melee test, so should find a target 1 tile away when melee is called with no arguments. I can search for this by just searching for this string. Should be able to manually melee in a direction to hit cloaked bots. Does this work though? Assert took damage, yes. Okay, good. Yeah, so I already do have a test for that. So yeah, the I guess sort of a hard counter to melee, although it's kind of a hard counter to almost everything, is cloaking. And like I said, the soft counters are ranged weapons. And then eventually we might make an even more direct counter to melee. But when we talk about this, and remember that we're talking about this stuff theoretically mostly because we don't have the data yet. When we talk about this, we say we're not sure melee needs a counter given that you just stay far away from a melee bot and you've countered them. So I'm not positive. It seems you've done a lot, but it seems you are on begging. It also seems you are on begging. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah. So Tramstars, you should perhaps clarify. So make sure the game server has the ability to wipe out all pre-beta accounts. So this is not something I finished coding. Wipe pre-beta accounts. This is in fact the only place that still uses the database wrapper. In fact, you could probably crash my server right now by trying to call this function. So this wipes all pre-beta accounts. So the socket that wanted us to do this is important so that we can acknowledge the deletion and then the authorization password. So here's what needs to change for this to work. We need to go into, let's close this, and this, and this. Yeah, okay, good. So let's go into the token interface also. All right. So in here, we're going to load up app.js. I believe I have something that wipes pre-beta accounts, socket.emit. Yeah. So this already works. And then there's a confirmation call too. Okay, so the only part of this that doesn't work then, wipe pre-beta accounts. The only part of this that doesn't work is this part. So I just need to call into the REST client and then I should be done. So received a command to invalidate all pre-beta accounts. So let's do this. Let's call into the REST client. Where do I have the rest of this code? Yeah, okay, let's take a look. Does the REST client have a way to invalidate all pre-beta accounts? Set user pre-beta details. The sets is valid about this. Well, the server has a route for this. It has patch users. And patch users says this is used for invalidating all user accounts. So I need to make the REST client connect to this. And then, yeah, okay, so make it so that the REST client can invalidate all accounts. Make the connection manager call into that new API. Make sure it's configurable so that the test can test them. I don't think this is really that important. What would this even mean? I'm going to delete that for now. Make sure database wrapper is gone. Yeah, that's the other thing. Oops. Okay. So we got to code this thing in the REST client. So I'm going to make something that says invalidate all pre-beta accounts. Okay. So this needs to do the same fetch super token stuff that we did before. I'm going to just make this a coroutine. All right. So the API we've got to hit is patch users, which is just users. So I can just say this here. There, done. So this is going to be the patch users API URL. Okay, good. Next, we get a token from, well, we get a super token, and then we try calling into patch users with our token. And our body needs to say is valid or not. Okay, get this, set this, and then I think we say send something else. Dot send is valid false. And that's it. Actually, we can just yield this. We don't really care about the response, do we? It either works or it doesn't work, and if it doesn't work, there's nothing else we can do about this. Let's see, we return a 500 error, or we return a 200. Yeah, so it's either an error or it's not. Okay, so here's where what we can do here. Just delete all this stuff, I think. And then say this. All right, and then we can say logger.info invalidated all We don't need to say that here. I guess we could. Yeah, sure, fine. Invalidated all pre-beta accounts. I'll hit 300 before New Year's. Yeah, you will. You have only 4 points you need, and New Year's is still 36 hours away. 24, 20. Oh, no. It's 2 days. 31st. Yeah. Okay, so 60 hours away. Oh, not for you, though. You're in a different time zone. Okay, so then if this works, now that we've written that, so we can cross that off the to-do list, now the connection manager needs to call into this. So we have wipe all pre-beta accounts. Let's do this. This dot rest client dot invalidate all pre-beta accounts dot then socket dot emit. And do we need a catch for this? No, we have a catch. Okay, that's fine. No, we can put a catch here too if we want. This catch won't be caught though, because we don't throw another error. Actually, this is something I don't think I've ever tried. I'm gonna try this out. What happens if we call a co-API that catches its own error? Do we also get the dot catch? What did I miss? The game is a first-person shooter? Oh, no, so Walshy has answered that actually. So yeah, here's the video for it, which I've got a link in Twitch chat. Aw, Gramonja, that's very nice of you. Giving Wouter points. Okay, I want to figure this out first, because I want to see if I can handle this error. So let's go into desktop, del, test ms, app.js. I believe I have the co stuff in here. So yeah, what happens if I do this? I take a function that I'd written here, and I put this into here. So get rid of this. I don't need really any of this stuff. All right, so this becomes a function test co. We return, yeah, what happens if we just throw an error here? Throw new error test. Okay, great. So if I just do this, this should throw that error. Test del test ms. Okay, so node app. Let's see what we got here. Unexpected token. All right, node harmony generators app. It didn't print anything. What? Co-function dot catch. Wait, how did that not return anything? Or how did it not? Oh, there's no logger. Wait, why did that not print another error though? Console.log. There we go. Okay, so what happens if we do this? Dot catch function error console.log in promise catch. Does that get hit? Oh, so that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. What's the program for making games? Battles, I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly. Are you talking about this program? This is Sublime Text 2, but it's just a text editor. You might have actually crashed the bot. Phantom bot is not very reliable. Is it working? No, wait, maybe it's just slow. Weird. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't work. This is actually something I should document. Document how this doesn't hit the promise catch. Okay. So what does this mean? This means that if I want to do something here, I would need to change this API. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, this is actually a reason against doing the co-wrapping here. Or maybe I just put a catch somewhere else. Actually, if you don't catch anything, then just nothing happens. So yeah, I guess I just don't put a catch there. Let's try that out. And then I don't know what kind of error this will be. So let's see if I call this again. In promise catch. Yeah. But if I hadn't put this here, if I just put testco, this program won't crash. That's the whole point of the coroutine library that this guy wrote. Yeah, alright, so I should document that too. If you want it to hit the catch from the caller side, then just remove the catch from the co side. Or instead throw an error from inside the catch. Yeah, what happens if I do that? Let's try that out. Throw error. Yeah, oh, perfect. Okay, yep. Which is potentially, so I'm just writing this over here, which is potentially bad because the lack of a catch won't cause an error. Or instead throw an error from inside the co-catch. There we go. Wait, also the moment BLB responded, ELO, oh. Can you dictate me some things for the Botland wiki policy? That way I have something to do. I don't think I'll be doing that right now. Did I write my own IRC parser for PhantomBot? No. So I wrote very little for PhantomBot. One of the things I did fix is that you used to be able to do something like this. Bang points /w sir crashed hi. And then my bot would whisper you because all it did was take this and just run it. So to clarify that for the people who don't know, PhantomBot is just some package you can go out and get for free. It's a Java program that runs JavaScript extensions. And points is one of the extensions that would let people know how many loyalty points they have, and you provided a name so that anyone could say something like points Adam13531. Oh my god, you have so many points. But then people tried doing this and that actually worked, so I needed to go back and fix like everything that was broken there, and I'm just not happy with PhantomBot. I'm like, it does what it needs to do, and sometimes it does that by taking up 10% of my CPU, which it's not doing that right now apparently. Yeah, well yesterday it was. And that was really frustrating. So yeah, here's what I need to do here. I need to throw an error from the REST client here. I'll just throw the error directly actually. Yeah. There you go. Disclaimer is fine too. What? I think I missed what the context is for that. All right, so here's what we got to put here. Catch. And then we say, oh, it gotta be an error here. We say logger.error, error calling wipe pre-beta accounts, error. And then we emit constants.prebeta error, what? Yeah, pre-beta error. Okay, there we go. All right, so I think that should be it. And now this should work, and now we need to try it out. All right. Read line above 4. Can you dictate some things to me? Disclaimer is fine too. Wait, what? I should dictate a disclaimer to you? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Now let's try this. So I've got to go into the game server. Where are we running this? Here. And by the way, as long as I'm running things like this, let me just put a title here. Title game server. There. Now I can do run. It'll change the title to game server. All right, so this is started. Let's try calling. Let's do a couple things. Take a look at MySQL right now. If I select star from users, I have one user in the database, and it is valid is set to 1. So let's do this. We're going to call into this API, wipe pre-beta accounts, with an authorization password, which is what exactly? Pre-beta auth password, which again is what? So console.log process.m.pre-beta auth password. I think this is just a random number. Yeah, it is. Okay. So then we need to use this number. We need to say this dot connection manager dot. This won't work. I need to make the socket optional. And here it's optional too, actually. If this exists, then a response will be sent over this socket. Yeah, and we need to do the same thing up here. Socket that wanted us to do this. This is important so that we can acknowledge deletion. Clear now, and what is this? Oh man, I just want to open this in a new tab, that way I can zoom in arbitrarily. Privacy policy disclaimers. Oh, I see. I didn't even know this was a thing. So when you said disclaimer is fine too. Yeah, I didn't realize. Well, I don't know what that page links to. And the privacy policy. Not really totally sure what I should do about that. What does this stuff link to right now? Currently no text. And what? General disclaimer, no text? I don't know, Wouter. I don't know what I would typically put in the general disclaimer for a wiki site. But yeah, I don't think you need to fill these out right now. Okay, so authorization password. So then I need to restart this. I need to make sure that this stuff works too. So logger.log. Does this log on the REST client side or no? Yeah, let's just get rid of that. No, let's not get rid of that. I like this here. That seems fine. Okay, so then over here we can just say if socket.exists. What am I doing? If util.exists, socket. All right, there we go. All right, so then we also have to do this thing down here. There. Okay. So this looks good. Let's rerun this by calling this and then doing this dot connection manager wipe pre-beta accounts and then whatever the password was, which is this. All right, let's try it out. A promise was created in a handler but was not returned from it. Oh, what? Yeah, what? Validate.then.catch. I have clearly screwed something up. Minaholic says, what's happening right now? Right now I'm working on, so the game is Botland. I can link that. So for the game, you can make an account right now, and every week I invalidate all of the accounts. So I'm coding the function that does that right now. And I think the problem is the order of this. I think set and send needs to be different. Although I'm not sure, and there's a REST test where I do this. I do post.send. Huh. Oh, right, it's a patch API. Oh, I am stupid. This is patch. Okay, let's try calling that. So I gotta take this function again, put this over here. All right, paste. What happened? So first of all, is this working? Is this thing now? Yeah, it worked. It's just this thing's acting wonky. Main eval connection manager. So where is this failing from? REST client invalidate all pre-beta accounts. .then. And this is return co regenerator runtime .mark. Not sure why this is happening. Why do I have two connection managers open? Let's close the rest of this stuff. So I'm calling into this .then. Weird. It's the same way I do anything else, right? Where are my coroutines in here? I have no coroutines other than this one. This does yield. Strange. Not sure what's going wrong. Yeah, weird. I don't follow this. I'll have to look into this some more. And yeah, I changed the frame rate of the stream from 30 FPS down to 24 just as of today. So, like I said, it's a coding stream. You shouldn't notice too much of a change. And if you do, then you have sharp eyes. So I think what I'm going to do, I'll figure this out, and then I'll probably go get lunch. I'm not totally sure why this is happening. A promise was created in a handler but was not returned from it. And it thinks this is coming from this code. I shouldn't need to return anything from here. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So it must be this. It must be co, because that's where this is coming from. So what did I screw up? This.getServer URL, that's just a normal function. I yield here, and I yield here. But yet, I know this is working. Do I need to say return? I don't know. I'm not totally sure what's happening. Maybe. Then why wouldn't I have seen this warning before, though? Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's try this. No, that still happens. But it does work at the end of all of this. I am quite confused. I wonder if I yielded, or what if I did this? Return, no, I don't know what's going on. Okay, here's one of the things we can do. We can change this to just return promise.resolve, and I shouldn't get a warning. At the very least, we'll know it's this code definitely, which I'm already pretty sure it's that code. Oops, I meant to hit Control-V. See, this is why I figure I solve this problem, then I get lunch, and that way I don't keep messing around with this stuff. Yeah, so it's definitely this code. So now what in this code could be giving me this? Phase cam? Yeah, I wonder if I just change this to a return, what would happen here? Let's try that out. Also, is this thing working? The game server watch? It is. Huh, weird. Yeah, I'd love to be able to figure this out. It's saying a promise was created in a handler but is not returned from it. So yield should be returning it. Oh wow, now that doesn't happen. Yeah, what's going on then? A promise was created in here but not returned. What? But I don't want it to do that. And either way, this never gave me an issue down here. Let resp. Yeah, I never returned it from here either. Create user if not exists. What happens if I try calling that API? This dot connection manager dot create user if not exists. Username and password. Hi there. Unrecognized command. Evaluating it. Undefined is not a function. What? What did I screw up? Connection manager exists, right? Yeah. Create user if not exists. No, it doesn't. Oh, it's in the REST client. No, I'm stupid. Yeah. All right, so let's do our typical hi there. Oh, we are getting a warning from this too. Huh. Why did these never come up before? Weird. So this is happening everywhere. And I guess it's because the end of this needs to return a promise and it wasn't. Try resp, get this, throw an error, return this. How did this even fail? Well, I guess we can find out where it failed, which looks like right here. Return co. What are these case statements? Case 0, case 4, case 9, case 14. Very strange. Okay, so how I changed this before is I just did return request instead of yield request, and that was enough to fix this. I don't think Co ever talks about doing that, and either way, this wasn't necessary. Do I need to do this? Return promise dot resolve? It just seems wrong. So all I'm trying to figure out right now is, why am I getting this warning? Why did I not see this warning before? This is actually still happening. So it... Weird. Yeah, weird. I don't know what's going on. Fact, all programmers wear glasses. I never saw one without them. Okay, I might have to do this after lunch. I don't think I'm going to come to the conclusion right now that I need to. I think... So what it seemed like is that if I change that line of code and then... So this used to say yield request, now it says return request, which also means that this logger is never going to get hit. But if I do that... Not return from it. That's the thing I don't understand though. Yeah, so now I run this, and everything works fine. Okay, so that's what we got to figure out when I come back from lunch, in addition to coding the rest of all of this stuff. So is it connection manager, or is it... No, it's REST client. So, where I left off. The REST client is giving me a warning saying, warning, if I have this code, everything is fine. If I have this code, I see the warning. All right, well, we'll figure this out afterward. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go get lunch. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna code for another 3.5 hours or so. And I hope that we get to the point where like, at least this stuff is done. Now I can start working on the bot bays, which I think will be an interesting task. At the very least, it'll show how well the system is working. So yeah, that'll be when I come back from lunch. I'll set the time at 45 minutes. I don't think it'll actually be that long, so we'll see. Also, I need to go take a look at who's in my lunch BRB. It's just everyone. Okay, so BRB lunch, 45M, everyone. All right. So yeah, like I said, I'll be on until about 5 Pacific time once I get back. And let's just make sure, yeah, okay, everyone is now giving me the support. All right, take care, everyone. I'll see you later. What did I miss? What I miss in chat? Do you need proof it's my screensaver now? What is this? This would be a great emoticon. Aha, see, this preview saved me from loading up a picture of myself. Alright, yeah, back to work. So, what I was trying to figure out before I had left is why does this code work and this code doesn't? And so I'm going to take a look into the... Oh wait, one of the other things I want to do is look at how Bluebird made delay work. Source, test, 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 test. Oh, come on. Spread, map, cancel, util, promise.delay. Where does it come from though? Okay, this is stupid. I should just go look through their library. Hey, Walshy. Oh, Conpaco, did I scare you? I really need to warn people to mute my stream while I'm at lunch. Otherwise, that's bound to happen. So let's see, source. All right, where's delay? I would guess it'd be in their util. Excuse me. No. Timers? Aha, there it is. Delay. All right. If value is not equal to undefined, then return equals promise.resolve value dot then after value. Oh, their internal dot then can take a time in. Otherwise, set timeout ret.fulfill. Okay, I see. I wonder why they put a plus there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Why do they do that? What is this supposed to mean? Huh, weird. Yeah, weird. Does this convert this into a, yeah, strange, a number? Just set up a macro so I can click M1 and open Task Manager. Good when I make unclosable programs. I made an unclosable program once that was like the coolest thing I've ever made, and it was totally unintentional. I wonder if I can show it on stream. Well, it's closable. It's just really hard to close. Let me see if I can find this. Oh man, it was like the coolest thing. I don't think it's gonna work. Do I even have it anymore? Oh no. Oh, I don't even think I have this anymore. I wouldn't even know unless I ran this. Oh man, all right, let me try this out. I don't think this is gonna work. Man, I remember where I did this. I just don't know if I've even still got it on here anymore. I'd have to search all of my code. Wow. Oh, it'd be cool if I could show it. Then it wouldn't just die in my memory. Hey, Olo. Okay, so I learned how that thing worked. Now this, I want to take a look at Co and figure out how that works. TJCO. This thing. Where would this code be? I should have been transferring it from hard drive to hard drive until now. But I don't have it. Maybe it died on an old hard drive, and it just doesn't exist anymore. There's one other place I can think to look on my hard drive for this. Pixel art, no. Man, yeah, I don't think I have this anymore. AG. That's too bad. That's too bad. Well, I'll describe it to you guys because I just spent a long time looking for it. So, what I was trying to make is it was a black screen, and you could paint pixels on the screen. So you could, like, draw white pixels or red pixels, and wherever you drew a pixel, it would like melt into its constituent colors. So if you drew white, you'd see like little dripping green and blue pixels down here. Well, the way I accidentally coded it was such that if you put them at the top, they just continually like rained down the pixels. They never got rid of them, whereas these would eventually just fall straight down to the bottom. And the thing I totally accidentally did, I don't know how I did this, is that if you alt-tabbed out of it, it would take whatever window you had and then melt all of this into its constituent pixels. So you'd see paint just like drip down the screen. And so when you open Task Manager tries to always be on top, but the way it does this is by like pulsing itself back onto the top sometimes, or at least that's how it used to work in Windows XP, I think. So this would bleed away in whatever pixels formed it up, and then it would pop back up, and then it would bleed away. So you could kind of see what you were clicking, and you could close it, but it was hard to do. And it's too bad I can't show that, because I don't think I have the program anymore. And I don't know. Oh well. Yeah, so let's look through Co's library and figure out how they call this. So this is what they do. In fact, I should be able to get this exact same error if I just run this in my test program. Yeah, let's take this code and put it into my test. So desktop del test ms. This is called test ms because I was getting a library called ms. That happened like a week ago on stream. It stands for milliseconds, and it was, well, I've since done nothing with it. So I just kept making new, better test functions here. So here we go. And then we call this invalidate all pre-beta accounts. Oh, I should also document if you have an error in your catch function, e.g. logger.log doesn't exist. Alright. Who's changing my lights? It is Aphirus. Or Aphirus, I don't know. Alright, console.log. So we have this thing here, and then we want to yield a request. This actually might work. I have super agent, and I have request. Yeah, so if I just make the URL be the correct URL here, then it might work. What URL does it try to hit? This one. So we just hard code this into here. Hitting URL, token response, got all of that. I can't use const here. So this needs to be var. Okay, yeah. And the token I can't really do either, I guess. No, I can. I just don't have a fetch super token. I guess I could make that. Alright, then we make this into a var. What else do we need to do here? Console.error, throw error. The password is just going to be password. Super token URL needs to be the correct URL. I never logged that. What is the token URL? Here it is, super users. HTTP localhost 8080 super users. Not frozen and not responding, just not do anything. Oh, weird. Okay, does this stuff work? I don't know. Let's try this out. Let's see what happens. I'll save this and then we'll try running it. Something's gonna fail. It said hitting URL and then just stopped. Okay, so console.log hitting super token API URL. It should at least get there. It's not. That's strange. Dot bind this. Oh, this is not a this function. Error. What do we have now? Invalidated. Oh, this apparently worked. What? And what? Is this a problem with Babel? This might be a problem with Babel. Because this is really strange. This is not causing the same problem I was seeing in the other place. And there are no errors here either. And if I were to validate a user, so if I say update users set is valid equal 1 where, I just said is valid equal 1. Alright, now all users are valid. I run this program. And now what? Yeah, all the users are invalid. And I did not get any warnings about this. So this is a Babel problem then? Is that what this is telling me? That's going to be frustrating. So then the question becomes, do I work around this? Do I work around this or do I don't know. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, no problem, A-Fires. Okay, so this seems to be a Babel problem. 1, confirm if that's true. 2, is there a solution? 3, can I work around it? So confirm if it's true. Let's just take the problem that we were having and put this into here in the Bing. Bluebird warning. Oh wow, this is a very recent post. There's been a recent version of Bluebird which fixed an issue involving this warning. Next, make sure you return from all your handlers. No stack trace for a promise was created and a handler but was not returned from it. So I should upgrade Bluebird? Usually means that you simply forgot a return. Yeah, I don't think I did. If you know what you're doing and don't want to silence all warnings, you can create runaway promises without causing this by returning e.g. null. Yeah, so I believe where it thinks this is happening is not actually happening. But I have no... Well, let's keep looking into this, I guess. Upgrading an individual library isn't usually that bad. It was upgrading Node that was bad. But yeah, we don't know where this is going to go either. So where is the thing that I want to modify here? It was in REST client and it's called, what is it called? Patch users. This. So I have a yield here. So the repro that I had was this. I run my code and then I just call into this. Wait, what? No, this must be old code that it's running with the return there. Because this always caused an error. So if it doesn't cause an error now, then... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's the warning. Now, let's see if when we upgrade Bluebird, if this still happens. So let's go take a look at package.json. We have Bluebird 3.1.1. So if I say npm upgrade, is it update or help update? Oops. Okay, update a package. Yeah, latest version. So npm update Bluebird. I remember one Wednesday. Okay, so now what do we have? We had 3.1.1. We apparently still have 3.1.1. Okay, npm install -- save bluebird at latest. What version are they on? Master branch package.json 3.1.1. Oh, weird. So then my Bluebird version is up to date? Then what? Bluebird here is 3.1.1. So then this is, I guess, a real problem. Why does it think? All right, let's look through the code. It's coming from here. So what do we have? We're returning a promise here. We're returning a promise here. This case falls through to context.stop. I guess context.stop is what's calling this then? No, that's not. Never mind. That's stupid. I have the stack trace right here. Weird. So where does it think I'm creating a promise and not returning it? That's the part I don't understand. Because it thinks this is coming from this line. Return co. So what? Regenerator runtime dot mark. Is that a promise? Dot bind dot catch. Weird. It's very weird. Okay, I'm curious about something. What if I change the code to this? This is not what I'd want to do. I just want to see if this works. So I get rid of this stuff. I don't think this would do anything. Oh, also that was an error. What's the unexpected? Oh, co needs catch, so we do that. Actually, I don't even need these parentheses. There. Okay, so now it didn't break. Now we run this. I think it tests the upgrade for you to see if it would fail and downgrades it for you if it fails. Oh, interesting. What happens in the case that none of those switch conditions are met? Where did that code even go? Here it is. Well, in the case where none of these are met, it looks like it'll be an infinite loop. So I don't think it's possible that none of these are met. I think, so this is called in a very specific way. Anyway, it updated my code. So let me try this out now. No, we still have the issue. Okay, so this doesn't have to do with the bound function then. That was at least worth testing. It wouldn't make sense why it would have been, but whatever. Also, these shouldn't be here, right? No, I did just add this. And again, even in here, weird. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. It might have to do with the regenerator runtime, and nothing that I even wrote. No, but changing the yield to the return does cause this to work. So let's just change. Okay. How about this? Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's change the yield to a return, and then let that rebuild, and then this will automatically change. And now we diff this with the untitled tab, and we see exactly the difference. So what used to happen, the current code is return. So pink equals return code, working. Yellow or green equals yield code, not working. So in the pink code, so these two things are exactly equal. Yeah, so in the pink code, we have context.abrupt. I wonder what context is. Oh man, it's passed in. So it's probably the context of this coroutine, which, yeah, it is, which knows where it came from and what it's going to do next. Context.abrupt. Everyone, hey everyone. I don't know if you missed the lunch thing, but people were asking about you. Let me show you. Who is everyone? Because yesterday you got the lunch BRB thing. He was here yesterday. Speaking of everyone, where's everyone? Yeah, so there. Now you know. You're a celebrity. I'm off for a shower. See you in 20 minutes. Alright, see ya. So context.abrupt is what's calling this. Context.next equals 8. Yeah, so the logger statement is just completely removed because it's unreachable code. Very weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just use the return here, but no, I can't do that because I wanted this to print in the case that this works. So I need a then. So yeah, I wanted a yield here. Does this work if I do this? No, I think I tried this. Return promise.resolve. I don't think that works. And I also don't think I should need to do that. This is ridiculous. Naina says, I recommend you to listen to an artist named Filter like a week ago, but I haven't had the chance to come back. Oh yeah, I did listen to it. And actually, thanks to YouTube auto-playing, I listened to a lot more of it than I expected to. Yeah, it was pretty good. I don't know when it stopped being Filter and started being other people, though. Because YouTube autoplay only plays, like, the next video and whatever automatic stream they have. So I think it was some Filter tunes for a while, and then it changed to someone else. And then at some point, I didn't like who the someone else was, and I stopped. Okay. So that doesn't work. How do I get this to work? What code did this turn into? Return request.patch. Yeah, that part's good. Then context.abrupt return promise.resolve. For some reason, I still don't know what this is. I guess it's coming from here. Return promise.then. End async. I don't even see the, yeah, here it is. You may only yield. So this is coming from next. So it's a co-problem, I guess. If is promise return value.then. Unfulfilled, unrejected. Oh, weird. I don't follow this. So it fulfills, it tries to go to the next thing. The next thing is, okay, it's making a promise apparently and not returning it, despite that I just saw that it returned it. Return new promise. Yeah, I don't know where this is happening. I don't know. So many indents. Oh, this is the auto-generated code. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on here. So yeah, changing this to a return caused this to be totally fine. Keeping it as a yield caused it to not work. Oh, and then the other thing is this works because this works outside of Babel. Yeah, so using this exact same code here, where I have yield and a console.log, this worked totally fine. Oh, what if I did return null here? That's what the Bluebird documentation told me to do, but I shouldn't need to do any of this stuff. No, it still doesn't work. Weird. Because I think I was... No, what's going on? I don't know. This is a mystery. All right, fine. I guess I'll just have a bunch of warnings in my code. I can't think of what else I would do here. And this is happening all over the place, although it hasn't... Did this start happening today? Did I just not test this stuff the other day? Because I tested this, and this causes that error to happen. And I tested, what, add user, I think? Oh, it was in the REST client. Add user, get user, set, create user. No, create user if not exists. Here it was. So I called this function too. Create user if not exists, Adam pizza. And this causes warnings too, right? Undefined is not a function. Oh, it's the REST client. I know you're kind of locked into promises at this point, but you might want to switch to async when you go through and make this code production ready. Everything gets a lot cleaner in my opinion, especially if you're using Co. I need to convert my code again, see if I like that way of doing things. You need to fix the login or something because I'm playing without a login. You're probably playing single player, which do you see the connection info here? Because if you typed, let me load this up in an incognito tab. If you typed just random data in here and you connected to the server, that's a problem. So if I type like hi, just some password here, and then check the box. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So yeah, playing on this screen is totally fine. This is single player. And that's why all the bots are named with random names, because they're not real people. But if you connect to the actual server, you'll see a few people are online. Oh, wow, that's a bug. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to fix apparently. So bug, attempting to connect. Even someone does. Send that player's information to everybody. Yeah, okay. So I still don't have an explanation for this part. Let's, what was I gonna do? This dot REST client. Yeah, this is happening too. But I don't recall this ever giving me a warning before today. And I would have tested this, right? It's saying user already exists. That part's fine. I don't care about that. Is there a socket in here? There isn't. So oh wow. I don't know what's happening. Logger.error. Logger.info. Where is this getting called from? It's only from the connection manager. It has to be. Yeah, here. Create and respond for pre-beta user. Does this check to see if the socket exists? It does. So there should be a question mark. Okay, well, let's try this API out. So how does this work? Socket DB user, username, points required. So socket DB user. I don't have that. Oh, create and respond for pre-beta. It's add pre-beta user. So socket auth password, username, points required. Socket auth password, username, points required. What happens when I call this API? I get the warning there too. Okay, so I'm like 95% sure I didn't see a giant block of yellow text yesterday. So there are a couple of things I could do at this point. One, I could go back to what the code looked like yesterday and see if there really was a problem. Pretty sure I would have noticed this. It just takes up half the screen. Technical Freak says when the round started, it popped up a buff menu and I could make a bot. Yeah, so I don't know if you're in single player or not. Like, so this person should be booted from the game because that was me testing things out. So yeah, in 10 seconds, this should be booted from the game. So Technical Freak, if you don't see like the match is over, the next one starts soon, and these 4 players in the leaderboard, then you're not actually connected. Well, now there are only 2 players in the leaderboard. Yeah, so it did boot off the invalid players. No, I'm hacked. Alright, so I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is just you trolling me, and you're really playing single player. How about this? I'll type a chat message, and if you can see it, then tell me what I said. Alright, so there. Now, if you can tell me what I just sent in a chat message, then I will believe that you're connected. And otherwise, I will not believe it. And the likelihood of you picking this particular kind of foul is obscenely low. No, it's not. That's not a bird. Alright, so yeah, these warnings are showing up. So here's what I could do at this point. Confirm if that's true. I don't know how else I would confirm this. App.js doesn't give me an issue. Is there a solution? I could, well, I don't know about the solution, but I could disable. Technical Freak says, I don't see. Okay, well, then you're in single player, which is totally fine. Look, anyone can go to, like, eventually this will also probably still be the case. Anyone can go to this website and just start playing the game. That part's fine. Like, you can put a bot down with cloaking and let's do this and then deploy, and like, there are my bots. But this is single player, and the players who show up are just going to be these AI players that you see in the leaderboard. When you actually go to connect, that's when things are different. Okay, so I could disable the warning in Bluebird, which I shouldn't have closed that page. That's what I get. Alright, let's reload all the pages that I had open. Yeah, this. So close the others. There we go. Because the result is not returned, it becomes a runaway promise. There was the Stack Overflow. Yeah, here. So this is the workaround. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the solution that I should work with here and not spend a whole bunch of time working on this. Yeah, well, okay, so alternatively, if I want to investigate this more, I can go back to yesterday's code and figure out if that was giving me the warning too. In fact, going back to yesterday's code is a little bit easier than what I'm making it sound like. So let's do this. Let's actually go to the specific file where this is going on. So what's the simplest API that I have of these 3? Create user if not exists. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, so let's do this. We open this up in git log. Then we take a look at what it was yesterday. So today's the 29th, yesterday's the 28th. And yeah, at the beginning of yesterday it was this. Then at the end of yesterday it was this. The difference is whether or not I'm returning this. No, that's not a significant enough difference. That can't be it. Must be one of these things. Yeah, so this API is now actually different. But before it didn't use coroutines, now it did. So I guess what I'm what I'm realizing here is that there is no real difference between yesterday and today in this API. The coroutine versions, I mean. Yeah, there isn't. So it probably just never worked yesterday either. Or I tested it in a different way. Did my stream just go offline? Can you guys still see me? What's happening? My view count says offline right now. Is it because of video quality settings? No. No. I didn't actually get that. Okay. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, chat is working for people now? Okay, well that was weird. Alright, so I still don't know the solution to this. It doesn't look like my code changed from yesterday. So, doesn't look like it changed significantly from the coroutine implementation from yesterday. So that didn't change. I think I'm just going to disable this warning. Danthus says has not been able to chat for like 3 hours. Okay, well, chat was working, I know, a while ago. I don't know about recently. So this person said, update your dependencies. Oh, wait. Oh. Well, what is this then? This is what Void Dreamer was talking about earlier. I actually hadn't read this part of this. Show any new dependencies for the projects in your current directory. Okay, well, let's try it out. And then, yeah, I could try updating it. Let me check in what code I have now. That way I'm working from a clean slate. So what changed in here? A simple title command. I guess I checked that in on its own. Added a title in run.cmd for the game server. Alright, so there's that. Oh, I never turned my camera back on. There we go. Alright, connection manager, what changed here? Wipe pre-beta accounts. So I believe this is done. Do we want to return the promise from here? No, we don't, because this is called from a socket API. Yeah, that's it. So you can now wipe out pre-beta accounts. And then the REST client, how did this change? Yeah. Invalidates all pre-beta accounts by patching all users is valid to false. Actually does return something, returns a promise. Excuse me. Okay, so this API looks fine to me. The problem is this is still causing issues, I guess. I'm not sure. I gotta figure out what's going wrong there. So my chatbot can, well, I'll say this. Invalidating all pre-beta accounts is now possible. Yeah. The plumbing was already there for this to work over a socket, but ever since I deleted the pre-beta database wrapper, it hadn't worked. How do you play single player? I can explain that in a second. I think promise should be returned always, otherwise you'll forget and try to use it in another coroutine and it'll probably not work as expected. Yeah, that's actually pretty good reasoning, I think, for trying to do that, even if it's not the case right now. Okay, I can change this for a couple of things then. I believe it's in here. So yeah, we can just always return what we're doing. So those were all returned, and then there was invalidate. Yeah, this. So I need to do this from everywhere too. Let's check for these things. It's pretty unlikely that I'll ever end up needing this, because this is all the pre-beta code, but it's worth it to put in. So we can say promise.resolve and then return this. Okay, what else? Is that everything? Yeah. Okay, great. So now all of the APIs I just modified, I need to put comments saying that they return promises. And it should be only, what, like 3 or 4? So wipe pre-beta accounts, this is one of them, at return promise. So that was one. What's next? Does user have pre-beta? Get user pre-beta password. And add pre-beta user. And that should be everything. Yes, that is. Okay, so save this. APIs in the connection manager that could return promises now do return promises in case I ever have different callers in the future. These return promises are completely ignored for right now. I don't know if you need to return promise.resolve though, because promises promote primitive values to resolve promises themselves. Ah, I see. Oh, all right. Either way, I've got this working now. Okay, so anyway, Afer says, how do I play single player? So first, I'd advise watching this video, but second, I will give you a brief rundown of this. Oh, and then also, the other thing is, just whisper botland bot the word game and you can get free access to multiplayer right now until I finally wipe out the database. But for right now, it's totally free, so you'll just get an account and a password and you'll be able to log in just like anyone else can. But for now, you can press B to open up the Blockly interface, and then just make sure you've got the hardware that you need on a bot. So let's say I took this script, this one. This checks if I can cloak, it checks if I can lay landmines. If I deploy this bot, it's going to do none of that stuff because I don't actually have the hardware for it. So I need to give it cloaking, I need to give it landmines, I need to give it whatever else I need to give it, so maybe reflect. And now it has its only offensive capability is landmines. So it has missiles code, but it'll never use that. So now this is V2 of that bot. Now we can see the test bot V2, it's hidden under my face, but you can see it's cloaking, it's reflecting, it's laying landmines. This bot is clearly doing a whole lot more because it has the hardware to use it. So just make sure that's the case. And yeah, so the interface is not final, which is why there's like no obvious way to control the game when you log in. Yeah. So yeah, this is too bad. I gotta fix this bug. Well, all right, so here's what I've done. The code is now in a clean state. So let's run NCU. No. Let's run NCU here. Looking forward to writing some jQuery again. In order to get the interface to work, you mean? Because yeah, that won't be necessary eventually. I'm assuming this is doing something. So let's let's let this do its thing. It won't actually upgrade anything anyway. I think it just checks it. But even then, will this fix anything? Should I make those upgrades? Ooh. The following dependencies are satisfied by their declared version range, but the installed versions are behind. You can install the latest version without modifying your package file by using npm update. If you want to update the dependencies in your package file anyway, use dash dash upgrade all. Ooh, do I want to try this? Okay, let's do this. Let me take a print screen of this so that I always know what versions I had. And now let's shoot myself in the foot. Done. Oh, mean doing custom scripts for the bot. Oh, yeah. No, it's it's just JavaScript. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you'd said. Yeah, this is just straight up JavaScript. So jQuery is a JavaScript library that people typically use as a $sign. So you find functions like $.get and $.whatever map. I don't know. Yeah, you don't have that. Hey, Original Pepper. All right, let's see if this works. And even if this works, this is gonna, oh, upgraded. Okay. So now if I load up package.json, do I have these upgraded versions in here? Apparently I do. This might have been a huge mistake. I bet this just randomly breaks a whole bunch of stuff. Wow. All right. I don't know, let's go into the game server and try running the same thing. Dentha says, I've been having a problem where I have my project for fun, which is Node stuff, and then I have my project for school that's in Ruby, Rails. I find it really difficult transitioning between them. Oh, yeah, that happens a lot to me. I find that if I take good enough notes, it will, it'll mitigate that. So, yeah, let's do what Spurtman suggests, game server. And then this is the upgrade for Botland. Okay. So let's rebuild the server. This is going to mean that I gotta restart this. And as long as I'm doing, I should really restart all of these things. Now let's stop the server. Let's stop all of the watches, because I might have broken anything by doing that upgrade, and I won't actually know until this thing works. I guess I can close out of this. File and note on NCU. I had that same problem when I coded in PHP. It was a headache to switch back and forth. Yeah. I haven't used PHP in a very long time. The last thing I used PHP for was the light server that you guys are using to control my lights. And that's very simple PHP. Okay. It's starting to process everything. This is good news. At least I haven't totally shattered my entire build process. What I find about a lot of languages is that I have a certain muscle memory when it comes to a language. So if I'm typing JavaScript and I type if space, the next thing my finger wants to hit is a left parenthesis. In Python, you don't need these parentheses. And if I ever get out of the habit of that, then it makes coming back to JavaScript harder. Okay, cool. So everything finished building. Now I can try launching the game server. And then I can test this out. Who is 0? Oh, that's a bug remnant that I have. Like, if someone tries logging in as a username that doesn't exist, then that's what'll happen. Oh, the central server is down. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, I could start this. And then I could do this in a smart way here. We close the watch and restart that. Okay, good. So it's going to run on old code there, but now the game server, I can at least test that out. So let's see what happens here. I've updated a bunch of dependencies. Nope, warning is still there. Okay. What do I do? I guess I just disable the warning and move on. Yeah, I think that's it. Then I think I finished upgrading the central server too. In fact, yeah, I should probably do that. NCU-U. I missed the no compile times. So back when I was working on the project before this, I don't think there was any building I had to do. Was there? I don't think there was anything. And by the way, the project I'm talking about is ophog. That's this thing. I'm pretty sure I could just modify a file and then reload it. And then, yeah, no compile time, no anything. But yeah, this project doesn't have that, and I need to be very careful about how things work. Okay, did this build NCU updated these things? It didn't upgrade anything actually, huh? Package.json. Yeah, nothing changed. Yeah, okay. So I upgraded mostly dev dependencies, it sounds like. Alright, let's run the watch here and then try this out. What changed so far? It should just be package.json changes. Yeah. These are apparently fine. In fact, why does the game server even have Express? Okay. Zans, what? Wow, that's ridiculous. Why do they not just use an existing language? Wow, weird. Okay, is this gonna finish? There we go. I think it's done. Alright, so let's try running this, and we should have the whole end-to-end working again. And I guess we run client watch as well, which I have a client running, but I gotta change that. Alright, so let's go client main, change this file, wait for this thing to boot up. Got it. Save. Yeah, this will finish now. Okay. So restarting this server, everything should still communicate exactly the same way. And the real, it's not really a real test I was going to say, but I could run all of the different tests that I have. I could also just run things like this. Too bad about that warning. All right, let's do this. Process.m. No, wait, I'm sorry. I meant to do this here. Set, we're going to try this parameter that they were talking about here. Set this equal to 0. Let's try running that now. Oof. Sans, that's too bad. That is too bad. Alright, yeah, so now the error doesn't show up. Well, I think that's the solution for right now. So the client will hopefully finish at some point, and then I can restart that and test all of this end to end. Is this done? Nah, it's going to take a long time. Okay, so I got to modify all of my run scripts for this. So let's do this. Set this equal to 0. This is needed so that I don't get a bunch of warning. I'll just put this here. In fact, I'll just link directly to this answer. That way it's a short link. There. So I'm also going to put this in the central servers run. Oh, that's actually the only place where I put it right now. I'll put it in here too. Huh. Okay, that part's finished. We can run the client. And then finally, the last thing I want to do is run the test. And then I'll just check this in. So updated some dependencies. I didn't update any client dependencies. Yeah, I should probably do that too, huh? Oh, let's see what would happen if I did that. All right, anyway, updated some dependencies, and actually I could change this. there was a warning that would print from usage of Babel plus promises plus co that I couldn't totally track down. Based on an answer here, I modified my run.cmd to set an environment variable that would ignore that warning. All right, let's check those in. Let's see, so that the tests all passed. 337 passing, that's good. NCU found a whole bunch of things that should upgrade here as well. So I guess let's save that. Oh my God, I want to select this. There we go. All right, done. So I'll put this down here. All right, so this upgraded everything. The only way to know if it worked is to rerun this, which is going to take 2 minutes. But worth testing, definitely. There, good. All right, so I'll rerun the client in a bit, and we'll see what happened there. I'll check this in. So this is upgraded. I'll say ran, what is this thing called? NPM check updates. Ran NPM check updates to update the client, game server, and central servers. It's to update package.json for the client, game server, central server. Yeah. Okay, so we have that thing. Let me reload this actually. We'll close other tabs. We gotta wait for this to finish. This started what? 2014. So we have another 30 seconds on this thing. It's this that I'm concerned about now. Does the client still work correctly, despite that I modified all of these things? And Browserify was a major version change. So yeah, let's see. It's actually kind of nice that this thing updated a lot of my things. I wouldn't have done that. Hey, Twitch is not a dating site. The game's going pretty well. We're back to the point where it's playable. That's good. We're using the REST server. I need to set up another VM for the REST server at some point. In fact, I should probably boot up a VM pretty soon for that. And then, yeah, gonna get back into game coding pretty soon, I think. Because all this backend coding, well, it's not my favorite. It's not bad. It's just not my favorite. Okay, yeah. So I'm just waiting for this thing to finish. This is taking actually much longer than I thought. I wonder if this has to do with the new dependency and if Babel is really caching anything. How am I hosting the game? It's being hosted on Azure right now. So when you go to play.bot.land, that's pointed to an Azure VM that I have running. And then, so that's the game server. When you go to, so play.bot.land 3000, when you go to this, you download the client web page. However, so then you press the connect button, it connects you to play.bot.land 3003, which is the game server. The game server connects to play.bot.land 8080, which is the REST server. So these do not have to be all on the same machine, and they should all be on different machines eventually. Nasimico says, just realized that I hate games, but Adam, you motivate me to keep developing my boring utilities. Okay, that's a bit strange. Alright, this is finished building, so let's now run it. It's apparently already running. Alright, there we go. Are you ready for this? When I refresh this page, everything might totally break, but hopefully it doesn't, because it has no reason to. Alright, now let's test out some basic stuff here. Let's just make lasers and thrusters. And we'll just say How about this? So fire lasers if lasers will hit. Otherwise, pursue enemy if there's an enemy to pursue. Otherwise, move left. So let's do that. Laser test. Don't even care about correcting the typos there. So these things are charging forward, shooting lasers. Sounds good. Cool. So now I hit connect. What happens? Test. All right, so far so good. I can choose buffs. That's good. Leaderboard looks like it's working. Yeah, okay. I don't think anything major broke. So it's kind of surprising. I guess I can check this in though. So there we go. Done. Also, chat's moving fast enough. I don't think anyone's talking to me. But if you are, just tag my name in it. That way I know who's talking to me. So I don't need this anymore. I should just save this as like botland NCU update. Close the rest of this stuff. This just shouldn't print any warnings anymore. And if we see them, we'll go fix it. What is this? Oh, this is the, okay, yeah, got it. All right, nice. Well, we can mark those things as done. Make the connection manager call into it. Make sure the database wrapper is gone from connection manager. I think it's gone. Yes, it is. I saw red text over there. Everyone's trolling me. That's fine. I've got the perfect solution for that. just got to take everyone off his high horse. All right, attempting to connect as someone who doesn't exist. We'll still send that player's information to everyone. This is horrible. So I need to fix this now. Let's close out of this stuff. All right. All right, I'll give you your point back, everyone. Here's your point. All right, so we have the game server running. So here's what I'm concerned about. I am connected right now as Adam2. If I connect as someone who doesn't exist, oh, will this work? I don't think it will. Hang on a second. All right, I had to do some research back there. Now, what's probably going to break is if I connect as Adam, whatever, 556, whatever. All right, so we gotta fix something. We gotta say, run. Take this over to here, and then this. We set that to false. So these are the things I need to do. Okay, good. Now we need to refresh both these pages. Okay, cool. So the game server started back up. What is this? That's weird. All right, so when I connect as Adam with password, this should work. It says your credentials are correct, but your account expired. You know why my account expired? Because I was testing out the account expiration API. That's stupid. Okay, there. Now the account is no longer expired. So let's try logging in as myself again. Connect. Done. Great. Okay, so that's perfect. Now look at this leaderboard. When I connect as a fake account. Wait, that didn't. Oh, I think I know what's doing this. I fixed this bug already, but it's not fixed on the central server yet. Is there any verifying if that's true? Let me try doing the exact same thing I just did. Right? Yeah, okay, let's try this again. So let's try all of the same things I just did, but on the central server. So I'm going to connect as someone who clearly does exist, and then someone who clearly does not exist. So take a look. We've got real people online right now. Now I try connecting. Actually, it should be here. All right, now I'll try connecting as a fake account. Hey, again, technical freak. All right, now I connect this fake account. And I hit connect. Wait, what? How did this ever happen? Oh, maybe it's for new people who connect. Oh. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, there it is, fake account. Okay, all right, problem solved. So then I haven't fixed this bug. So now here's the correct repro. So repro steps. One, connect as an invalid account. Any already connected players will not see this invalid account, but a player object will be created on the back end. Then connect as a valid account. This new account will be able to see the invalid one. Yep, that's a problem, and that's a big problem, and I need to fix that. So let's load this up and just make sure that this is really happening. I connect as Adam, password is password, connect. No, I did that wrong already. Okay, well, whatever. There it is, fake account. All right, so it worked. We need to fix this. How do I fix this? So in Connection Manager, player set socket. Yeah, here. So this is the problem right here. If an account is not valid, I still store them as though they're like any other player. What's the solution here? Alright, so problem, I am storing a player object even for users who haven't authenticated. So solutions. One solution could be, wait, why do I even store the player? Oh, so that if they're connecting again. Alright. I need to keep something around for that player so that I can tell if they try connecting again. Solution. So store the player object in a special data structure just for connecting players. It's actually, I already like this solution. I think this might be the best. I know it's the best of the one that I've written because I've only written one, but I think it might be a genuinely good solution. So we say get or create player, and this adds to a player depot, create player in the player depot, which will go and store it in all of the different ways I have of storing this, which is in the shared player depot. So yeah, here's what's happening. When I add a player, where is it? Create player. Here we go. So I store it in players by ID and players by name. That is bad. I need to now have the concept of connecting players. And connecting players are not sent to real players. So wait, I just thought of another solution here. It could be remove the player object if they never end up connecting, but their socket is closed. This actually might be an even better solution. The best solution. Kalakilla says, how many years does it take to get these skills? I don't get one command. So if you haven't coded, then I don't think a lot of this will make sense to you. And if you have coded, then I don't know how many years it takes to get to this point, but this would not be like a starting project for most people, I think. So if you have any questions, if you ever want to learn coding or you have any questions about what I'm doing, yeah, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to answer. I love spreading programming knowledge. And in the meantime, if you want, you can just watch. You can play the game if you want. You can find out more. You can either watch this video, or you can go to bot.land and then watch a whole bunch of other videos. So yeah, there's the YouTube link here that you can click, or any of these other ones, or just hover over them and watch them change colors. That's what I do when I go to this site. So what if I removed them when they were... No, I don't think this is going to work if I did this. If I do things this way, then a new player to connect will still be sent the connecting player. But that's the problem. Either I need to stop connecting players from being sent, or I need to send them after they've connected completely. I think the latter happens already. Initialize socket with player. Send all existing players to the connecting player. And then where do we send the connecting player to all existing players? Tell the connecting player that they're in chat. Tell everybody else that they're in chat. Yeah. Alright, sorry, just trying to catch up on chat. People are talking about coding. Nice. Alright. So store the player object in a special data structure just for connecting players. When they finally connect, we can send them to everyone. If they don't end up connecting, then we need to remove them from this data structure. Well, we already, the only point of doing this would be so that we could, okay, so wait, actually, yeah. One of the benefits of this is that we will already have a collection of all real users without having to filter it every time. I think I want to do things this way, which means changing my code. All right, well, player depot, got to go fix this. We say this dot connecting players equals an object. We go into the shared player depot and set this. All right, so this object keeps track of all players who are in the connecting state. Where is this? Who's all players, yeah, who are currently connecting to the server. So there's the concept of a player, and I believe there is an is connecting, yes. Excuse me. See the is connecting function in player. Okay, apparently we've hit coughing point, which happens, I guess, Tuesday afternoon. I can talk for a whole Monday, and then that's it. Okay, so this keeps track of players who are currently connecting to the server. The reason we have a separate data structure is because we still want to keep track of all connected players so that we don't need to filter. This is overly verbose. The reason we keep a separate data structure is so that we don't have to filter by connection state when we want all online players. And then there's another part to this, which is the reason we keep track of connecting players at all is so that we have their socket in case they don't end up connecting. All right. Some of these players may never enter the online state after attempting to connect, e.g. if their credentials are wrong or if they time out or something. There, I think that's what I need to do. Oh, see you, Kompaku. And Technical Freak says, are you on livecoding.tv? No, and I probably will never be. I don't plan on streaming there. The reason I went with Twitch over live coding, excuse me, is because I watched a ton of Twitch, and I feel like I'm way more in tune with the culture of Twitch than I am with live coding, which I have watched none of. And yeah, so like I said, I probably won't switch to it. Plus, this rubbed me the wrong way. I got an email from them that was just like a very generic advertising email, and I thought they could have taken at least the smallest amount of effort in writing an email. Okay, so this fully explains this. Now, what happens when we create a player, we need to create it in the connecting slot, and that's it. So There has to be this transition from we don't even know about you to you're connecting to either you're offline or you've connected. So that's, I think, what I need to do here. So whenever we create a player now, we should always put them into the connecting players object, and from there they can either be placed into they can either be categorized as offline or online. Note that when checking to see if a player is connecting while they're from 2 sessions at once, we now need to check a different data structure. Yeah. I lost faith in live coding when I saw a guy use MD5 to generate random colors. Isn't that what I'm doing? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did. I am doing that. So there, I guess you've lost faith in Twitch now too, huh? By the way, the reason I did this is because I wanted to make it so that a name like Adam generates a totally different color. I don't know how to, anyway, from like Adam 2. This might turn into blue. And that was so that I actually took this from this thing, which I have shown you before. This is what generated all of these really cool bot colors. So that's why I ended up using this. So these were all owned by different people, and this is for the prototype of this game. And so what was nice is just by looking at the colors of these people, I could tell you who owned the bots because I eventually got used to the colors. So like I knew whose this one was, and I knew whose this one was, and I wonder if I could recognize mine still. Mine might not even be there. But yeah. So yeah, I feel like there's still a need to do something like this. I wanted it so that each player had their own color no matter what, and that those colors were very distinct from one another. I'm not actually sure how else you do that without a hashing algorithm. But if you just literally just need like a random color, yeah, you shouldn't use MD5 for that. You could just generate a random number, or a random set of 3 numbers. All right, so when we create a player, we should put them in the connecting players object. So here's what I need to check for this. When we call create player get or create, what is this called? Get or create. Where is this called from? Because if it's called from, I think it's only called from here. I think there's one place where this is called. The only other place I could think of where it would be called, yeah, it's only called here. So then, where is this called? Create player. This could be called from multiple locations because I create AI players as well. Player entered arena. Actually, a lot of places it's called from apparently. Well, what is all this stuff down here? Oh, this is test code. We want to ignore the test code, I think. Yeah, there's all of that is test code. So we can delete this. So our real results are these. And 2 of these are definitions, so we can get rid of those. This is a definition. This is create player bot. I actually don't want to search for that. Another definition. Okay, so here's where create player is called from. Now, of all of these, I actually guess I can get rid of the ones on the client, because the client is told authoritatively whether someone's connecting. And this concept only exists on the server. So here we go. Get or create player. We call create player a couple times, and then in the game server we call it 2. But we only call it for debug deploy bots. So I only have this case right here. This is the one. Okay, good. This is pretty good. Okay. So gets a player if they're already in the depot, otherwise creates them as a connecting player. Okay. So we create a player. We need to know that they're connecting. what do we do directly after this? Player. So if they don't exist, yeah, this shouldn't even be possible. I don't know how that would happen, but whatever. Oh, maybe this is why I did this. Yeah, this code shouldn't be possible. I'm gonna just assert that it works, which I need to do this. Okay, assert util.exist player. Could not create a player from get or create player. That wouldn't be possible. Oh, see a technical freak. Been all over the internet and no one has made a standalone assembler for ARM instruction. Why do you need this? And why don't you write it? So the player may exist. I guess I need to handle that case. So first we check to see, do they exist? Are they connecting? What else is going on here exactly? So get or create player needs to check get player by name. This needs to return from there also. Oh, but this is done by IDs. Yeah, I gotta change this whole flow. There's too much that can go wrong here. So let me think of what the new code is. So a player connects. So see if they were already connecting, and if so, stop this new connection. In order to do that, I need to fetch them from the connecting players list. Okay, so then in order to do that, I need to store these things differently. So let's go into server player depot, and instead of storing this with the key of an ID, we need to store this with key of a string. I need it for reasons. I'm writing one right now. Wow. Okay. Okay, connecting players, I'll say by name here. That way it's blatantly obvious. So there. So we fetch them from the connecting players list first. If they exist there, yeah, so let's do that first. So let's say if this dot player depot dot connecting players by name dot, where do I do two lowercase here? Get or create player, get player by name. So that means shared player depot, get player by name, does two lowercase on this? Yes, it does. So we can say get connecting player by name. That can only be done over here though, I think. Oh boy. Okay, so I just got to take this same thing that I had here. Get connecting player by name. So now we change this. Okay, great. So now we can call this API. So if const connecting player equals this dot player depot dot get connecting player by name. If util dot exist connecting player, then we probably do a socket dot disconnect here, and before doing that, we probably emit to them what it is that happened. So here. Yep. Okay, and then we change this to connecting player is still connecting from a previous session, disallowing this new connection. Yeah, and then return. Okay, so that was the first thing. And is there anything else I need to consider when I'm doing this? I don't want to alter. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we've gotten past there. So next it's going to be add the, so create a new player, mark them as connecting, and put them in the connecting players object. Okay, yeah, that is the next step, definitely. So get or create player. Here's where things need to differ a little bit, and this is where things get a little bit annoying too, because we don't have a team ID in there. So eventually we're going to get to the point where a player finally connects. Assign them to a team and probably do a whole bunch of other stuff. No, we'll get to that point. In fact, let me close these other things for right now. So we get the player depot. Oh, whoops. Wait, if I don't have this, then we need to do this down here. Const player depot equals that. Get rid of that and get rid of the next this. There. All right, what next? Get or create player. So we get the player depot. We get the player by name. Oh, I guess, yeah, I forgot to do that, huh? Okay, so then see if they are already connected. If so, close their old connection. Sorry, I'm laughing at the original Pepper. Does not seem like, well, never mind. Chat's just funny sometimes. So see if they're already connected. If so, close their old connection. So in order to see if they're already connected, we need to make a player. We need to see if this already exists. And if they are, then we close this thing down. Where is my code? I don't even know where I just scrolled to. Okay, well, let's just search for it. Get or create. Yeah, here. So let's put a bookmark. Let's put a bookmark actually right here. That way I don't lose this point in the code. And then same thing with get or create player. I'll put another bookmark here. So now I can switch between these two locations pretty quickly. And then where's the code that disconnects them? Here it is. Player connected twice. So yeah, let's code this here too. And then later I'm going to extract out functions. So first, check to see if they are already connecting from another session. So there's that. Next, check to see if they've already finished connecting from another session. So that is going to be get the player by name, and then if that exists, connected player. If util.exists connected player, then we need to disconnect them. All right. Okay. Twitch has been buffering for you pretty frequently. It might, if you're talking about my stream, it might just be my CPU usage. Sometimes this thing jumps up and there's not much I can do about this. Oh, in fact, take a look at this. Java is somehow using 9% of my CPU. This is actually, oh, let me close these things. Well, that was JavaScript. I know that wasn't this, but Java's using so much. I'm going to try closing Phantom Bot and reopening it. Yeah, let's close this. And now I should see that taking up next to nothing. How do I close this thing? Okay, let's just force close it. Right? Yeah. CPU freed up. So for some reason after that long, oh, look at that. Now my CPU usage is a lot lower. I think Phantom Bot is the problem of a lot of this. But let's start up Phantom Bot again. So more pre-stream. How do I start Phantom Bot? Here. There. Phantom Bot is now started. Okay. I didn't know what he meant by standalone. I've not worked with. Oh no. Okay. So here's how I interpreted the conversation. Is something like this. So Xpixel said something like, I'm just gonna make something up, right? So it's not raining over here, and then Spurman says, well, what's heavy rain to you? And then you said, like, at Xpixel, and I thought you weren't part of the conversation up until that point. and you were just kind of signaling to Xpixel that he has a question to answer. And it was just funny to me for some reason. I don't know. So I'm not trying to call you out or something. I was just laughing because I have my own little dialogue running through my head. I'm in Spain at my mother's and internet here is bad. If I'm watching a stream, I can't even check Gmail or something without interrupting. Oh, you have a fiber connection back at home though? My connection is actually not too bad. It's not bandwidth that's been stopping me. Originally it was. If you guys look back to my very old videos, so if you go to my YouTube link and take a look at, I don't even know if this would be there. Whoops, that's the wrong playlist. Hang on a second. All right, yeah, I was logged in under my personal account. Okay, so playlist, Twitch development VODs. So yeah, day 2 I only have 15 minutes up. But this was back at my old apartment where internet was so bad. I think Twitch cut out like once or twice a week for me, which is really bad when you're streaming because it disconnects everyone who's watching you, and then some of those people just won't ever come back. All right. So check to see if they've already finished connecting from another session. If they have, then disconnect them. And so at this point, we know that they have no outstanding connecting or connected sessions. So we can mark them as connecting. No, we can't, actually. No, we can't. We can't do that. This is wrong. I screwed up. And this is why this is going to be so hard to figure out. So if they were already connected, then boot them offline. We can only do this step after authenticating them. Otherwise, anyone could boot anyone else offline. Hey again, Monadic Mind. Oh, never mind. There was context to that I had just completely missed. The 100 Hours Club? I don't know how I would even check to see who's in that club. It'd probably be in here somewhere. Is there a time thing? Time.ini. Oh yeah, there it is. So take a look. Here's everyone's amount of time. So Swift Blue has been here for this many whatevers. How does that work out to 98 hours? Let's divide this by 60 and see. What? Oh, divide by 3600. Oh, and then we get your number of hours. Yeah. Okay, so if we divide all these numbers, so let's just search for equals, and then divide all these numbers by 3600. Oh, this is going to slow down. This is going to crash my computer, I bet. All I was doing is typing the numbers. I haven't even evaluated these. All right, now I evaluate them all. I only have 9,000 selections. This is going to be a breeze. Hopefully it's not trying to spawn like 9,000 threads. Oh, actually that worked pretty quickly, huh? So now, here's what we do. We search for all the equals. We transpose this. Is that going to work? No, we can't do that. Because of the periods, I think. Yeah, this won't work. Okay, well, too late. Already screwed up. Yeah, that was a val. Except for, I'm pretty sure Sublime's just not going to respond anymore. Alright. So much for figuring out who had the most time. Well, I'd sure like to use my computer again, so let's just close Sublime. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, whatever. The numbers got all screwed up, but yeah, whatever. I'll do it some other time. And by the way, I think that's part of the reason why Phantom Bot is so bad. There's a lot of reasons. I'm not even gonna go into more of that. So where did I leave off here? What is this anyway? Roadmap to do, yeah, this stuff. So I want to close all the rest of that. So I can't do this here. I need to do this afterward. Let me think. So see if they were already connecting. Good. Then what's the next thing we do? Create a new player, mark them as connecting, put them in the connecting players object. But this is different from the other player. It's got to have the same ID. It will have the same ID as... No. So here's what we have to do. So see if a player is already connected with the same ID. If so, make a new player with that ID. Otherwise, make a new player with a new ID. Yeah. Unix large combines like Sublime or Emacs. Yeah, I totally agree there. But then you got to learn all the tools, which I never bothered to learn. Wow. Some people have been watching me for over 400 hours. What is... Oh yeah. So eval is in the blog post that I made. I'm sorry. If you guys were asking me about that stuff, I wasn't paying attention. Here's the blog post where the top one is about Sublime, and I mentioned eval in here. Yeah, evaluate. Here it is. And I gave an example here. Just evaluate mathematical expressions if you want. You could actually have it do something like this, high times 80, because it's Python, so it'll just evaluate whatever Python you give it. So same thing, it knows how to do modulus just because Python knows how to do modulus. And it can do whatever else you need it to do. High plus there. Not useful. Wouldn't it be awkward if people stare at you for 400 hours? In real life, yes. On stream, no. I think that's the one exception. Did it break? No, Programmer D just put an app before Weedly. Programmer D broke Botland bot. No, he didn't. Alright, so let's do this. So see if a player is already connected with the same ID. So here's what we do. Connected player, we get that. If it exists, then we need to take their ID. So let ID equals null. Otherwise, ID equals connected player, shared player, get ID. Do I have a function for this? Oh, shared player.js, not. Alright, yes I do. So I have this. Let's put this in here. Get ID. So we need to give the connecting player the same ID as the connected player. That way, if their connection goes through, we can boot the connected player offline. Alright, so here's where the booting part would take place. And that's something that I should have down here as well. Okay, good, yeah, so let's take care of that. Alright, done. Next, now we have to create the player. Create a player object for the connecting player. So const connecting player equals, and now we got to be careful about how we do this. So we got to create a new player object. This is going to be annoying. So we have a create player here. We need to make a create connecting player. I'm not sure how I want to do this exactly. Create connecting player. So we make a new player, and instead of storing it anywhere else, we just store it here. And I'm going to refactor all of this in the end. This dot create client server player. Yeah. Turn existing player. That's not correct. Svenhoff says, what's been the toughest part of development up till now? I think the toughest part was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. So what days were those? I guess in the 50s pretty much, somewhere between 50 and 56. Those parts were really tough because I had no clue what I was doing. And it was a lot of technologies I hadn't used before. So I'm familiar with MySQL. I've used it before. I'm not an expert at it. I needed to use that, learn the load balancing and proxy services that I was using. I needed to mess around with Azure at one point. I don't know, just a lot of things were going wrong. And I feel like they've been handled for now. There are still some tough parts I haven't totally finished yet. There's all of the securing my connections with SSL certificates, and then making sure that everything happens over TLS, and yeah, there's more to do. And then there's still load balancing and then spinning up VMs on the fly, and yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. The day shall not be spoken of. The part between day 1 and the current day. Okay. Yeah, so here we're going to just create a connecting player. Here we need to know that they don't already exist. So we get existing player. Actually, this makes me want to change this code too. New player shouldn't be defined until here. Yeah, there. That's slightly better code now. So then we make a new player, create, yep. All right. Create, then connecting player equals store the new player. Do I even use player ID? I don't. So this is all pointless. Perhaps. Yeah. Oh, see you, Weedley. All right, so now I have the create connecting player API. So we can say player depot.create connecting player, and we need the parameters. And the parameters are going to be this, ID and name for right now, I guess. Oh, okay. All right, but this ID needs to be either the ID that was defined or the next player ID. Yeah. Oh, see you, Void Dreamer. All the East Coasters are leaving. Can't remember, but you don't send your JWT via an auth header, just a typical header, correct? Yeah, just a typical header. Yep. So an ECMA const is just a regular constant, and let is just a regular var, or is there more to it? So there actually is a tiny bit more to it since I'm transpiling. Eventually, const would be a regular constant. So let's cover this briefly, I guess. So const x equals 5, x equals 6. This will be invalid in ECMAScript 6. When you transpile this, this is not invalid, but it's anyway, it's not worth talking about transpiling. Yeah, this would not be valid. So const, yep, pretty much understood. Now let is block scoped, not function scoped. So this is not hoisted. Whereas most variables not most variables, any var statement, var y equals 5 is hoisted. If you want me to go over hoisting, I can tell you what that's about. Otherwise, you can just look it up. So not hoisted, and this is block scoped, and this is hoisted and function scoped. So that's the difference between const, var, and let. Yeah, const is a const pointer to a value, but even this is, so when you go to transpile this will fail, but then later it won't fail. Anyway, it's weird. Just forget encryption and lawyer up. I don't think I can have a game if I forget encryption. So connecting player equals create connecting player. Okay, good. So this player is now going to be marked as connecting. So we need to do that. Set, where do I set this? shared player.js connecting. Where do I do this? Maybe it's server player.js. Set connection state to connecting. Yes, this is what I want to do. And this is something that needs to take place in the server's player depot for create connecting player, which I keep getting all turned upside down. Create connecting player. Yeah, so here, new player.set connection state to connecting. So they are a connecting player. We know that. Next. So we've marked them as connecting already. This will be marked as connecting. You know what? I'm going to just explicitly say this. Connecting player.set connection state to connecting. This is not needed as of right now because this is what CCP does. Yeah. Block scoping is more. Yeah, oh yeah, it totally is. I agree. I shouldn't have put it second, but yet I did. Hey again, Lulong. By the way, Lulong, I could not really follow your stream last night. I tried watching for a little bit after I had hosted you, and there was very little English, and it was also a game I've never really watched, World of Tanks. I've seen it, and the games I've seen, there's a lot of sitting around in the game. So I don't know. I'm getting too old for World of Tanks, apparently. And English. Don't forget about English. Hey again, Walshy. That was a long shower. Dutch is very hard. Well, it's just not English. Alright, so what am I screwing up now? So let's see. First, check to see if they're already connecting. If so, disconnect this new socket. Because, yeah. Oh, even that's not allowed. Alright, hang on. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. I gotta still think about this. And let me write down the problem that I just thought of. So, problem. I can't even disallow connections for players who are already connecting because you don't need credentials to try to connect. All right, I'll be right back. Yep. Okay. It'd be really nice if this raising my desk was automatic. Oh, and no, Lulong, you don't have to do an English stream just for me. I like watching the people I'm hosting to figure out what it is I'm hosting. And, yeah. Okay, so I can't disallow connections for players who are already connected. This goes back to this really long comment that I wrote. mark them as connecting. I can't actually mark them as connecting. So I said need to come up with a way to stop people from trying to connect twice. Maybe we just allow it. Then if one actually goes through, we stop the others. I think I have to do that. If we do that, then when a player comes online, we first need to check to see if they're in the connecting state. And if so, allow it and mark all connecting players with the same ID as being offline. Automate it then. Yeah. So this is what I need to do, I think. Allow all connections incoming. There may, no, this is not good. All incoming connections. Maybe make connecting players by name values into arrays so that I can keep track all the connecting players the same name. Then only one's allowed to make it through. All right, is this gonna work? I need to finish designing this first. So here's what happens. A player comes online and we just say, are you already connecting? Oh, yeah, I need to make sure all players in this array have the same ID. A bug with time? What's the bug with time? What are you saying is the bug with time? No, you spelled his name wrong. Yeah, never mind. Okay. So this is what I need to do. All right, let's change this. I'm eventually going to get to a good design for this here. So this is going to be value is an array of players. Okay, all player objects in this array should have the same ID because only one of them will eventually be allowed to connect. So there. Now what? Create connecting player. I need to say const existing connecting players equals this, let's say lowercase name. Params. There should be a name in there, right? Params.name.to lowercase. So I can say lowercase name here and equals this dot connecting players by name that. If util, do I have util in here? I don't. So import star as util from util. All right, so if util dot exists, existing connecting players, then no, so if it doesn't exist, then we need to set this equal to an array. And that way we can just push the new player. All right, so now we always keep track of all of the connecting players. So now I need to delete this code here. Or do I? Okay, connecting player by name. So check to see if they've already finished. If someone's finished connecting, they'll all have, every player is going to get the same ID, right? So there are 3 different cases here. No one's connecting, someone's already connected. Is Botland bot written in Java? So yes, and not by me. It's a phantom bot instance. Yeah, so 3 cases when someone tries to connect. 1 or more connections are already in progress. 1 connection has already succeeded, and no connection attempts have been made before. Instead of displaying pop-ups with build error, make your chair provide electric current to your body parts. Quality of code will increase, maybe, but the quality of my well-being will go way down. All right. So what do we do in each of these cases? So our new connecting player will take on the ID of these players. Our new connecting player will take on the ID of this player. Enigma says, hey, could you give me some tips on how to improve my logical thinking in programming? I think you should do something sort of like what I'm doing if a problem seems tough to you, which is to just plan it out in English. Like, completely remove the coding from this and just think, all right, I'm working on connecting right now. Like, how do I want to do this just in English? And really what you're doing by coming up with this is you're designing. And it'll help you come up with, okay, what are all the corner cases? Because once you start coding, you have a divide between how do I physically input the code, so what keys am I going to type, and then what is it that I'm doing. So you've added the extra part of how am I going to input the code. That's why I think just thinking about it in English is a good idea. And then, yeah, coding more, as Spurtman says. Practice makes perfect. Okay, so this is kind of the top case I think we go with. All right, so let's think about this. Also, I did not mean to do that. So if the connected player already exists, then we get the ID from that. So let's take this. Check to see if they've already finished connecting from another session. Okay, so in that case, we get the ID. Now, if not util.exists ID, if they haven't already connected, then check to see if they're currently connecting so that we can make sure we have the same ID there too. So here's where we do get connecting player, and I have this written out here. Get connecting player by name. I'm going to say player array by name. So now we do this. Const connecting players equals player depot dot get connecting. Actually, I don't really care about this, do I? The only reason I used this before was to disconnect them. I'm going to change how this works. Get connecting player ID by name. So, yeah, I'll do this. So I say const player array equals this. If not util.exists player array, or player array.length equals 0, return null. Otherwise, return player array 0.id, get ID. Okay, there we go. So here we would just say ID equals get connecting player ID by name, and the name is name. And this already takes care of making it lowercase. Good. All right, good. So at this point, there's one thing that we've made certain. If there were any connecting players or already connected players with the exact same name as you, then all of these things will have the same ID. That way, only one of these is allowed to get through, and it's always the newest one that's allowed. Unless there's one case where it's not necessarily the newest that's allowed, and that's if, let's say you try connecting, let's say you're connected on your computer and you have 2 tablets, and you hit the connect button on both of the tablets at the same time. Whichever one completes first is what's going to stay connected, and that's going to disconnect everybody else. So that part should be fine. So we get the player depot, we check to see, okay, so at this point we definitely have their ID. Now we create an object for the connected player. Now here, I believe I've already modified this code. So this is going to make a new player, and it's going to make sure an array exists for, okay, now add to the array, mark the player as connecting, and we're done there. So we now have this connecting player. Next, what we're going to do is this stuff. All right, so we want to do this. This goes up here. And again, I'm building up all this code. I'm not trying to make it pretty yet. It will eventually, hopefully, get that way. All right, so there's that. And then we need this part. This is the important part. And then the rest of this code, I'm just going to cut out completely, actually. So we're going to just say return from here. So the rest of this code might as well be commented out. So let's also comment it out. That way I don't get confused at all about what was happening here. All right. So let's see what's going on now. So I check to see, are they already connected? If so, take that ID. Are they already connecting? If so, take that ID. Then make a player with that ID. Then we go through all of this. If they have pre-beta access, then we can finally move on to here. Now here's where we need to do a bunch of things. So, well, we don't necessarily have to do it here, actually. Initialize socket with player. I feel like this function needs a change. Let's see if it exists anywhere else in the code base. No, it doesn't. Okay, so we can change it in here. We're going to say player passed authentication. All right, good. So when the player passes authentication, we know for sure at this point that the first thing we need to do is, oh, and then we also need to do assign a team to this player. The first thing we need to do is disconnect any other connecting/connected players with the same ID. That's the first thing to do. So let's just write a function, this dot disconnect players with same ID player. All right, and we put that here. And they all have different sockets now, and they're all different player objects. And then we need to remove this player from connecting players and add it to the other data structures. So there's a lot to do. So now disconnect players with the same ID. So disconnect the connecting players with this ID, who are not this exact player. And we know because the reference will be different. Yeah. So const connecting players equals, well, we need to do this differently. Can I just disconnect players like that? How do I do this? It's in this commented block that I have up here. I emit to their socket and I do a socket.disconnect. So this is the code I'm going to have to do. Okay. So connecting players I also need const player depot equals this dot game server dot get player depot. Player depot dot, I'm gonna go just take this from here. Players by name. For let player name in connecting players. Let's say const connecting players with same name equals connecting players. Actually, here's what I should do. And then get this with the same name. So we're going to say player.getName.to lowercase. All right. So now this may be no one, but we need to check. If util.exists, connecting players with same name, and the length of it is greater than 0. Actually, we don't even need to check if the length of it is greater than 0. We can just say if it exists, because we're going to iterate over it, and we don't care if the length is 0, because that just won't do anything. Connecting players with same name dot length. Let const connecting player the same name, and we get their socket, which should be, yep, it's there. We don't have a get socket, but we do have an emit function here. So yeah, we can do that. We can say connecting player with same name dot emit, and we can emit this. And then we can disconnect their socket. Now, I don't think I have code to do that, short of just directly doing it. Oh, I apparently do. Well. Disconnect. Hey, PoppyAX. That's a very assembly name that you have. All right, so this is disconnecting connecting players. So let's do disconnect connecting players with same name player. Now I actually forgot to write something in here, so I've got to do this. This dot players with same name player. Disconnect players with, oh, it's connecting players. All right, so we do this, but then in here I need to check to make sure that this player is not exactly equal to, so if this equals player, continue. Make sure not to disconnect the player that caused the other, that is whose connection made it through. All right. Okay, so that's disconnect connecting players. Good. Now there's this dot disconnect connected player with same name player. Okay. Disconnect connected player. So this function, we need to do, again, what I had commented out up here. Man, there's a ton of stuff to do here. So if there was a connected player, and how do we get that here? So if there was a connected player, then we shut them down. And we do that by doing this. Wait, do we know that they're online? Yeah, they have to be online now, right? No, they could be offline. Yeah, they could be offline. So, and connected player dot is online. Then we say player connected twice. So what if they're offline? What does that do? Oh, it breaks everything is what it does. Oh my god. If I ever check player equality, so like player equals some other player, then this will screw everything up. My stream is playing during dinner with your family. It has been the past few days. Well, hi, Programmer D's family. I don't know if you're saying they can hear me. I picture you all just eating turkey and mashed potatoes. Oh, Adam just coded another line of code. Yeah, good job. Okay, so I gotta be really careful. Need to be careful now that I'm making brand new player references that I'm never checking equality of players with equals equals equals. Rather, I'm doing so with... They can hear me. Oh, man. Tell your dad I'm hacking his computer right now. Okay, rather, I'm doing so with their IDs. Is the server work the most important part of your game? It's kind of hard to say. I think this is one of those things where the game can't exist without a server. Well, it can't exist in the capacity I want it to exist in. So it's like... I'm not going to get philosophical about this. It's pretty important. So if I don't get the server right and I don't do everything kind of perfectly here, then it can lead to a bad experience for players, and then they won't want to play anymore. And everything that follows from that is pretty straightforward. But yeah, there are little things that you're willing to grant some concessions on, right? So I don't know, a projectile doesn't look exactly like it's hitting the thing it's supposed to hit. You're like, no, okay, fine. Like, I recognize what's supposed to happen. Then there are some bugs where it's like, oh, I dragged this item and it doesn't look like I dragged it to where I was supposed to drag it. Like, it's annoying. I have to keep doing this 2 or 3 times. Like, those things can get frustrating. And so this, if you were trying to connect and, I don't know, you just got randomly booted offline, it'd be annoying. Geek says, is someone here using Google Cloud? I am not. Well, actually, I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. Triple equals is for type equality as well. So in JavaScript, 1 equals 1 is true. 1 triple equals 1 is false. And so you run into weird things that you can do here. Like this is also true, I believe. Because what's going to happen is it's going to try to coerce both of these into strings. And the string representations of both of these are the same, so it'll return true. So almost always you want triple equals in JavaScript. There are some times where you might want double equals. Okay, so yeah, this is something I can't actually verify unless I run into this particular case. I mean, short of searching my code base for something like owner.star equals equals equals, which I better not be doing anywhere. Oh, well, that's just a bad regex, but that's fine. Player.star equals equals equals. This I should be doing at least one place in the code, legitimately. Hey, Doom Lazy. What am I working on? What level do you want to know about? Do you want to know about the game? Do you want to know about the actual thing that I'm working on right now? Because the game itself is here. Yeah, okay. What am I doing then? Player.id. I really should have searched for something better than this. What do I want to search for then? /b.star equals equals equals? I think that's what I want. Yeah, let's search for that. This is a slightly better regex. I think it'll return... yeah. Okay. Well, there aren't very many things to go through here. It looks like I am not comparing random players with other players. All right, then this should be fine. I think... Yeah, because I reference players by their IDs everywhere, and then I get them by their IDs. I think this will be okay. This will be okay. JS Lind isn't a cop. He can't stop you. I like that quote. Alright, I'm going to try to save this. Except for this annoyance. Alright, let's see what we got here. So we got to cut this out. Alright, get rid of this and this and this. All right, there's the quote. I'll put this in later, I think. Okay. So disconnect, connected player with the same name. We say player connected twice if they're online. If they're offline, what is the fallout here? Do we have this reference anywhere? That's the part I'm not sure about. And actually, what we could do is make it so that we just use that reference. Maybe that is what we do. Yeah, if they were offline, maybe we should return them. Just use that same player object. Can I do that? Player.disconnect. And does disconnect set their socket to null? Disconnected sets it to null. Okay, I think that's the safest way. So we change this to here. We disconnect the player, and then we say return connected player, return null. And here we're going to return this, and then we're going to pass it all the way back to here. So we're going to say player equals, no, we can't do that. Let's say existing player. If util.exists existing player, then player equals existing player. Make sure to use the same reference that we'd already had in the player depot in case I accidentally make any comparisons by reference in the code base somewhere. Okay, there. What's the point of having a keyboard cam? People, I think, like it. I don't know. A couple of people asked me, why don't I get one back before I had one? So then I got a gift from some friends of mine, and it turned out to be a keyboard camera. Well, it turned out to be a camera, which I pointed at my keyboard, making it a keyboard camera. So yeah, I think it's entertaining to some people. If it's not, then it only takes up that tiny amount of the screen, which is what, like a stamp. That's the size of it. All right, so remove this player from connecting players and add it to the other data structures. That has not been done. So in here, I need to say player connected, connecting player. All right, so this, can't do that. This game server get player depot dot whatever this is called, player connected. You need a mouse cam with the tracking system. Yeah. All right. So player connected is going to do this. This needs to take them out of the connecting players. Yeah. Which really should just delete all of the connecting players. In fact, that should probably happen here. I don't know. So delete this connecting player dot get name, 2 lowercase, delete it by that, and then add them to this other part, wherever that is. Shared player depot, here we go. And I need their ID as well. So const player ID equals connecting player dot get ID. Connecting player, and then we just change this to lowercase name. All right. Now we just have to assign them a team. So in get or create player, that's where this was currently happening. Next team ID. Hopefully this isn't used at all in player. Team ID. Set team ID. This function is used when we need to assign a player to a new team. It should not be used to set the player's team ID at construction time. That's what the constructor is for. Well. Yeah, okay. So I think this is fine. I think we can I think we can set this. All right, what do we have? So authentication here. Team ID, game server get game state, get next team ID, player.set. We only do this if they don't already have a team ID though, and they will have a team ID. So we need to know whether there was an existing player or not. Although they were offline. Are they deleted from the player depot entirely? And there's so many problems to figure out here. What happens at the end of a game? Game server. We rebalance the teams, but what do we do before that? Reset all outstanding players' buff choices. Grant buff to player, grant buff to team. Player join game. Nope. Start a new game. Delete offline players. Oh, I do this. Oh, interesting. Player depot. Yeah. So I removed them from here completely. And remove players in shared player depot. Yep, this deletes them. Okay. Yeah, so there's nothing to worry about here. An offline player, if they had a team, we need to trust their team. Oh, what did I miss? You don't have the version with lights? Mineaholic says, how fast can you type? Approximately how fast you've been watching on stream. Maybe. Sorry, I can't keep a straight face when I say that. I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. I don't know. I haven't measured in a while. It's probably above 100 words per minute, but I've never, it's not that I've never looked. I've not remembered what it was. 30 speed. Assign a team to this player. So this part, if the player already existed, we need to take the team from, oh yeah, here. Let's do this. There are going to be some weird issues around connecting, that's for sure. So player, set team ID. Where does this thing exist? Shared player.js, set team ID. All right, there. So I think that's that. What have I forgotten now? Type racer time? I don't think so. Do you feel you're faster on the ergonomic keyboard than on the other mechanical one? I actually don't know. So I don't know. Because I don't really end up using any functions on this keyboard for coding that I don't have on the other keyboard. Very rarely. I don't know if you guys can see this row of keys up here, but there are parentheses here. I will very, very rarely use one of these. But I don't think that makes me faster. So then it comes down to just the layout and the switches on it. So I'm not sure. I think whatever keyboard I use the most is the keyboard that I'm the best at. So I was probably the best at my mechanical keyboard at some point, and now I'm not. Man, if you Twitch viewers don't exist and you're a bunch of AIs, then you're pretty good AIs, because you fooled me. You passed the Turing test in my book. Okay. Am I all set here? Remove a player and add it to other data structures. So that's what's done there. This code is incredibly ugly. I need to test this out though, and I need to figure out if it works. Assign a team to the player only if they didn't already exist. If they did exist, then they already had a team, because players are deleted. Because offline players are deleted at the end of each game. 80 bots at once in your stream? What? What is this? This looks like an incredibly bad Photoshop. Okay. Nobody uses escape on Vim. I use control left bracket, I think, or maybe control right bracket. I don't know until I'm actually coding in Vim. All right, yeah, so I think I gotta test this. So in order to test this, I need to change this. We're saying get user, and then is, okay, so let's do this. Dot then, promise dot delay 10,000. All right, now for the tests that I almost don't even want to do because I'm pretty sure they're gonna break. But I have to do them. So let me start up the game. All right, here goes nothing. So first, I'll connect over here. And wait, what? That shouldn't have finished. Oh, I forgot to restart the game server. Okay, well, that's not the kind of failure I expected to happen. That's an okay failure because that's super easy to fix. And that's how we fix it. All right, there. Server's running again. Now we test this out. So I hit connect over here. It's going to wait 10 seconds before finally connecting me. All right, good. Now I hit connect over here after waiting 5 seconds. And now both are in progress. But then this one's going to finish in 1 second. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Error. Okay, well, line 527. What does that actually equate to here? Player.setSocket. Socket. It's called connecting player.setSocket. Okay, let's search for this in the real code. And we have to bind it to the connect. Wait, what? What am I doing here? Where's player? Player doesn't even exist. Oh no. 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 There is no player object. I never made one, did I? Oh wait, yes I did. Okay. Well, so much for complaining. Sorry for whining, everybody. Let's just call this player, and then I think we fixed it all. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. A-okay. I salute you, code. All right, let's try this again. This time with 100% less whining. So the server started up. Here we go. Hit connect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we connect over here. And now, oh, we already got errors. Player depots not defined. Wait, up. Said I wouldn't whine. Not gonna whine. There's no, you didn't hear any whining. Promise dot delay. So it came from there. Where did it end up though? Wait, dot then only accepts functions, but was passed object to object. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no, I'm stupid. This is actually not how you do things. It should be this. Yeah. Also, is this even trying to do anything? I'm gonna put more logging in here before I restart this. Which the logging would go here, I guess. So logger.info. Name is attempting to connect. Okay. Test number 3. Excuse me. All right, we hit connect. We should see this over here. Yep, attempting to connect. Wait about 5 seconds. Hit connect over here. Good so far. Now we wait the other 5 seconds for this thing to finish. Nope, not good. This actually could be a real error. Someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay, what's going on here? Is valid is true, but my password is... No, my password is password. Wait, what? Someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta access. How did that happen? It came from this. Yeah, it came from this. User DB JSON. So, wait, what? Who am I trying to connect as? It was Adam, right? Adam has an account. Right? There I am. Oh, come on. Alright, fine. Stringify user DBJ. No, wait, it won't exist. What am I doing? Is user a valid pre-beta user? Oh, whoops. Oh. Can't do this. Alright. Yeah, that was really stupid. Really, really stupid. So we need to change this. First of all, I should have returned the promise here, I think. I don't really know what I was thinking. I should have returned the promise here. I also should have returned this. This might work now. Whoops, promise.resolve. Ack. Have I made any other games? Yeah, I haven't finished a whole lot of them. The last one that I finished, it also happens to be open source. And by also, I just meant, here's another interesting fact, not that Botland is open source. So if you want to check that game out, you can go here. You can play it here too, actually. So the game is live. It'll take you maybe 2 or 3 hours to beat. It's not supposed to be a very long game. It's a game where so you can't see where I'm pointing right now, but follow the cursor down to where my face is. Somewhere under here, you can purchase units. So there, I have purchased an archer. And then you can enter this world and then place your units here. And then they go and they shoot stuff. And yeah. Anyway. Minaholic says, sits here not understanding what's going on at all. Well, I'm glad you're still sitting there, but if you want me to explain anything, I'd be happy to. So yeah, feel free to ask some questions. Now I'm going to try this again. And we're going to get it to the point where it works. And then I'm going to say yippee. Alright, wait for this to connect. So there, 2, 3, 4, 5, and connect over here. Alright. Now what's going to happen here? Oh, come on. Does not have pre-beta access. So what is this doing? I probably screwed up this promise again. Oh no, unexpected token. Oh man, 574. Doesn't it? The only way this can happen is if I ignored a notification that popped up there. Apparently I did. Wow. Apparently I did. Oh, you don't need to do this. You don't need to say return here. At least I don't think you do. Let's go try it out in Babel.js. Stream keeps freezing for a few seconds for anyone else. It's possible. My CPU use is pretty high. Which actually probably means that Phantom Bot is using a lot of CPU now. Yes, 7%. I mean, so is Chrome. I think Phantom Bot uses more CPU depending on how many people are in the channel. That's my guess. That's still way too much. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So what happens if we say this? Console.log 5. It's a function that returns 5. No, it doesn't actually invoke the function. So let's say this. A equals that A. A is not defined. Var. Perfect. All right, this works how I think it does. It automatically returns the thing that I wanted it to return. So we don't need to say this. We just say this part. Okay, good. So that time it didn't break my build. So we can try this again. And just again and again and again until I finally get to the point where I'm testing real code. All right, here we go. Connect. 4, 5, connect. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Player depot is not defined. Okay, that's not too bad. So this is coming from connect user if they have a pre-beta account. Player depot is not defined. It's not really coming from that apparently. It's coming from something else. This player depot equals this dot game server dot get player depot. So that might have been working. Yeah, let's try this again. Don't you still have a DigitalOcean drop? No, I don't. I closed it because I didn't want to get charged for anything. Didn't say yippee. All right, here we go. So what should happen in 4 seconds is we should see chat pop up here. That's how we'll know that this part at least worked. Did it? Did it? Did it? Did it? Chat didn't pop up. Reference error, name is not defined. Man, I screwed up everything here. Yeah, player doesn't exist. It should be const name equals player.getName. All right, take 7. Stream dead. Extreme freeze. Too much going on my CPU. You know, I could just close the bot down. That would probably fix a lot of these problems. In fact, let me close it down again. All right, there. How did that work? CPU is too high still? No. Do I have a spare laptop or anything run the bot on that? Actually, I do. Each time I launch the server, there's a 15-second video freeze, but we still get the audio. Okay, that's not good. I'm gonna just keep my bot offline for a little bit while I try this out. Actually, can I stop anything else in this process? No, I need to run this stuff. You know what I could do? I could have my laptop run, I don't know. Oh, Jackery says, what am I doing? I don't understand. Yeah, so I'm working on a game and oh yeah, my bot's not running, so that command won't work. Okay, let me link you directly to YouTube for this thing. That'll help out a little bit, or you can go to the bot.land. I'll explain the game in a bit, but for right now I am testing something, so I want to continue to test this. So let's see. This is like when the power goes out and you walk into a room and you still instinctively just hit the light switch, and then you get confused for a second, you're like, oh yeah, that's right, power's out. All right, here goes. Connect. 5, connect. All right, so we should see chat pop up over here, and then it should immediately disconnect this player. Did it work? Error, cannot read property get name of undefined. That's not good. That means I'm not passing in an argument somewhere where I should be. Probably here. Nope, that's not it. Is it here? Disconnect players with same ID? No, what? Is it player past authentication that's not doing this? Huh. I have a feeling this player doesn't even exist. Logger.info player object player. Yeah, okay, let me try that. Like, I broke connecting. I didn't even break multiple connections yet because I can't even test that part. So let's just test one connection. So I hit connect here. I should have taken out the 10-second delay. Because now we gotta wait until the timer says 12:50. All right, there. Thank you all for your patience. And now we get cannot read property get name of undefined. Now that I find unusual because we do have a player object and it does have a name. So let's go take a look. We have a player here. We don't know exactly where this is coming from. Connect user if they have a pre-beta account, but that's just a promise. Okay, so I'm trying to do get name of undefined. player.getName. Let's just search for getName. In fact, let's just search new code for getName. I think that would be the easiest. Oh, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. Something here is undefined. Connecting players. Wow. Disconnect connecting players with the same name. Strange. All right, well, how about before doing any of this stuff? So console.log disconnect player. Let's put this one down here. Oh, and then also take out that delay of 10,000 seconds and just change it into 10 milliseconds. That's practically instantaneous. So it's not the bot causing the freeze? Oh, is it still freezing every time I start on my server? Yeah, my CPU use is still pretty high. This is why I lowered the frames per second of OBS. I could make it take less CPU by changing the plug. Oh wait, actually, this is now very reasonable. 37%. That's not bad. All right, let's try connecting. This should happen instantaneously. It's gonna produce an error. I know for sure. But here we go. The player existed in both places. Cannot read property get name undefined. So I don't know where the stack of this is taking place. I wonder if I can get more information by checking in the catch there. In fact, yes, I probably can do that. So that's what I should have done here. Let's search for this. This is coming from here. Error from this error. Then let's just do error.stack here. GPU encoding. Oh, I don't have access to that apparently. There were like two settings, NV enc and quick encode or something. I looked into this last night. Oh, perfect. Look at this. So player depot. It's coming from player depot. Connecting player doesn't exist. Player connected. Oh yeah, I never did that. Yep. I meant to say player here. Whoops. Okay, well, stack traces help. Make a dad fund where we can donate for you to afford a new motherboard and a good i7. I actually have an i7. I guess it's just not good enough. It's actually, when did I buy this? What are new i7s rated at? I think I got this years ago. Maybe, I don't know, offloading to another computer or upgrading my CPU. See, it's expensive. I'll need to think about it. Maybe I'll accept donations from one very rich person. Okay, cool. I connected. So disconnect. Okay, good. Okay. Let's try this out now. Now we need to add in the delay back to 10 seconds and then try this out for real this time. I'm a few generations back. No, I have a Raspberry Pi actually, and I have a laptop that I'm not using, so I could use either of those things. Okay, so connect over here, and then connect over here. Okay, and now let's take a look at what's happening over in the log here. So Adam is attempting to connect in both places. Now over here it succeeded, and then over here it said, you are already connecting in another device or browser. Try again in a bit. So the error message is a little bit strange. But then it says, player is already online, disconnecting their first session. Okay, yeah, cool. So that worked. Now let me make a bot. So I'm going to make a really basic bot and just pick, what did I pick? 15% of laser damage dealt. So where did the bot go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so, oh yeah, you guys can't see it. There's the bot. So I also have this buff, 15% laser damage dealt. Let me reconnect over here. This is going to take 10 seconds. I'm going to hit connect. And then once this thing hits 1250, what I'll see is that the right browser will just disconnect completely. That didn't work. Player ID equals 2. Ooh, the ID changed. That's not good. is already online, disconnecting their first session. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. None of that worked. So the IDs are somehow going up. Player object. Yeah, that's not possible. Or rather, it shouldn't be possible. Okay, yippee. There you go. Thanks, Reaper. Programmer D took offense. Can't I overclock my CPU? I'm not going to do that. There are... It can actually change the order in which instructions go into the CPU's pipeline and then like totally screw things up. And I don't think that's worth doing. Granted, there are like safe levels of overclocking where that's very unlikely to happen. Are you changing IDs before checking if someone with the same name is? I'm not sure. I got to look at what's happening right now. So the code where I set IDs is here. And I say ID or this. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, this is... I already know. Because I've run into this problem before. And this is one of the few cases where having experience is helpful. Yeah, so... 0 is a falsy value in JavaScript. So what I should have done is this. Const ID to use equals ID. If ID to use... Actually, I could just do this here. If ID doesn't exist, then we set it equal to next player ID plus plus, and then only ever make use of this. That should fix this problem entirely. So I know Programmer D in real life, which is why I found that so hilarious, because he just got wrecked. Just got wrecked. How do I enjoy OS X for general usage in developing? For general usage, I haven't really used it. For developing, I've used it for about a year, because in my last job, I had a MacBook Pro, and I liked it. That was good. Man, that's demotivating. No, there are a lot of cases where... Okay, so here's what would have solved this 100% for sure, is if you debugged through this and you saw, okay, here's what this is, here's what this is, here's what this is, and then you finally get to ID and you're like, wait, why did it use that? And then you'd realize what's going on. What I'm saying is I've come across this exact same problem before, and so it was helpful that I just recognize it as, oh, that's that problem, and then fix it. So let's shrink these browser windows down, because I don't need them to be as large as they are, and they're only taking up more CPU if they're that large because of how much it has to render. So let's connect. Oh, I need it to at least be as large as that so I can see. Okay, let's connect over here and take a look at what's going on the server, and then connect over here. So just like before, we should see the chat should start up over here immediately. Well, not immediately. I mean, once it's done. Okay, good. So chat's done, and then this thing said it couldn't connect. And their IDs are all 0 in here, so that's perfect. Now, let's choose decreases damage taken by 15%. And then over here, I'm going to connect again. Why no Windows 10? I haven't felt like upgrading. I think there's too much that could break. My original reason was I just haven't gotten around to updating, but now I'm not sure if I'm going to. I don't know. Okay, so Adam just disconnected, and then Adam just connected. That's not good. Player Adam is already online, disconnecting their first session. Did I screw this up? I think I screwed this up. Yep. But how? So the first thing we need to do is disconnect any other connecting and connected players with the same ID. This player never got any notification though. So when we say disconnect players with same ID, we say disconnect connected players. This player is already online, disconnecting their first session. This shouldn't have happened twice. Okay, this is worrisome. And let me lower that delay down again to 5,000 so that I can test this out a little bit faster. Something's getting hit that shouldn't be getting hit here. If you're gonna dual boot, might as well go with something more interesting. I think I also have Linux on this machine, but I never actually boot into it. But one time it totally saved me because I couldn't boot into my main OS for some reason, and having that helped out a lot. Summon botland bot. Oh, right. Sorry. Let me load that up again. Get ready for my computer to grind to a halt. Oops, that didn't work. Okay, there. So my bot is now running. So anyone who followed who didn't get control over my lights, I guess if you wait a bit, you should. Because this should finally be working. And probably consuming tons of CPU. Alright, time to test this out. So where did the game server go? Here. Alright. So here's what's going to happen, and I don't know why this is happening, but I'm going to connect over here, and then somehow it's going to say disconnecting the connected user. Yeah, there it is. Already online, disconnecting their first session. How does that happen? Oh, I know why. Because their promise is still going to complete. Okay. So here's what I got to do. So, bug. I disconnect the user, but their promise hasn't completed yet. So it's going to disconnect the first user, but the second user won't be online still. Alright, so here's how we fix this. When a user authenticates and we disconnect connecting players, the way that we disconnect them is by setting them offline. So this should do that. So when we finally pass authentication, so there's no guarantee that we weren't intended to be, and this is obtuse wording for this too. So it's possible we ran into this situation. 1, Adam connects in session A. 2, Adam, while that's working, Adam connects in session B. Session A completes authentication and hits this function. So because of that, let me put this all on separate lines, I guess. That way I can format this. So because of that, we kill the socket for session B. However, a promise for authentication is still processing in session B, and it will eventually finish and possibly call this function if auth succeeds. So in that case, session B's player object will be marked as being offline instead of being in the connecting state. In any case where the user is offline and gets here, we just immediately stop processing any. Yeah. Okay. So we put this here. Yeah. All right. So here's what we do. So we say logger.info player passed authentication. I guess we check if player, where is this? Shared player.js is offline. Is that not a thing? Oh, it's a server player thing. Is offline. Yes. So if their connection state is just not connecting. If not player.is connecting, then logger.info, pass authentication, but they aren't marked as connecting. So it is likely that they connected from another session recently, which invalidated this session. Hooray. There we go. All right, now let's fix up this string. I still haven't refactored any of this code. This was a long time coming, so I'm glad I at least started this process. But all right, so that should have fixed this problem. Now get ready for the video to lag while I reboot this. There. Okay. All right, so here we go. We hit connect over here. Now we hit connect over here. And we should not see that message print out again about how we're disconnecting their session. Aha! Pass authentication, but they aren't marked as connecting. So it's likely that they connected from another session, which invalidated this session. So let's say my socket should actually be disconnected at this point. Let's check this out. It froze again. Oh, man. Suckerspin1 says, is it worth commenting your code that much? This is such a weird case where, yes, I think it is worth commenting. It's just, so there is the asynchronous process of authenticating, and I'll draw out a little diagram here. Man, I'm sorry, everyone. The stream quality is degrading because of my CPU usage. In fact, I don't even know if it's... what do I do? Is there anything else I can close here? I guess I can close the MySQL client. Maybe I turn off client watch as well. I don't know. I don't know what else I can close. Let me just minimize everything and do this. Does OBS realize that it's minimized and then take less CPU because it's not showing me that preview window? So it's at 15.4. If I open it, it goes up to like 17. Okay, well, let's just minimize that too. I don't think it actually knows it's minimized. Maybe it does. Who knows? Anyway, so yeah, here's what's happening, and here's why I think this thing was worth commenting. So you connect to the client, and then there's the game server, and then there's the auth server. So right now, a client connects directly to the game server, and it says, here's my username and password, Adam/password. That is going to go hit the authentication server. So the player's not connected until this entire hop here is finished. The authentication server is going to check its database layer. So there's no icon for a database here. So whatever, you have a database layer here. It's going to contact that, go back up to here, go back to the game server, and then tell the client that it's connected. So anyway, that whole process being asynchronous, there are ways that it can be stopped, but then there's something that's already processing on another server that's still going to respond. So yeah, I think it's worth commenting this. Yeah, so what I wanted to test is this. And why do I have two of these open? Let's open a single one. So this is the disconnected client. This disconnected client should not have a valid socket. So let's take a look. Debug main.socketinterface.socket. Is there a disconnected? True. Yes. Okay, good. That's perfect. So now we need to refresh this page, and we need to pick a buff over here. Have I already picked one? No. So let's pick increase missile range by 1 tile. Good. Now I'm going to connect over here, and this should disconnect the session on the right. Adam just disconnected, and then Adam connected. Okay, that didn't work. What happened? Player Adam is already online, disconnecting their first session. It's this one they should have disconnected, but that didn't happen. Why did that not happen? we get their player by name. If it exists, we call this, which does emit and then disconnect. Oh, then what's going on? I can't come up with a reason for why this might be happening. This code right here, and I know this is getting hit because it says disconnected connected player, and then it says they're already online, disconnecting their first session. The only place this string shows up in the whole code base is right there. So it has to be coming from there. Wait, oh yeah, there's a commented out part of it too. But that's because I just removed all of this stuff. Okay, well, then we call this, which is going to disconnect them. Then we return the connected player. The connected player then gets returned all the way over to here, and we set that to our player object. Now their socket's going to be, their socket's going to be wrong. Oh, their set socket, I need to do that. So if that exists, we need to say const player socket equals player dot, is there a get socket? No. So player dot socket, and then player dot socket equals player socket. We don't even do things that way actually. We say player dot set socket, player socket. I think, no wait, what am I doing? The socket was passed in here. I don't need to do that. In fact, all I need to do is make that association. Restore their old socket. Yeah, my database icon was horrible. Just never mind. I don't know how to draw a cylinder. Don't make fun of me. Yeah, so this is only one half of the problem. And this is why I'm a little concerned, because there's the players already online, so disconnecting them. So this player should have been disconnected. That wasn't happening. But then this player should have been connected. That wasn't happening. This is the part that I fixed, the part on the left. The part on the right, I don't know why that didn't work. Player disconnected. That should have been that person. Did we, wait, maybe we got a message about this? Did we? You will be connecting with Adam, socket connected. No. I didn't get a message about this. So this is, for some reason, not working the way I expected to. Disconnected first. Okay, well let's see if I fixed the second half of this problem at least. Take the keyboard cam away for better OBS performance. I mean, I wonder how much this would improve it by. So let's see. We're at like 16% usage. If I turn it off, there we go. I turned it off and it went to, yeah. I don't know. It's really, it's Java that I'm the most concerned about, because the only thing that Java is actually doing is running my bot, and my bot should not be taking 10% of my CPU. So I think offloading that to, oh, I think there's a reason why I can't offload that to my laptop right now. I need to recode it. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this as the week progresses. Aren't you trying to disprove cap theorem right now by chance? No. I should be able to, so all I'm trying to do is, if I connect with a new user, then I should be able to boot the old user offline. Also, let me think about this. Yeah, okay, so here's what we'll do. And I know this is probably freezing Twitch left and right because of my stupid CPU. All right, connect with this. I connect with this. So the one on the right is going to succeed. That part was working before. Yep, good, great. Okay, now I try connecting with the one on the left. Oh, did Flux just turn on? Maybe it mines Bitcoins. Yeah, I agree. The chatbot should not be using a lot. Now when I connect over here on the left, what should happen is it should boot the one on the right offline. We just gotta wait the 5 seconds. I hard-coded a 5-second wait in so that I'd have a chance to reproduce this. All right, so this one should have not been able to choose this, and yet it can. But then this one should have connected and it didn't. What's going on? Get player by name. This does exist, and I can send them a message. And then I disconnect them. Why is this part not working? All right, well, let's write this down. Thanks, Walshy. Yeah, I actually got some help originally making the JavaScript portion of the bot, despite being a JavaScript developer. Metador and CloudRazor helped with that. And I have never seen CloudRazor since. I don't know where CloudRazor went. All right, so problem. Well, there are actually two problems. Number one is the connected user is not being disconnected, and the connecting user is not being connected. Actually, I don't know for sure if that second part is true. Let's find out. So disconnected is true. Oh, weird. Weird indeed. Okay, let me try to just figure out the first part of this. So if you know, okay, here's what I think is happening. Here's my hunch. Hypothesis. I am disconnecting, connecting, and then immediately disconnecting the new player. I think that's what's happening. Let's see. Disconnect connecting players with same name. So let's put a logger.info. Disconnecting a player with the name player.getName.lowercase. I'll just say disconnecting player. Connecting player. Does this even help me though? Let's lower that time also down to like 3 seconds. Yeah, Adam McAdamson. Wait, CloudRazor, what? Wait a second. Two minutes. Wait, what, were you just lurking like the whole time? How long have you been watching for? I've been checking throughout the weeks because I always wanted to show you what's been happening in the stream. Did you just happen to? No, I refuse to believe this is a coincidence. There's like a 0% chance of that working, where you go missing for like 3 months and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, what's up? Yeah, just casually here, just watching. Well, hi, Gamester. No, I don't believe it. You haven't been lurking for 2 minutes. What happened? Did you just log in to say hi? And why haven't you been logged in before that? Like, look at this. I checked your stream too. I went to CloudRazor and your stream was still the helping botland thing. Wait. Alright, my computer's so slow that it's not going to load this. Proof is in the pudding. Helping botland, yeah. You haven't been streaming? You haven't been in the stream? What happened? I don't believe this. You're not gonna pull a fast one on me, CloudRaiser. No, you're not gonna acknowledge it. I'm not on Twitch very much. I started college. Wait, but you seriously, like, no joke, you seriously signed in like 3 minutes ago, and you just happened to catch me say, "Oh, I haven't seen CloudRaiser in a while." That is unreal if that's really the case. Your 3rd minute in the channel was just no, that didn't happen. Couldn't have happened. CloudRaiser is a wizard. I did. It's awesome. All right. Yep. Okay, so I guess I'm going to go back to testing this. Adam is attempting to connect. Then it says, player's already online. Okay, good. So that, yeah, the weird thing is it's hitting the wrong player here. In fact, I should do a quick test. Just make sure that this player is not the same as that other player. Right? Yeah. Connected player. Let's just do this. Stringify connected player equals player. Can you stringify booleans like that? Yeah, I think you can. It's fate you should marry. Yeah, there. So anyway, CloudRaiser, there have been a lot of changes. I think you were here the very first week, and since then there's like a full game and everything. I don't know if you've been watching the recap videos, but yeah. If you go to bot.land, you can always check them out. Yeah, there's an actual game and everything. Like it's been going pretty well. There are bugs. Look at these bugs. These are the best bugs. Changes? You made the game after I left. Yeah, I guess so. For me, it's changes. It's like when you see someone who lost weight, to them it doesn't seem like they lost that much. Okay, so it says that these are not the same player. False. So everything points to that this should be working, and yet it's not working. I wonder, is this, what is going on? See, being able to debug this would be amazing, but my node environment's not set up correctly to do that. It could be that the player's socket is not, yeah, I need to check their socket here. Console.log, in player connected twice. Their socket is, this must not be defined. It's possibly the only thing I could think of. Wait, Lulong, you said they came out of nowhere. I hosted you yesterday and I had about 50 viewers, so I wonder if that's what had happened. I don't know. Yep. Quackle, you're right. Totally right. Merlin says, hello, by the way, Adam. Now I know why you weren't looking forward to doing the back end. Really is a lot of work. Well, it's not the a lot of work part that I'm shying away from. It's that it's not my favorite part of the work, because even the front end is a ton of work too, and you guys have seen me work on that. So I think it's just more that I'm not a huge fan of coding back-end systems. All right, so I have a feeling that the socket is not defined. Their socket is object. Do sockets have an ID or something? That would really help me debug this. Let's see. So I would need to go into this .connection manager what do I have here? No, I don't want to. I want to load up a new view into this. New view into file. There we go. All right, let's take a look. What do I have here? SIO.sockets. What is this? How do I get more information about this object? JSON.stringify. Circular structure. So I need to decycle it, and I don't want to do that. Okay, for var k in that, console.log k. Here we go. So we have sockets in here. Wait, what? Sockets.sockets? It's just 0? That means that, okay, so that means that here's the 0th socket. And it has, does it have an ID? It does. Oh, perfect. Okay, so we need to just get the ID of this. Aha, found it. Okay. We have sockets within sockets, yes. All right, this is what I need to test out. How do you generate the token for the lights these days? It's pretty much the same way as it was ever since the first week. At least I think it's pretty much the same way. Also, who's controlling them right now? It's Rippies. Rippies. Okay, so here's what we gotta do. I need to, when a player tries connecting, I need to keep track of their socket ID. That way I can correlate what's going on here. So name is trying to connect. Socket ID is socket.id. And let's just save this off somewhere. Any mods on? I'm not sure. What do you need? Because like I'm a moderator, I can always do something. Okay. So here's their ID. We need to make use of more than this. I have it when they first connect. Then I have when they disconnect. That's what I need to look at. Yeah, here. Disconnecting, connecting player. That's not what's happening here. It's this. Console.log. Actually, it's here where I can do this. So if console.log disconnecting a player with socket ID plus player.socket.id. Okay, and then that's actually it, I think. That's all I need to do. And then I can say when someone finally connected, which is here. Yeah. So logger.info, the socket of this person was player.socket.id. Have they already been disconnected at this point? Yeah, they have been. And it wouldn't exist, so we can't do that. So we say player object is player, and then logger.info, player socket is player.socket.id. There we go. The lights seem brighter now. Oh, so what's new, CloudRaiser? You haven't seen those strip lights probably. The strip lights were new. I got those after a few weeks on the stream. And the room in the new place smaller? I don't think it's smaller. Actually, yeah, it is. It's smaller, but I think also the lights are just closer. And I usually have my keyboard camera on too. And the keyboard camera has a better white balancing, so you can see my hand looks less green in the keyboard camera than it does on my main camera. Okay, so player object, player socket. I think this is almost enough information. I think I should also say here, the player socket was socket.id. All right, let's try that out. Yeah, I gotta close out of this. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's try this out. The other thing I haven't tried is trying to repro this a little bit differently to make it easier for myself. but I'm going to try it this way, the way that I've always tried it. Why would you like to see your keyboard? So it's not me who wants to see my keyboard, and it's not even necessarily anybody who wants to see it. But some people express an interest in it. All right, connect, here we go. So this is what we finally have. We should get information as to what's going on here. Yep, here's the problem. It's saying it's disconnecting the new player for some reason. And I don't know why that's happening, but at least now I know for sure. So player object, player socket. So this is the one who connected, but this is also the one we're trying to disconnect. How does that happen? The player socket was... So this is the one that disconnected. The one that actually made it through is UND. So this is the one that should be disconnected. I don't know how this happened. Huh. Okay, so found the surface problem, which is that the disconnected socket is indeed of the new player. But why? Why don't I switch them out? I actually wanted it to be this way. That way when people change the lights on my stream, they get more of an impact from it. In fact, a lot of people were asking me, oh, why is your camera changing colors? And I said, nope, those are the lights. Those are my viewers doing that. So how could this happen? I'm trying to disconnect a player with the wrong socket. It's probably this, maybe? We pass in a socket and a player. Player.setSocket socket. Huh. Okay, well, let me try this repro in a much simpler way. I can't talk. All right, I need to go get some water. Hang on. I'll be right back. Excuse me. In CloudRaiser, they actually do that. In fact, I think they might have just done that as soon as you said that, which means you have perfect timing twice in this stream. Very weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, after 5 minutes, they go back to normal. It's just... You're pulling a prank on me right now. That has to be the case. Because there's no way. No way I make a reference to CloudRaiser after 4 months. Pops out of nowhere, and then it's like, oh yeah, hey, your light should go back to normal, and then they just go back to normal. Yep. Illuminati. Alright, so I'm going to connect over here. I'm going to wait for this to fully finish. And then I'm going to connect over here and see if this repros. It does repro. Okay. So at least we have an easier way of testing this now. So now cut out the delays. This doesn't even need to be there. Now I change this to 10 and I reboot this. You have to be spying on me. Out of curiosity, CloudRaiser, have you watched any of the YouTube videos? Like, have you been following the game at all? Alright, connect. That should go immediately. Good. Now I connect over here. Yeah, and that's the problem. Okay, so what's happening here? I'm probably getting... You know, I could assign like a random temporary ID for these people. Yeah, I think... So I could assign a temporary random ID to everyone. I didn't go in depth. I've seen the board in some combat. Okay, got it. By the way, if you want to play the game, you can play the game. Just type that in the chat and you'll get access immediately. Okay, so how can this happen? The player, I think what I need to do is make, how about this? We'll just say player.randomID equals util random integer 1 comma whatever, a very large number. And then we'll say console.log player random ID is player.randomID. In fact, no, you know what we can do? We can put this directly into the player object, shared player.js. I can put this here. this dot random ID. Do I have util? Yes, I do. Great. So then in our toString, we'll also modify this. That way I don't really need to do anything special here. Random ID equals this dot random ID. Okay, cool. Let's try that out. Does the bot still take that long? Oh wait, okay, then hang on. Maybe it's lagged. Whisper Balambot game. Yeah, alright, so much for immediately. Yeah, everything's been slow with Phantom Bot lately. I've got to come up with something better. Or just run it on another machine and put this off for as long as possible. Yeah. Alright, well let me try this out. I should now figure out if the players are the same or not. Yeah, so these things can stop connecting. In fact, I wonder if I should purposely stop rendering things on the client. That way it doesn't take up much CPU. Do I have the watch running still? I do. Okay, yeah, let's just cut out rendering on the client, because I don't really need anything to render on the client. Client, arena, render. Do I not? No, this is... Yeah, here we go. So let's cut out all of the rendering. Let's draw just bots. How about that? There. Now that should trigger a rebuild. Aren't you accessing the player to disconnect by name, which could return the new instead of the old one? So I have two different data structures. I have one for connecting players and then one for the connected player. It's very possible that I am getting the wrong player object from one of those, but like in theory it shouldn't be. So I think by searching by ID, this will help me find this a little bit. And if not, I'll keep looking through the code. Okay, there we go. Yeah, computer's just being slow right now. Alright, but now when I refresh this page, it won't try rendering anything. So at the very least, that'll go faster. There, perfect. So now we just, well, it renders bots, but it doesn't render anything else. So I connect over here, I'm connected, great. I connect over here, let's take a look at the server. So I connect over here, and let's see what happened here. So random ID, the first one was random ID 613. The next one that tried to connect is 194. And then, yeah, I say 194 is already online, disconnecting their first session. Weird. How does that happen? Yeah, well, that's the problem. This connected player. Get player by name. The only way this can work is if the player's been marked as connected already, and they shouldn't have been. Is connecting. Yeah, what's going on here? This is where they get put into that data structure. Okay, game server player depot connected. So when a player connects, that's when I finally set them in players by name. So get player by name is is here. Returns from players by name. That makes sense. But they shouldn't be in this data structure at all, unless I call create player, which I don't. Or if I do it from here, which I only do in player connected. Yeah. So am I calling create player anywhere? Only here, and I am not calling this function anywhere. Yeah, weird. How is this happening? Hey, Lifesbreaker. And most of the time, I'm doing some kind of debugging, it seems. If you are to have some sort of lobby, will all the code you're writing now still be relevant? I feel like the problem could be solved differently and easier on a different level. So this is not a problem in the real game, because you can't connect multiple times to the same game server. You'll only connect to the same like account server. I'm going to do this differently later, but I still want to I still want to figure this out. Somehow, wait, is this an ordering problem? Where do I call this function? Yeah, player passed authentication. This is called from one spot here. And I only ever call it with a player object that I'd made explicitly like right here. So how do I get the logs that I got here? This player is already online, disconnecting their first session. I'm passing in the wrong player. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm stupid. I passed in player here and not connecting player. Okay, fine. Well, that's the problem. I just passed in the wrong player. Alright, problem solved. There. I'm stupid. Alright, well, let's let this load up and then I'll test it out. I'm pretty sure this is going to fix it. So I hit connect. I'm connected over here. And let's pick something now that I know this is going to be tested. So let's pick the Zapper one. Zapper lasts 50% longer. Okay, now let's connect over here. I hit connect. It should disconnect this. So we should see here that, I don't know, something should happen. You have just connected from another device, closing this session. So now if I try talking, it shouldn't work. If I try looking at bots or creating new ones, deploy. What's going on? Close chat. Yeah, deploying doesn't work. But over here, if I try chatting, that works. And I should have my Zapper buff from before. I do. And I'm on the red team still. That's important too. So again, if I reconnect it over here, which, let me deploy before I do that. How do I? Okay, there. I've deployed one bot. There it is, floating off in space at the upper right. So now when I connect over here, there's that bot floating at the upper right. I have my buffs. I'm on the red team. Everything looks like it's working. Cool. So I am not going to fix any of this stuff up today. Here's what I'm going to say instead. I'm going to say where I left off, I had just fixed, well, hopefully fixed all of the connection issues in the connection manager, but I hadn't refactored any of the code to make it neat. This addressed the bug that is its own to-do item below. Yeah, great. So let's just ditch all this stuff and let's go play some botland. Play.bot.land. I'm gonna just close out of these things. Close. This should free up, hopefully. Let's see how much these processes are taking. So I'm at like 62% CPU usage. I close the central server's watch. I close the client watch. Close the game server watch. So the watches aren't really taking a lot. That's kind of what I'd expect. I close the game server. And I close the central server. So as far as CPU goes, pretty much all of my node processes are taking like next to nothing. Cool. Hey Felix Day. Excuse me. Alright, so who's on botland right now? Nobody. Alright, who wants to play some botland? Botland bot game. Oh wait, that's right. It's possible this just isn't even working. Hang on a second, let me see. Let me see if I can debug this on stream. The bot whisper still didn't trigger anything? Oh, uh-oh. Okay. Select, so let's do this. Use botland, select name from users. Okay, yeah, here we go. So here are all the people who have access to the game right now. I don't know if there's some way to, weird. Okay, well, yeah. So select name from users where name equals CloudRaiser. Yeah, empty set. So this thing hasn't worked yet. Why is this broken though? Weird. I wonder if I can just grant people access directly. How would I even do that? How would I do that? No, I need to give passwords and stuff. What's the link to play the game? The link is play.bot.land:3000. The problem is you need an account, and apparently my bot isn't working to give out accounts. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Can I whisper it? Yeah, it's just not doing anything. Yeah, I should probably spend a day just fixing this thing up. Making sure it's not doing anything silly. Yeah. Bot's just down, I guess. Will this game ever be available on Android? Yeah, it should be. And it's already technically playable there, but it's not a good experience at all. Well, oh wait, Xpixel's online now. Wait, but somehow we're both on the red team. And that should have been impossible. What? How did that happen? Oh, I know how this could happen, but it's a very weird case. Let me see. Game server. Did someone try connecting in the meantime? Yes. My Little Pony Death Metal Special Edition Dubstep Remix. Okay, so if I refresh the page, actually, this is what we'll see. We'll see that player as the blue team. This is the bug that I just fixed. Yeah, check it out. Here they are. Well, actually, some of these might be real people. It's hard to tell because I'd have to type /online to see. Yeah, it's only myself and Xpixel. Big problem. In Finland, it's 2:49 a.m. I'm Finland. Okay, well, whatever. I fixed the bugs. I did not fix my bot. I don't know what's going wrong with that. And I think I'm going to get going pretty soon. Yeah, see, it says that the person disconnected. I don't even know how that's possible. Oh, wow. Well, I think I'm going to call it quits for now because I ended at a pretty good stopping point. And also, I'm going to drive my wife to the airport tonight, so I want to go spend some time with her. And I'll be back tomorrow. So I think this is one of the few streams that I'm ending before the 8 hours is up. Yeah, 7 hours and 54 minutes. Sorry, guys. You'll never get that 6 minutes back. Anyway, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And like I said, I think I'm ending on a good note here where the bugs are fixed. So, yeah. Good night, everyone. Actually, I'll just show Botland in the end. Let's use that. All right. See ya.